Welcome to the War Room and the 2026 Major League Baseball Draft. It is Saturday, July 11th here, and here in the War Room, we are ultra excited for all these players, prospects. They go from amateurs to professionals on a wonderful day, not just for them, but their families, their coaches, their Little League coaches, their brothers, their sisters, their aunties, their uncles, the whole family, the whole community, an incredible experience. And it's going to start off on NBC. Be sure to check that out because it's really huge for the amateur baseball space before switching over. But Dr. David Seifert joining me here, Shooter Hunt and Prep Baseball for our draft coverage. As always, this is my favorite day of the year just because we get to talk ball, get behind the scenes, do a little accounting throughout the day, check out recruiting classes, see what teams are doing, and lay the foundation for the future of the sport. Seif, welcome to Draft Day.
Great to be here, as always.
And Seif, I got to start like right off the jump to everybody out there. It's become almost a yearly occurrence, a tradition unlike any other. We're trading picks the night before, and you didn't even know coming on here that the White Sox had traded Jacob Gonzalez, former first rounder of Ole Miss, who's been up with them doing well. He's going to move to play shortstop while Connor Griffin is hurt for the Pirates. But in doing so, the White Sox have now jumped up over 20 million pool. They added a pick at 34, which, hey, I don't want to say that's the Landon Tomei pick, but it could be right there, right? And it makes things even more exciting. I don't think at the jump it's too much of a philosophy difference because I think the White Sox and the Pirates are going to go for that upside piece. But I think right at the top, the White Sox already have one of the more fun, exciting young nucleuses in baseball. They're challenging for the division crown right now. It's been really fun up to the break. Got to watch them against the Guardians last week, an awesome series. And now they have a chance to really lay the foundation of even more future success. What do you think they're doing with those picks in that money pool?
Well, I think number 34, like kind of just you alluded to, I hope it goes to a high ceiling prep, right? Like someone with more of a hitter than a pitcher. I mean, that's. I'm not saying that's the only reason he did it. Obviously, they did it because it made organizational sense. But like that right there, I think is the guy they are targeting for that pick. Mm-hmm. So if they're doing that, then I would say Emerson probably isn't 1-1. I would say, it's either Rock or Vaughn, and maybe just go back to, where we started 5 months ago. It's likely Rock.
It's very interesting. It's like that's kind of where I felt from the beginning, right? In the end, water found its level. Kind of feel like it may be Rock here. I also felt in the draft as a whole, going to sleep last night, felt like 2018. Like there's a chance, I think, later down the board, this draft will be defined by what kind of pieces of quantity and what quality you can get throughout versus just up front. It's something really important. There's some teams that have a heck of a lot of picks. We're talking about the Cardinals today. I think have 5 or 6 picks. The Rays have a bunch. The Giants, of course, at 4 and then 29. I'm still holding out for the Brandon Crawford handing it off to Rock Chalowski potentially, but I think it seems like he'll go 1-1. Still things are undecided from that standpoint, but a lot of 2018 parallels. I think there's value in the prep pitching market. You'll probably see that a little further down the board. A lot of really good ones. I do want to talk a little bit about our mock draft, which Seif, I had a great time on MLB Network. Greg Amsberg, the whole staff over there, MLB Network, is incredible. The production team, that's why they win all those Emmys. Those guys are incredible. But mock drafts are so difficult, right? Especially in the MLB draft. The first pick could go in any direction. It just throws everything off. So we had some differing stuff for us, like what we would do. Like where we would take some of these guys, where we would push to. Going through, you can push some of the prep right-handers down the board per usual. You might have to jump up some of the prep shortstops because not quite or not nearly the same amount of depth as last year. So there's a lot of value in those guys. What were some things from our mock draft that you kind of wanted to touch on?
Well, I think you hit one on the head right there, right? You still are going to pay that prep pitcher, more top round money, even though he's 20 picks lower than maybe because you go for the more conservative college guy, right? So they're still going to get paid as a top guy, but they just aren't going to be selected where where his talent may put him. But from our mock in particular, again, the difference between our mock a mock is a mock. A mock is probably where the industry is going to pick them. And then obviously our thoughts with our draft board are, where they should go. And for me, Daniel Jackson's a big one, right? He's being mocked maybe around pick 30. I think he should go around pick 20. What he is, like at the top of the top 5-6 guys every year, even top 10 round, those are 5-tool players, right? Like you don't get into that conversation top 10 overall without having 5 tools. Just look at Rock, look at Vaughn, look at Emerson, look at all those guys. And that's what Daniel Jackson is. He is a 5-tool guy. Oh, and he just happens to wear the gear. So I just think he is one that has been mocked lower. We have him higher. He may have him going somewhere in between pick 20 and 30. But that one for me really stands out. And then, DeCarlo. I've always liked DeCarlo. DeCarlo's mocked more third round or put in the third round. I just think he's a better talent than that. So those are my 2 biggies. Obviously high level, College World Series, athletes that have performed, throughout mostly DeCarlo, but Jackson certainly performed his junior season.
And you can be sure to check out our draft board, our updated best available at prepbaseball.com. Check out the Draft HQ links. We'll have it all throughout Twitter and social media with stuff coming out from that standpoint. It kind of feels like those top 3 right now, it's going to go in some order, right? Whether it's Rob Chalowski, Von Lackey, Grady Emerson. Then you move on to the next where Flora kind of separated himself in the college arms. A lot of teams are going to want that college potential frontline guy if you hit. Jacob Lombard, shortstop from Miami, our number 1 player in the prep class. But then from there, Tyler Bell. He steps in and at pick 6, where the Royals have gone with those high-level lefties. Could they come in and get a Carson Bowman, try to get a deal there, Gio Rojas? Or do they go for the more exciting bat like a Drew Burress or even coming in and getting a Tyler Bell type? That's where things will get interesting at 6, I think, for sure. And one of the things I want to talk on, throughout this whole show, will be doing the nuance of things. So you can watch the wonderful feed that they'll have throughout the MLB draft, where they'll be talking about each player. It's a shining moment for them and their family. We'll be talking more about what is this team thinking in real time? What are they doing with their money? What kind of picks are they collecting? Big believer that, there's a quality you can find in quantity, but you want to get those really quality players up top. And Saif was just talking about those 5-tool impact prospects. And I think back to even Connor Griffin's been so great, right? Incredible stuff. Love the story, what he's going to be able to do for the sport. There are questions about his bat.
Right.
People
I was one of them, right? I saw him at the East Coast Pro Showcase, and he really didn't show a bat or the swing to potentially become a major impact bat. But he certainly made the adjustments in pro ball on the run. And yeah, look out for Connor Griffin. So I agree.
And what I'm getting at is that's important to think about. There's certain players, we talk about Blake Bowen coming out of Southern California, 5-tool. There's some hit tool questions. Well, you can't find what he can become very far down the board. So there are certain guys like that. Sean Dunlap, who's a dynamic catcher, prep baseball All-American. He's a 6'4" runner, triple digits exit velocities, analytics off the charts. You can't find guys like that later on in the draft. So it's important up top where there may be some holes here, but the ceiling is just so high. Not every team was willing to do stuff like that, but there are a lot. And I found once you start hitting pick 12 through 20, and historically you start getting those safe college picks kind of sprinkled in. I think we'll still see that today, right? But there are some names that are kind of buzzing up boards as we approach draft pick time in here, just about 6 minutes. Who are some names that you're hearing kind of buzzy that you think will go a little higher than we were initially thinking?
Well, number 1, Taylor Raby from Ole Miss, right-hand pitcher from Ole Miss. He's been buzzy now for 2 months, right? He was switched from the bullpen into the rotation, got better and better and better, touches 99, 100, has a great cutter. So he has been constantly on the rise. And from my sources, he's actually passed his teammate Townsend, as just an overall prospect. I think some people are finally concerned about the size and then the fastball of Townsend, the shape. It's all about shape now, right, Shooter? And so Raby in many, I don't say many, I haven't been in many, but in at least some draft rooms, he's the preferred Ole Miss Rebel at this point on the mound as far as righties. And then hitting wise, and it always comes to this, right? You always like these power sluggers, great exit velocities. And then all of a sudden you got AJ Grassi is sneaking up back in there, right? He's kind of fluctuated, but now I think you're in the draft room, you're analyzing the metrics and the data, watching the video, doing everything you do, and all of a sudden the bat to ball that he puts out there becomes even more important, despite how he does it. I know neither of us are a huge fan of how he does it, but at the end of the day, he does do it. So I think the metrics are in his favor too. So those two, Raby as a college pitcher and Grassi as a college hitter. And, just to back up earlier, we talked about the mock versus our draft board and who's picking. The other guy I want to mention, there are two other guys actually, was, for you, your guy is Kurt Curiel. I maybe like him more than you do. You want to push him down. I want to push him back up. But that just goes, and he'll probably go somewhere in between where we like him. And the other one is LeBron, right? LeBron for me is like a prep, right? If you're going to take Justin LeBron, you need to treat him like a high school prep as far as the risk factor. Big tools, right? It's 5-tool guy. But for me, comfortably, and you probably can't do this because he's going to go before this, but he'd be my second pick. I wouldn't want to run him out there as my poster guy for my number one pick in my organization. So for me, he probably won't be there, but the Braves at 26, Astros at 28, Royals at 30, it's each of those teams' second pick of the draft. That's an ideal spot for me. That would be my draft board. But the draft mock probably has him somewhere around 15 to 20. So again, sorry to back up there a few minutes, but that's what I'm looking at right there.
The nuance aspects, and then just a quick housekeeping note. We're going to be on here just until the start, right? So for the first 10 picks, head over to NBC to watch it. When pick 11 comes on, we're going to hop back on to give that more nuanced approach to this draft, let you know what some teams are thinking. We'll give some instant feedback from the top 10. Oh my God, this team took whoever, and kind of dive into the rest of the night. And be sure to send any questions in here. We got the chat open. We'll be talking recruiting classes, what players we think could be coming, what teams are starting to put together, who might be pushing down the board. Again, there are going to be guys who go in the third round that make way more money than first rounders. It happens every year where guys get pushed down. It's a draft of accounting, which is much to the chagrin of Dr. David Seifert here, that it's not strictly 1 through 30, the talent-wise, but it's going to be a lot of fun throughout the entire draft. We're talking Tyler or Rabe as well. Like, look at that Mariners pick at 24. If he gets there, they're thinking George Kirby. This guy had kind of similar strikeout to walks that Kirby had in high school. He's got great shapes like you were talking about. There's kind of funky action to it. The Cubs could be in the play for there. But then what do the teams do before? Because maybe we don't think he's going to get to our next pick. You talk about Gracia. There's probably a lot of teams out there who are just sitting, just keeping things tight to the vest. And then ultimately, when you get a guy like DeLauder, who shifts down, having a great year with the Guardians right now, kind of exploding on the scene last year in the playoffs. How does this guy get to here? How does Nick Kurtz get the 6? Whatever it may be, or for whatever he was at, it's really important to follow. Teams are going to be very excited about their pick. It's very rare that you make a pick, especially early on, and you're like, we got our pocket picked. Like the first round, you better not get your pocket picked in the first round because you have those talent evaluations. Be sure to check out our board where we have some guys, and we'll be kind of glued into the entire process of the draft. But just to make sure everybody knows, we just give a quick intro here before we head into the top 10 picks, which will be a nice, well-deserved to each player, drawn-out process for the first 10 picks. And then we will go into lightning mode. Seif and I hop back on. We're going to be going nuts with what a pick throughout the rest of the draft, which will last pretty much the entire rest of the day. As some of you are also streaming the World Cup games, we'll have a lot of MLB action in the background. Seif, anything that you are going to be surprised about or you're looking forward to in these top 10 picks?
Well, as a whole, I'm looking forward. You paralleled the 2018 draft. I want a hopeful parallel the 2024 draft with college bats. I don't think we have the depth. Well, we don't have the depth that we knew we had in 2024. But just think about 2024 draft right now. Caglioni's finally figuring it out, right? Bazzana has figured it out. Weatherholt's figured it out. He just signed a $120 million 8-year contract for the Cardinals. Condon's tearing up AAA. Kurtz has figured it out a long time ago, right? Like, so guy after Carson Benj is playing. So hitter after hitter from 2024 has made that a super exciting class. I'm hopeful the 2026 class is that way as well. And then the last thing I want to plug, because you know me, I'm always plugging something, is our simul draft. We started in 2018. This year's our 9th annual simul draft, and we're picking hand in hand in real time with the Oakland A's. We have the 10th bonus pool. We usually go between, we've been as low as 30th overall bonus pool. We've been first. We've been everywhere in the middle. This year we're picking 10th, hand in hand with the Oakland A's. So we'll have those coming in real time as well.
And you know what, Site? The silent draft's going to be great. I think the A's are going to be the most exciting pick of this top 10. What direction did they go in as they move to Vegas, which is they got a fun nucleus as well there. What will they do? They need some pitching. We said fluky. We'll see what happens there. But very excited for this start of the MLB draft. Be sure to check back after pick 10. We are going to be hopping on. Enjoy everything of this top 10 because this is all about baseball. This is the day that these guys have been dreaming about because this starts their pursuit of a Major League Baseball career. And congratulations to all these guys. And Syph and I will be back in about an hour and a half. So stay tuned. We're going to have the hard-hitting action coming at you. Be sure to check out prepbaseball.com for our best available on the board and see what's going on. We'll see you guys in not too long. Saif, I brought a towel. I'm like sweating my butt off right now.
Me too. Fun. It's for different reasons.
Oh man, it's hot by you. It's cool down here, but I am sweating out here in the Pacific Northwest because what a great first round. Go to stock, right? The top four, what we said, Chalowski at 1. In the end, go draft day, pick Chalowski, boom, put it away. Grady Emerson at 2 fits exactly what the Rays have done so well. Get the young upside, the hit tools there, power's going to come, stick at shortstop. Awesome pick of what'll be 5 more to come. Von Lackey at 3. Hey, no decision to be made here. We have a chance to get an electric 1-1 at pick 3. Floor to the Giants. He's a NorCal kid, like a California kid, potential frontline guy. And then the accounting started to kick in real quick. Curiel to the Pirates at 5. To me, they have a bunch of picks ready to go. I would almost assume, hey, he's not going to get to our next pick. We feel really safe with what he's going to be. He's going to be a big leaguer, has a chance to do a lot of special stuff. Awesome. We like it here. All the other big upside high school guys, potentially, they'll be around. We can't separate them as well right now. We'll get those guys when they come back around. Same thing with your boy, Zion Rose. You were a huge Zion Rose fan last summer. He hits the ball hard. It's something that the Royals definitely key in on. And then they're going to have those next picks. You can get that high school pitching. But talk a little bit about Zion Rose and that pick particularly.
I mean, surprising, obviously, going into it, we thought, Lombard would be one of the next 6, right? As well as Booth. We thought that would be Flora, Booth, Lombard. Those would be the next 3. But obviously Booth went 7. But we weren't speculating on Curiel. Rose in particular, a big surprise. He is a left fielder. I mean, that is what he is. So, again, I think he's going to hit. But as a left fielder, he's going to hit more. And obviously, if he could play center field, I do not think center field is in his cards. But he is a base stealer. He's going to hit for power. He should hit for average. He's going to be an average to above average defender in left field. So you got a pretty complete player right there in Zion Rose. And yes,
let me cut in because in high school, I would have told you Carter Jensen had no chance of catching at the professional level. He's doing it now for them. Zion Rose caught in high school. So I don't know if there's anything in the cards like, hey, maybe we can get 1 day a week from him, but definitely getting the bat there. Then you go to EJ Booth, which I would think anybody who just woke up after 5 years was saying EJ Booth to the Orioles. They understood that fits really well. Burris to the A's. And we had gone back and forth. I think we mocked him to the A's a few times. Just the excitement of the athlete getting him there. And you're definitely not – Burris was not getting past the Braves, I can tell you that much, right? The Atlanta kid. So great pick on Burris there. The excitement of are they going to be called the Athletics in Vegas? I don't even know what the name. The Las Vegas baseball team is really fun. Gracie at 9, I understand it. It's big, physical, sees the ball well. There's value there. He's not getting to that next pick at 26, right? So – got to look at all these picks as paired picks, pushing guys down. And I really don't think the high school class separated itself enough to where we have to have this guy. And then Tyler Bell, our favorite, got to know the Rockies were getting him. And now we're back on with the Nationals who take your favorite bat in this class, Chris Hakopian.
Run of college hitters here. Sit back, and there's several more that could go in this area too. But yes, Hakopian, he may combine bat to ball and power better than anybody in this draft. And he has positional versatility. He has a lot of really good things to like.
Compare him right with the Nationals to Dylan Cruz, that type of bat coming out of high school. How did they differ in the profile?
Well, Cruz is a more dynamic athlete. Cruz has more bat speed, less bat control. Hakopian's a more mature player. I mean, what you see is what you get. You're going to get a steady ball player, potentially an occasional all-star. You're just not getting the ceiling of Dylan Cruz.
It seems to be, hey, what do we need to go after right now? The college guys, right? And to your point on 24, it kind of feels like 24. Guys are getting pushed down. There's a lot of pitching on the board right now for the Angels.
And to your point to Curiel to the Pirates, right? Now they're going 34, 44, 51. You would think at least 2 of those are going to be, for high ceiling preps. What if it's a right-hander, If it's about whatever you think, two of the Pirates' next 3 picks that they just probably saved some money with Curiel there, you're going to apply to 34, 44, 51.
Wow, this has been fun off the jump, and I gotta say, like, right, I'm such a believer in like leadership, right? Leaders have to make important decisions, and a lot of times it goes against the mainstream or whatever is going on. So like, I always appreciate when a scouting director like does not that they would succumb to it, but like, this is what we believe in, this is what we had, we evaluated. We're not listening to the noise of the industry and the collective. This is what we scouted. So like, I always appreciate when guys do that, because I think it takes a lot of confidence to do something like that and to have a full-on plan. And that's what makes our industry so great, right? Scouting is not just science, here it is. Like, no, you need a human element, a person to step in. And in the end, you're saying this guy or that guy, yes or no. And you need a leader to do that.
Certainly do. And coming up here in 2 picks, we talked about the Pirates kind of, setting things in order with Curiel. Cardinals have a chance to set their 5 picks here in order with they're picking 13th overall here pretty soon.
And I said earlier, right, yesterday, I said that Cardinals pick at 13 will kind of define the back half of the first round. Like, it will really dictate a lot that's coming in. I will say, Saif, and thank you everybody who's joining right now on the stream. We're going to be on throughout the rest of day 1, going through the picks, kind of diving between some stories on guys, and just giving you some honest, quick hitting feedback as I like try to find which is the feed going to, trying to dance to the next channel in real time at some point. Do you know how long we're staying on NBC? Is this for like, I was trying to figure that out.
I was under the impression it was just for the first 10 picks.
That's what I thought too. And maybe you know what? Shout out to all of us amateur baseball fans out there, because maybe that there's so many people watching that NBC was like, just keep it running, boys. We're gonna keep going.
Keep rolling, baby. That's a good on the roll adjustment by them, if so.
You know what? It's just the common sense crew getting after it. But the Angels here, it's on MLB Network now. There we go. So I'll have to flip over to MLB Network in the near future here. But Angels, like, Flukey's out there. You got some pitching out there. Does Rabe start coming up? Do you go to the high school ranks? There's a lot of good high school lefties here. It'll be some fun action. But you talked about the Cardinals having all those picks. Really going to set a tone there before we turn to the Marlins and the D-backs.
Who's your prediction here with the Angels at 12, Shooter?
I feel like Flukey. I feel Flukey.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fluky.
but
Okay.
we will check it out here in real time. MLB.com. The pick is in. Angels real time. Oh, wow. There we go. Love it. I'm not going to announce it until it actually happens here, Saif. Let me know when you see it.
You're working ahead of us, too.
Jared Grinlinger from Huntington Beach, a reclass, 2027, upclass to 26, prep baseball All-American. What did they announce him as, Saif? I don't have my sound on here.
I need to turn my
because it's a two-way, big left-handed arm. I think the bat in the end is what guys really like. The bat to ball. He's from SoCal, but probably send him off a two-way. Let him go this summer as a hitter at the bare minimum. But really talented prep from that side of things. Interesting here. The pick. So he was the number 1 player in the 27 class, right? Moves up. Is he a left-handed pitcher? Is he an outfielder? They announce him as an outfielder, Saif. So like the bat is something, and especially with the way the game's pushed towards the bat to ball, his swing decisions and zone percentage, like the stuff from the summer circuit throughout the year was outstanding. You're also getting a guy who's 2 years younger than the majority of the guys going in this first round right now out of the high school ranks. So awesome kid, moxie through the roof. There's some it factor to what Jared Grinlinger brings to the diamond. And I think that's probably why the Angels went with him. Probably live at home. If he goes to the big leagues right from here, he could just live at home in HB. Probably hit some traffic, actually. Probably want to move a little closer to the park with some of that Disney traffic. But huge fan of Jared Grinlinger. Brothers at Tennessee right now. Be a pick in a couple of years. Interesting, again, what the Angels will pair. A lot of these picks will be paired picks. And what they're doing with those guys will be extremely interesting moving forward. Saif, what do you think about that pick from the high school side while we still have some college guys going around?
Yeah, I mean, just maybe they cut a deal with him. They got some other things moving. I mean, it's kind of a little different pick than they were there for a while in the 2020, 21, 22, 23, that area when they went to just the close to the big leagues college guy. Those picks really haven't worked out too well. I mean, Christian Moore was really good. Kind of hit a little bump in the road here. The lefty Detmer started out really good, but that's kind of flamed after year two. The outfielder, first baseman from Florida Atlantic, he looked like a good pick. He was kind of, in a sense, Gracia-esque, right?
Okay.
Just controlled the strike zone, had barely above average power. I know they're different, but at the same time, there's a lot of similar metrics there too. So they've changed gears and went for upside here.
Very nice, very nice. As they're trying to stock up that farm system, and now what will be my most anticipated pick of this first round, as you know how much. What's that?
Set the wheels in motion here with this pick. They're gonna set their total of 5 in the top 75.
And you know what? I wonder if some of those guys up top thought this won't get past the Cardinals. Curiel won't get past the Cardinals. Zion won't get past the Cardinals. We have to get this guy here in the top 10 because the Cardinals have so many picks that they can do a lot later on. So it's, as we wait, too much time between picks right now for my fast-moving brain. Saif, as you know, I'm pulling up some data from last year's draft real quick.
Could I make a quick announcement here, Shooter?
Go for it.
Our simul draft, and I didn't really consult with you. I just didn't think this was consultable because I knew you were already all in. But we're picking with the A's in the simul draft, right? A's pick 7. They pick Burris. But at 7, we are going to go Tyler Bell. So that is our first pick on our simul draft.
It's like it means a lot to me that you knew you didn't even have to give a call or talk to me in the moment.
Yeah, well, you set us up pretty good last year. You've been picking some pretty good high schoolers for us, so we've got a pretty good thing going.
Well, it's similar to all these other guys. You make me feel good about going after high school guys the rest of the way now that we have Tyler Bell in the toolbox here.
I mean, last year, I'm just going to tip the cap to you, right? We took Jamie Arnold. He was nice. We picked with the 15th overall bonus pool, so then we were picking with the Reds. So last year we picked Jamie Arnold as our first pick. Then you threw the hat in the ring for the next 2, getting Johnny Slowinski, and then Josh Owens. And then we both threw our hats in the ring for our 4th pick, Pico Cone. You being Mississippi State, big fan, and me being a big fan of Pico Cone as well. So those were our first 4 last year. And like I said, we're leading off with Tyler Bell this year.
I thought you were going to say just a big fan of left-handed arms in general there in 4th round. But
you could definitely say that as well, though. You would not be wrong.
The Cardinals attacking another prep baseball All-American from the state of Georgia, Etowah High School. Everybody's favorite. I call him, he's the governor, the future governor of Georgia. Trevor Condon, outfielder, undersized as the new 6'4". Dude can absolutely flat out go get it. Not scared in the least. I can't say enough good things about Trevor Condon. Shout out to Ian Smith and Hudson Graham down in Georgia for us since his freshman year, saying this is going to be the guy. This is going to be the guy. And ultimately, teams just couldn't get away from it. And again, Cardinals, that was my pick of the first round. Who do we want to see them take? Of course, it's one of my absolute favorites in the class, Trevor Condon. Yeah,
and every time I kind of go, the anti-short route, you always start throwing back Bazana in my face and JJ Weatherholt, and all those guys. So even though he's a little undersized, he can hit, and that's really what it's all about.
And it's really the direction the game's been going at, like that speed, impact, the bat to ball, things we can develop later on, that power. But hey, what's this guy's future war? What does he bring to the big league level? We're trying to get big leaguers here. And this kid has a chance to really do that and really revitalize what's going to be a hugely important draft for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah, and a question for you, Shooter. What Jacob Lombard, why he was a projected top 5, top 6 overall? What is holding up his selection in your mind?
The one thing, like, what is his signability, right? Everybody toss it out at signability. There were some question marks about the bat throughout. I tend to bet on the athlete. Let's figure some things out. But there's
he's
a
great athlete. Yeah,
he's the best athlete in the class. But there's a certain point where, hey, maybe I want to go to school. But also, you're looking at those picks up top. Maybe guys didn't want to give him $7 million, but they want to give him $5 million. Maybe that's shaved to those picks in the 30s who can clear up some room. But I mean, Miami, Miami's a pretty good place to be. Play at home 3 years from now. You know, be the A-Rod that never actually that did get to campus, right? Like be the A-Rod that gets to campus.
Yeah, I mean, your dad's a big leaguer. Your older brother's going to be a big leaguer. Like, okay.
But I think it's important too, where some teams will not have guys on the board where other teams have it. And the big thing in the scouting world is like, it only takes one team, right? It takes one team to really want you. But it also takes, I think of the NFL draft, like quarterback, like you can go at 9, but if you don't go at 9, you may go at 30. Like there's 10 teams that don't want you. There's certain teams who are not going to take a high school guy, right? We're going to get to a string of college guys coming off the board. There'll be a run of arms, right? Those arms will all come off because they won't get to that second pick. So that's important to see too, but definitely right now. And there were some rumblings right before we got going here that Miami might be excited. And I know we always have a lot of the U fans in our chat here, which they're outstanding. Love the alumni base. Those guys care so much. The U is back. They're doing a great job down there. But Lombard, there's a bunch of guys on day one that they'll be sweating it out, and we'll have to see how things progress throughout the rest of the draft. I'm on like 3 different sites here, making sure I'm tracking.
I'm doing the same.
The YouTube TV. I don't have MLB Network on YouTube TV, so I got to find it at all these different spots.
I mean, as far as our best available right now, right? And it's a little too soon for that, maybe, but we've got, Lombard. He's 3rd overall on our draft board. Carson Bolemon, he's 6th overall, and Gio Rojas, 7th overall on our board. So, and then our next college guy is Ryder Helfrich. A couple catchers, Ryder Helfrich, and then Daniel Jackson. So we'll find out here pretty quick.
I think Tyler Spangler, shortstop with De La Salle. Very interesting to see if he gets paired with the Rockies, or not the Rockies, up top. With the Pirates now. So see what happens there. There's a lot of pairings that I could see some money dancing around as we're heading to the Marlins here. We'll see what they do. I was talking about Dietz, just like they've done so well with left-handed arms recently. Like, does Dietz come into play at 14 where the Marlins could get another big lefty?
Well, I'm a big Zion Rose fan, right? I didn't think he was in play at 6, so certainly Dietz is in play at 14. I mean, it's just that's the draft. Different, like you just said, it only takes one club, right? And then,
go ahead.
What's that?
Go ahead.
As you said, it only takes one club, and then when there's signability and all these other factors that make the Major League Baseball unique, not in the sense that it's better, it just makes it unique. There's so many factors. So yeah, Dietz is definitely a possibility here.
Oh, they're doing the bats again on the MLB draft. That's great. Just looking through last year's draft, we had second rounder Nick Becker got $2.7 million. Aaron Watson, one of the top right-handed arms, he was picked 51, got 2.7. So you start looking at those right-handers like pick 51. They're still getting a lot of cash down that low. Last year was kind of an anomaly. This is more like 24 laden. The 4th highest bonus in 24 is the Nationals' Luke Dickerson, second round 3.8. There are a lot of second rounders getting over 3 million in 24, including Ryan Sloan, who's doing great.
It looks like a Lombard will be staying home, but it won't be as a Hurricane.
Wow, the Marlins select the hometown kid. Gotta love that. And he's going to feel just at home. I know my boy Steph and Rhett the Jet are going to put up the image of him making some dynamic plays at shortstop at the Prep Baseball All-American game this year, where he was the MVP. I should get that video cooking over here. Positionally, Lombard off the board, Emerson off the board. Spangler still there from the shortstop side. No Seif. You were hating on the small guys, Aiden Ruiz. So we'll see where he ends up here.
Yeah, I need to probably stop that because Drew Burrows, obviously, he's going to be a dude. He went 8th overall. So maybe I got to give the short a little credit, but yeah.
I'm curious. I'm still looking at all the signing bonuses. So like in 24, which this feels more similar to this high school class, where last year was like so many first rounders, right, from the high school side. So all the money's up front. This is more spread out to 1, 2, 3, 4 second rounders with 3 million plus. You got another couple second rounders with 2.5. Boston Bateman, Bryce Message, Griff Burkholder, Wyatt Sanford, David Shields, tons of second rounders. Joey Oki gets 2 million, a right-hander in the 3rd round. Trey Gregory Alford, the 11th round, getting 2 million. So pushing that kind of dynamic and profile down the board. So those right-handers that we think are really special, have a chance to be special. We'll see what happens here. Say, what about Helfrich? Now we still have catchers on the board. Do you think those catchers start coming off anytime soon?
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously fallen a bit. You know, if you were to check in about the midway point through the year, he was slam. Helfrich was a slam dunk top 10 overall pick. But I think as the season wore on, he swung and missed a little bit more. And despite his advanced defensive skills, not only with like receiving, blocking, throwing, he's an advanced pitch caller too, right? Since he did it his entire career at Arkansas. But yeah, I think with just how catching goes, like Cal Raleigh, right? Third rounder, all-star. Catchers kind of come from more of a variety of rounds than anyone. So to go all in on a catcher for this type of money this high, I can see the hesitation.
Especially with what it seems like the outfielders are able to do. And the other thing to take into account are again, the player development aspect. What do we think we can do to take this guy to another level? And if you see some hidden value and stuff that you can extract as an organization, that's massive, right? Like, what can we get out of this? Can we get a 10-year all-star, right? The Braves are looking at AJ Gracia like, this guy we got at 9. We can do a lot with this, especially if we pair it with 26. Hakopian dropping down, like yearly, we see this happen. And every team that takes these guys in the first round, right? They love that pick. They're like, we stole this from these guys. They didn't know what they were doing. So they all kind of say that to themselves.
Well, sometimes that guy just falls in your lap too. Like when you have the good drafts, you're sitting in there and guys that you want, they're always there. And it's like you leave that feeling so good. And then some years you get your pocket picked 3 times in the top 10 rounds and you leave there feeling, gosh, because you get your pocket picked in the 3rd round, it just seems to follow you the rest of the top 10 rounds, at least a couple of the rooms that I sat in over the years. So it goes both ways.
I'm looking at some of the questions we have here. Well, there we go. Gio Rojas what are the chances Gio Rojas gets to Texas? I would say not a chance at all. Maybe does he go to the Rangers? We'll see. I think he'd also be a draft soft. So it's interesting with Carson Bowman too. Like, hey, this is a draft soft. Is this a guy who could, get to school? Maybe not. Those are some things that take into consideration. We already got one reclass off the board, the top 27. Jared Grindlayer coming off there. But things are going to keep moving as the D-backs come out. I love that Lombard pick to Miami. Is there anything better, like to get the Miami kid to stay home and you have the organization, get some excitement around it? It's insane makeup. Very few, if any, have the type of makeup that Jacob Lombard has. And I do think his best days obviously are ahead of him. He's got a big chance to make jumps in the next 2 years, similar to what his brother did.
Yeah, a lot of Curiel, he's a Pennsylvania kid, correct?
Curiel's no, he's SoCal. That's an Orange Lutheran.
Oh, he's SoCal.
Just another Orange Lutheran Trinity League first rounder. Just roll him out, buddy.
Why did I have? I didn't have him penciled in the hallway of New Jersey, but for some reason I had Curiel in my mind.
Well, Fluky's a hallway Heat guy, so I'm sure he'll be coming here soon.
True. Okay. It'll make me feel better. Got to get some more.
Even that, I'm like looking ahead. Okay, the Dodgers still sitting there. We've been talking about for a while that Cubs, Mariners, Brewers, like what college pitching might be left there that ultimately they're able to grab as Ryder Helfrich comes off the board here to the D-backs.
There we go.
We got like the stream, the website, everything's on a different time cadence. But Ryder Helfrich, tell me about him. And like the D-backs also have a bunch of picks. Why are they going to love Ryder Helfrich?
I love the pick. I mean, the D-backs, I think, just straight evaluators. They are one of the best evaluating organizations for the amateur draft. Just in my experience, they're really, really good. Again, Helfrich at the midseason point, he was probably a top 10 overall pick. I mean, he had everything in motion. He was hit with powers, hitting with average. His swing and miss was improved from the previous year. We got into the second half further and further. There's a little bit more swing and miss, but still improved from seasons past. So I think that's the biggest thing for him. Offensively, he improved every year he was in college. Defensively, he did as well. He didn't really need to, but he did. I mean, there's plus arm. He's a really good receiver, especially sticking that low pitch and bringing it back into the zone, just kind of doing it on the way up as far as opposed to catching and taking it down and out, but he's always been really good on receiving that pitch. But he's a good receiver. He's got plus arm strength. Blocking's average, above average, but overall he's an above average defender already. So worst case, if you're going, what is his floor? His floor is a long-time major league backup. That's his floor. So to get him at 15, knowing that's his floor, he's going to be on your major league club in some role for quite a while. I really like it because if you get anything out of his bat, then you have an all-star.
Who can hit? He hits it hard, right? Like that's
Right.
when you
Hits
breaking
it
it down. Rangers, this could be an interesting pick. Like there's a lot of directions that they can go in. Dietz again, like I keep bringing it up, like left-hander, performed in the SEC, battled back through some adversity. There's a ton of college pitching still on the board. Fluky's there too, has some unique pitch profiles. And then you bring in the high school guys, right? We got a ton of like high upside high school type guys. Last year they take Gavin Feen, big time right-handed bat. They flip him over for I believe Mackenzie Gore, right? He was part of that Mackenzie Gore trade to the Nationals with Devin Fitzgerald, one of our former favorites here at Prep Baseball. But a lot of different directions that the Rangers would come in. What are you going with here?
I almost have to go high school. There's really no on the college side. I like a lot of players. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Andrew Jackson, as you know. Cam Fluky, you just mentioned him earlier. A lot of other good pitching, Hunter Dietz being one of them. But at this point, I'm almost leaning to the high school guy. So you have Carson Boleman on the board, and we have Gio Rojas. For me, it's a pick 'em because I know putting them 6 and 7 overall on our final draft board for you is like splitting hairs. So we're splitting hairs again. So I would probably have to defer to you while you pick Boleman over Rojas, but I'm just going the next best guy on our board.
I don't think you can go wrong there. Both of them move exceptionally well. Bowman's a little more polished, where he's coming with pitch package. I think Bowman's in the AA in 18 months. Like this moves super quick. I also think Rojas's upside is way beyond what a lot of people have seen. Like I think he can make some more advancements on the mound and hasn't spent quite as much time with pitch design and whatever you may have from that pitching player development side of things. So good pick for him here. But those two, I don't think you can go wrong. And I think you could see some of those guys come off in a hurry. What about like Fluky? Where does Fluky might be in play with the Astros? You start even the Reds. We're starting to get a little lower down. Do you think there's a chance where he might slide any more here?
I wouldn't say he's sliding. I think this is about the area where I know at the beginning of the year he was far up there, right? Then he made a few starts and got hurt, was out, 8 weeks, came back. His first outing after he came back was really good. People were left there, oh, yeah, he's definitely top 10. He's that guy. But then the next couple of times out, he just never gathered back the polish, never took the rust off the control. And I think that is a concern. It's a little bit longer arm action, but it is a beautiful breaking ball. It is a power hammer. You know, he's a mid-90s guy. But I just think to say he's fallen here, I think he kind of fell to this area after his comeback. So I do expect him to go any time, but I do know the reservation is like, is this rust here since he came back, you know, towards the end of the 2026 season, is it just rust or is this the guy is this the guy long term? So I would expect Fluky to go within the next 5 picks. With all that said, though, if he's really not healthy, if his medical kit came up with some question marks, then that's a different ballgame altogether.
Well, Scythe, you're spot on as Gio Rojas comes off the board here to the Rangers, another Prep Baseball All-American who dynamic athlete. What I love about Rojas, and I think it's a calm demeanor, almost like super relaxed at all times, but it's an intense competitor. He walks between the lines, and for as much he's kind of carefree, he's laser focused in understanding what he's doing on the mound and his competitive nature. That was the thing that stood out to me. Got to see him the last 4 years, right? He moves from Colorado to South Florida at the legendary Stoneman Douglas program. And I do think his upside is something that's going to be remarkable because he's such a good athlete. He's a right-handed hitter. He's given like 4-1, 4-2 times down the line because he always hit. Every tournament he was at, yes, he's pitching, but he also wanted to compete and hit 3rd and 4th. Did the same thing with USA. But he's an ultra competitor. And I think when you get a guy like that who you don't really need to motivate, he is motivated by wanting to be the best and has that natural moxie. I think that's super important. The reason why he was a 2-time prep baseball All-American and now headed to Texas to be part of the Rangers org. Astros on the board. Hey, we got some Texas action back to back here. What do you think about that, Saif?
Texas action back to back.
Yeah, Astros. We go Rangers right to Astros.
Man, I really like what the Astros do year in and year out. I'm a big fan of their organization. They've had the tendency to go with they don't really care. They care about swing and miss, but they kind of, hey, let's roll the dice. This guy swings and misses a little bit, but he's super athletic. So I think right here might be a good spot. Now, I would not take him here because, like I said earlier, I think he's somebody's second pick. But I think this would be a great spot for Justin LeBron to Houston because they don't seem to mind as much as most with that swing and miss.
Is that like Pena 2.0?
What's that?
Pena 2.0? You elevate like a Pena type?
Yeah, I think they were confident in Pena's lack of, they were confident in his bat to ball. They did not foresee the power. And I know that for a fact. That's coming from the horse's mouth with people that were in the draft room that year. Houston selected him. So I think they surprised themselves with that pick on the power that Pena showed, not really so much the bat to ball. But the Nebraska shortstop was their first rounder, 2 or 3 years ago. They were super athlete, had pop great hands. His name escapes me right now. I could find it real quick, but I just think he's kind of that type. And I think LeBron fits kind of what they're doing right now. So we have him 33 on our draft board. That's just, again, that kind of marked my preference for he's got to be somebody's second pick as opposed to your first pick. But I would not be surprised if he was a Houston Astro here shortly.
Wow. I like it, Saif. Saif stamping it down. Justin LeBron heading to Houston. What's your favorite pick so far?
My favorite pick, obviously I'm a huge Tyler Bell fan. To get him 10th, I think the Rockies probably have, I hate to say the best pick of the draft so far, but for where they're picking, I'm going with Rockies with Tyler Bell at 10 as far as the best, my most favorite pick right now. And I'm also a huge Von Lackey fan. And I understand he went 3. I mean, it was the big 3 right there going in some order, and that's the order they fell. But just for the Twins to get I think the guy's going to be a 10-time All-Star. I really, really do.
Hey, speaking of the Twins, Walker Jenkins was one of my favorite picks. I don't know if you saw the video last week. He was in AAA St. Paul. Kids out there, right? They have Kids Day. They go out there for the anthem. So kid's standing next to him. He notices the kid kind of like wobbling, almost like he's going to pass out, seizure, something like that. Walker Jenkins, middle of the anthem, immediately grabs the kid, lifts him up like a baby, runs him over to the side to help him out. It was like he was one of my favorite kids. Makeup, everything about him, and to see him do that was incredible. So shout out to Walker Jenkins. But we're going to pivot that to what –
Can we erase what I said in the last minute about Justin LeBron and the Houston Astros' tendency to to not mind the swing and miss because they just picked somebody who was anti everything I just said.
Well, Logan Hughes goes from Texas Tech. I got to tell you a fun story about Logan Hughes, Saif, right? Logan Hughes went to Stetson, right? Was that where he committed? He transferred from?
Originally, yeah.
I seen he's committed to Stetson at the Florida preseason All-State. Right? Showcase, preseason All-State. And like this dude bangs. Like I love this swing. Like he's committed to Stetson, but he walks in there, right? Like he owns the joint on the barrel throughout. Everything moves, right? Like, right, you're just evaluating the tools. This guy's got a shot to really hit. And then kind of lose sight of him, right? He's going to Stetson. He plays really well there. Then he goes over. You start talking about him in the summer. And I'm like, Logan Hughes, I know that name. That was that guy I saw in Florida who looked great. I was there with Caden Hatcher, Rocco Iovesi, our guys down in Florida. So he's been one that we followed since then. Like we talk offline about Logan Hughes, like this dude's going to rake. What's Logan Hughes doing? Ends up going in the first round. What did the Astros identify? What are they hoping for with Logan Hughes?
He has good exit velocity. He's not great. I mean, he's I think 113 was his max. So it's above average to plus, but his bat to ball is excellent. So basically they identified a hitter. I mean, Hughes is it's a left field arm. It's a 30 arm, at least the one I saw. It's a 35 runner, but it is overall it's a 40 defender, but he's gonna He's going to rake in left field for you, and he's going to really have to hit with with his other really three non-contributory tools, I guess you could call them. But I think they're forecasting a 300 hitter with 25 home runs, and that certainly plays.
Are they hoping for James Tibbs? Is a James Tibbs type pick?
Yeah, it's a great comp. And I think Tibbs is in AAA right now. He's part of that 2024 class. I think Tibbs is in AAA hitting 290, right? So there's so many hitters from that class who hit. So makes you think the analytics have figured out college hitters, right?
Yeah, gotta love that. I'm looking at Astros are at 4.8 as the slot here. Are we going full slot at
I would say definitely not.
3.5 or above?
What? I'm sorry. What is the slot again?
3.5 slots 4.8.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right there. Well, give me what is the 30th overall pick? Sorry, you got them all right there. I should be looking at myself. What's the 30th overall pick?
30th is 3.19.
Okay, so 3.2 to 3.5, somewhere in there. Sure.
So Astros, how are we going to pair this pick? So they're saying pretty much they thought somebody would pick their pocket, maybe the Mets or the Braves with 26. Would he not have fit to the Braves potentially? So who will they pair? Do you think they'll go high school at 28, or do you think they're sticking to their college roots?
Let me see here, shooter. I gotta deep dive this a little bit more here.
Every time that the plot we lose the plot in the first round, it's just music to my ears because those high school guys being pushed down and getting paid becomes more likely.
Yeah, 17 and 28. Maybe we predicted Stroh-Snyder, so maybe that's a possibility, right? Because there's swing and miss, there's risk there. So now you got your college bat that's almost a sure bet to hit, and then another one with huge tools, can play the middle of the diamond, hopefully, with power, with everything in Stroh-Snyder. So maybe between the two, I'm not sure, but you wouldn't think they'd have to save a lot of money to pick him at 28. So let's maybe shift gears then in that regard. Who's going to be? You tell me who's going to be the highest, the toughest sign for them at 20. Who's going to be on the board at 28? Who's the toughest sign prep? If that's a way to look at it.
I don't like to feel too much in who will sign, but there's a lot of good arms out there. You know how difficult it is the prep righty, but it is such a good class that is Blake Bryant there. What happens with Borthwick? Because when we were going through our whole mock draft purpose, it's hard to take the prep righty. It's how many did I say? There were 3 or 2 that won. One that won the first round the last 2 years of 19 7-figure bonuses. One went in the first round, Seth Hernandez last year. So how far can you push these guys down? What's the separation? Do we think that more will be available? There is a lot of quantity this year with regards to the quality of those prep righties. Maybe trying to see if you can get one of those college arms as the Reds come to play. Saif, why don't we talk about Justin LeBron to the Reds?
Let's rewind 3 minutes and again, right? This was the area he was going to go. I mean, early in the year, he was early in the year, he was up there with Chalowski, right? He was in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Lackey kind of replaced him, but LeBron, when I saw him this spring, he just kind of seemed bored, for lack of a better word, kind of almost disinterested, like he wanted to play, but it was going through the motions in infield. He's so gifted with his hands that he doesn't need to move his feet, so he starts reaching and picking for everything. And, obviously we know that what happens then. And he was missing routine. He's botching routine plays. The swing and miss that had always been there with the slider, it was – I guess was playable at the beginning, but then it caught up to him. So there really wasn't any improvement in that. And then if you just look at the raw statistics, the tools being the same over the years, the tools really never got better. They're always really good. It's 5 tools with a questionable hit tool in there, but the stats never got any better. In fact, the stats got worse. I don't have them in front of me, but I do know the average went down, the power went down, the swing and miss stayed about the same. So it's really there's a lot of risk in his profile. And again, I'll just go back to why I would pick him with my second pick, not necessarily my first. But if you're in the Reds draft room, you're looking at if you're going to college, you're looking at other guys who have holes in their resumes as well. You know, Daniel Jackson, there's some swing and miss. Fluky, is he healthy? Where's that control? Cade Townsend, and these are all guys that we have rated above LeBron. Cade Townsend, you know, worried about the fastball shape and his size. Hunter Dietz, man, the dude just threw 90 innings after Tommy John surgery. He had thrown like 3 or 4 innings combined the previous 2 years. Liam Peterson, right? Fastball shape. Control hasn't always been there. Tegan Kuhns, it's the breaking ball. It's the off-speed. Well, I guess it's more the spin concerns with Tegan Kuhns, right? Sawyer Straussnider, we talked about him earlier. Great athlete, great tools, but they're swing and miss. So there's what you got. Those were all the guys above LeBron.
Here's what I'll say about that pick. Something that the ceiling level will not be around for the Reds at 58. They don't pick again until 58. So 18 to 58. Don't have a huge pool. Let's see what their ultimate pool is for the Reds. It's 10 million. So they're going to separate a little bit, but like the type of ceiling that LeBron brings is not there. So let's get this guy here, and then we'll continue to fix up the rest of the draft.
And I 100% agree with your statement on the ceilings are not going to be there when you pick next. But I also know that for my first pick, I don't want to miss. You can't miss on. I mean, teams do all the time, right? But
yeah,
if you go into that draft and with one goal, you just can't miss on your first pick. So even if you get a guy who only turns out to be a 10-WAR career guy, at least you didn't miss on him, right? And yeah, you're right. LeBron could be a 70 career WAR guy, but the chances are he's not going to be. Just history tells you that.
And now we got the Guardians, who last year were fitting a wonderful basketball team and football team because they were getting square-shouldered, 6'4", 6'5". We were filling out uniforms only. Jason Lavalette, a kid from Oklahoma State, the Michigan bat, who's actually doing pretty well. What do you think they do this year? Do they go back to their roots and get the arm?
Yeah.
Find us shapes. Who has fastballs? Who can throw good stuff? Is there a Bowman chance? I'll be curious to see what happens with the guards, who I think are leading. Are they leading the Central? Let's check it out.
There we go. Speaking of lack of shapes. But, I mean, undeniable stuff, size. He has it all. The fastball shape and the control might not be there, but Liam Peterson to the guards.
So big righty, up to 100. Powerful stuff. They've gone with Gavin Williams in the past, right? Like this kind of gets into that Gavin Williams era. Like Peterson, there's some reliever concern, right? Getting around the second time of the lineup. The Guardians seem to do an incredible job, right, with the pitching, right? And if you identify something, we're going to make this tweak. And now we just got a number 2 starter because everybody else couldn't see that unidentified issue.
You might even have a number 1 starter with how big his stuff is. Yes. And right, there are several organizations that do an incredible job developing pitchers, and the guards are definitely one of those. So
shout out to Liam Peterson, another SEC arm coming off the board. Maybe the first of a few here. We go into a string of arms. What do you think now?
Yeah, I mean, the next arm for us is you know, in the college demographic would be Cam Fluky. And behind him, we have Townsend. He's kind of fallen a little bit, not in my mind. This is the industry mind, and this is the draft, and you're asking about soon. So my mind, Cade Townsend is right there with Fluky. And then industry, Hunter Dietz, if you want to go left-handed, Tegan Kuhns from Tennessee. Those would be our next four. And then if you want to dip down a little bit on our board with a couple more lefties, Cole Carlone from Arizona State, Mason Edwards, probably too early for him, but man, that curveball is attractive. That deception is attractive. Mason Edwards from USC was, from Southern Cal would be another good name.
Very interesting. A question on here about the Miami commits that are still on the board. John Moore, I think John Moore is probably going to look into that second, early third round. So be sweating that out a little later on. Couture the same way, maybe late on this day in the 4th round into early day 2. We'll see what happens there. And then Von Valkenburg, he's in the prep righty mix, like really good. We'll see what the signability is. We don't know the actual signability. Not going to report on that here, but super talented. Pretty much want one of those 3 guys. Like if Miami gets one of those 3 guys, you'll be fine. doing a good job on the portal. Now, as most of our college baseball fans, Syfe, know, like the portal starts the pecking order of like what's coming in. What do we have? Who's coming back? What's the portal look like? Even to their concern at Miami, the Wake Forest kid that transferred over there. Is it Morningstar? Who was the Wake righty?
Blake Morningstar. Yeah. Yeah. He just he really scuffled this year. He's definitely has the stuff, but just really scuffled.
So he's one to like follow closely. Moore is definitely the bat to ball impact speed type guy. That's kind of what some teams, and again, some teams are different than others. Who values this? Some guys may not have him on the board, some may. So we shall see what happens with that. As some of the prep guys have already opted for school. As I saw, Lucas Naraki, LSU, put out an article this week. If you haven't checked it out yet, it will be very much meaningless by the end of today, depending on what happens. So if you check it out, some keys, I thought a key to LSU's class was whether or not Lucas Naraki made it to campus. Right? There are certain guys, they were just going to lose. Like, these guys are going pro. This is going to happen. He was like the hit or miss. Will this be a guy who gets to campus? He took his name out. Two-way, Syfe, I've told you in the past, you haven't seen him, but like a Christian Chamberlain type arm. So think like undersized lefty, mid to upper 90s, crazy spin, but David DeLucci in the outfield who can really swing it. I think he's got a shot to really step right in at LSU, and it was a huge pickup for the Tigers. And I'll tell you, Jay Johnson just stays winning. Like, getting guys to campus, right now there is nobody who can do what he does at LSU, and the pull of the purple and gold in Alex Box Stadium. As much as it pains me to stay as a Tulane guy, they're doing a great job getting those guys to campus and balancing it with the portal. And they will be definitely back next year with that frontline staff they have.
You lost Wax, though. That's a tough one.
Did you really have to dig? I know the knife is already in me there, and you just started to twist it by losing Jason Wax.
Sorry about that. I'm going to the Cape. I'll see him in a week. So I'll give you the full scoop then.
You know what? I hope he opts to go back home like the day before you get there, maybe, just so you can't see him and
do your Tulane telepathy, and then he'll be gone. But according to our mock, the Red Sox just got their pocket picked because the guards took Liam Peterson. So. We mocked Peterson to the Red Sox, so we'll see what they can come up with. Now they just had their pocket picked.
And the Red Sox last year taking all those arms, right? The SEC arms. Anthony Ianson, right, exploded. You are the biggest Anthony Ianson guy. You couldn't believe, honestly.
Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry. Forget we can finish on the Ianson. Yeah, I could not for the mind of me. I couldn't figure why he went in the third round. I was. As you know me, every pick after like 25 was like Ianson. But anyway, I think we just had the surprise of the entire draft right here. So
I'll get that in 1 second. Any team that gets Townsend, the same way Syfe felt about Ianson is kind of what Townsend is gonna, I think, have a chance to be this year. Syfe, who's Jake Schaffner, UNC, that the Red Sox just took?
Yeah, shortstop from North Carolina. He rose the entire year. He's a transfer. He's a portal guy last year from North Dakota State. Has tools, but tools aren't really his number one tool. His number one tool is he can just flat play the game. He makes a routine play at shortstop. He'll probably stay there over the long term. He's got really good bat to ball. He has speed. He has enough arm strength. He's just a really good overall complete player, but there's really nothing that sticks out. I want to comp him to the North Carolina shortstop that was a first rounder. Gosh, I'm going to date myself, maybe 10 years ago, and I will come up with his name here shortly. He didn't exactly play to be a first rounder, but I want to say it was around 2014. I'll come up with that name soon. But yeah, Schaffner, just more ball player, gritty performer. Did really well at the College World Series. Obviously upped his value there, but certainly no matter what, surprise pick. We had him more as a third rounder.
Syfe, I'll say this. Just another Wisconsin shortstop going in the first round. Just tee it up there. SoCal, they're coming for you. With their cheeseheads, they're coming to get you and all your shortstops. But a Wisconsin shortstop heads in from Janesville. Janesville's not too – how far away from you is Janesville?
About 3 hours. But Janesville, this must be – I don't think Terry Ryan is he might be advising. I don't think he's in Boston. Maybe he's in, but if he's in Boston advising, that was a Terry Ryan pick because Terry Ryan is from Janesville. So
Janesville's not far from Beloit. That's where I was.
Right the road, yeah. It's not even less than half an hour. Probably. It's on the way to Madison. Everything's on the way to Madison. So.
Oh yeah, Madtown. Shoot. Speaking of which, we need a Wisconsin baseball team. As we got 5-5. No, if we have no high school kids going, I think Wisconsin at this point, we're just throwing away talent. We got to keep talent in state, right? We got the hockey team, football, hoops. Let's go. Bring a baseball team home. Throw up a dome. Go play in Milwaukee. Whatever you got to do. Let's get Madtown some baseball action there. But Schaffner, what are the Red Sox doing here? I mean, they've done it multiple times in the past where like, hey, why not take the third rounder here and then push this down? What does this free up as I get the accounting work in here for you, Mr. Seif? Red Sox have one of the lower draft pools with 8.2, and slot here is 4.3. Did they get a guy for 3.5 or are we going full?
I think they got a guy for half a slot at most. I mean, this is the organization that took York in the first round, right? Like, it's just, I don't know. It's just, this is one you just sit there and scratch your head. Like, he is a good player, but you can get him. You can get him with your next pick.
At 67 is their next pick. 67.
Hey, we'll never know. We'll never find out. But 67, that's a second round pick. You could have got that player there. Now, if you're picking him here, then you have big plans for 67, and maybe they threw all their money at some high school prep guy, just like the Giants did with Harrison years ago, right? They gave him $3 million in the third. Maybe they're going to give some guy $4 million here with pick 67, a prep that is really fun. I don't know.
Paired picks.
A super surprising pick.
I think the Padres I think this might be year 10 in a row of prep players for the Padres. And Coleman Borthwick's still on the board here. Bowman's still on the board here. You almost think, right? The Padres lefty, big lefty. Let's take him. Bowman here.
I mean, just we're Schaffner tool wise, right? It's max. His max exit velocity is 109, which is below average. He's a 50 defender. He's sure-handed, so he might be a 55 defender in his area, but it's not like his plus range or anything. Average to above average runner, that plays there. I mean, he's instinctive, so the speed definitely plays. 45, 50 arm, just enough arm to make an ability to throw from different angles. It's a 45 arm strength, pure grade, but it's it probably plays close to 50. So you're not really getting the type of athlete normally, but you are certainly getting a very, very good ball player.
Well, to all you out there, it's going to take Seif about 5 more picks to get over the Schaffner pick by the Red Sox there at 20. But in the meantime, we're going to go to my favorite, Big Daddy righty from the Panhandle. Coleman Borthwick is heading to the Padres, the number 1 right-hander in the class. And Seif, we talked about the prep righties, like where could they go? Because it becomes hard to mock to what they're going to do because teams get a little hesitant about it. Coleman Borthwick, and this is probably out of bounds to say, it's Skeens-esque. He's 6'6", 250, exceptional mover, two-way guy. He is tough as nails on the bump, expect success. It's going to be a triple digits fastball in the end. Low slot, high height, big durable frame. The slider continued to tick up. I thought East Coast Pro, I talked about it, like a 60, 70. It was the jumps that he made there. And not that it was remedial by any standpoint, but I think that the pitch design and advancements he can continue to make are what allow him to be potentially that frontline type guy. But the other thing, Seif, you would love about him, all this dude does is throw strikes. That's all he does. Comes in. We had him at the NPI at Lake Point a couple years ago. I can remember the first inning he's playing third base because he was a hitter. He had a chance to be a two-way at Auburn. The starting pitcher walks the first 3 guys. Okay, Seif? No warm-up. Coleman Borthwick, they walk out, they put him in. He proceeds to strike the next 3 guys out, and he goes 6 innings, struck out 15. And I'm talking, he is throwing balls by guys. No warm-up. He didn't even do Houston Street warm-up during, like, between innings. It was flat out cold, mound, 8, I'm good to go, pumping from the first pitch, 94, 95. Gold medal, huge stuff. Can't say enough about Coleman Borthwick. big fan, another 2-time prep baseball All-American. And, Scythe, he also won the home run derby there in Miami.
That's pretty good.
So it's a loss for college baseball that Auburn will not be getting the services of Coleman Borthwick here, but it was an expected loss. Shout out to the guys at South Walton, such a great crew down there. I had such a great experience at their tournament each year, which also featured another guy who's probably going to go very soon here, Cole Prozac from Magnolia Heights in Mississippi. But the prep righty comes off the board. This is curious now, Scythe, because Bowman's not off the board and did not have the big spring that mitigates risk. It makes me feel warm and fuzzy that it's 95 to 98. He was not there the same way he was last summer, 93 to 96, 4 pitches for strikes, gold medal, does all the big games. Somebody's waiting in the wings just saying, how in the world did he get here? On the other hand, Scythe, he would be a draft-eligible sophomore. At what point do you think that starts to come into play, right? We've talked about some of these guys go off to school, Cam Appenzeller, Jack Bauer. They become the first-rounders 3 years from now, 2 years from now. Look at Derek Curiel. Derek Curiel is not a first-rounder 2 years ago. He's the number 5 pick this year. Same thing with Tyler Bell. Bet on myself. Oh, you're not going to pay me here, Rays? You're not going to take me in the first round? Well, I'm going to go to school, and I'll be a first-rounder at pick 10. So there's a chance stuff like this can happen. So we'll see what happens here.
Do I go? Can I go back to pick 21 last time? I sort of did last time.
You know what, Scythe? I think this may be the trend. So you keep going back to Schaffner whenever you want. Okay.
I just wonder. Well, I'll be done after this. The guy I told you reminded me of first rounder from 2015 from North Carolina. Really similar to Logan Warmoth is the name I was trying to think of.
Okay.
Warmoth was taken 22nd overall, where Schaffner was 20th, both from North Carolina, and it's just a similar player, right? More a ball player than a tools player, and there we go. I just wanted to throw that name out there because I finally came back to my memory.
I'll also say Jack Blomgren was a Janesville kid too. So just the pipeline that's rolling out. I'm telling you, Southern California, your shortstops better stay hot because Wisconsin's coming for you. It is happening.
Yeah, Gavin Lux was from east of there. It's a little different area of the state, but yeah, there's another one for him.
So. I'm going through my my Adam Schefter phone situation here, trying to piece through all the notes and what guys are sending over. And shout out to our entire network. Nobody's as hyper local as we are. The background stories and just the fans of each of these players that are state directors or many scouts on the ground who, honestly, I get to stand on the shoulders of how good they are and be front facing with this. So shout out to all those guys for sending this stuff and putting in all that work as the Tigers step to the clock and they say, Cam Flukie, let's do it, buddy. Cam Flukie to the Tigers at pick 22, Scythe. What are we feeling?
Good pick. Really good pick. Again, going into the season was a top 10 overall projection. After his third start, I believe he went on the shelf for 8 weeks, came back, wasn't the same guy. He had similar velocities and such. It just was not the same guy with his control. But I hate to say bargain pick because he's certainly not a bargain pitcher, but really good pick. Really, especially if the medical all checked out, really good pick.
Do you think this starts a string of the college guys? I'm just eyeing the Cubs and seeing, again, the shapes, right? Brabe, Townsend, Tegan Kuhns, we're in the college arm section right now before the high school guys start coming off as we approach the comp round. But obviously I'm a Flukie guy. He's a Jersey guy, got his back at all times, throws 100. I always looked at him like a new age Weaver, Jared Weaver. And
right. But yeah, body type wise, yeah. But I mean, it's Weaver was a big sinker guy, correct? Am I thinking correctly?
I'm just thinking the longer arm path and but hey, instead I'm over the top. I'm gonna get the huge vert. I'm gonna be able to get tons of swing and miss up top. Right. Probably the question marks is he predicated to the Beal curve? Does he need the velocity to get those swings and misses at the top? I don't know. When talking to some coaches that faced him, especially after he came back, it was we had no shot against that. I thought he made some great developments with the breaking ball. That was one of my issues in high school because he and Steven Echeverria was flip a coin. Echeverria, the A's take out of high school, $3 million. Flukie then goes to school. He's probably going to get the $4 million. Another BPC hallway heat guy for you, Scythe, because as Wisconsin churning out all the shortstops, South Jersey, they are just going to throw in hallways and throw as hard as they can. They also got the hitters though too. I will say Trevor Cohn's a hallway heat guy, and he'll be up with the Giants pretty soon. But Cam Flukie, can't say enough, because it was very interesting, kind of similar in high school, where some guy, it was almost like he got hidden and guys walked away from it because to the same extent as some of the Jersey guys, right? Like they kind of go in flux. The weather's not great. You get a cold day. This happens. He goes off to school, continues to get better. And Coastal, what a great job those guys did in developing, like getting guys on the campus, developing, whether it's Caden Bodine, another South Jersey guy. I promise I'll stop talking Jersey guys now. But just a really good job developing, now heading over to South Carolina, kicking in the door in the SEC. So shout out to Coach Schnall and the rest of the crew there as the Cubbies. Is it your Cubbies? Are you a Cubby guy?
Big Cubby guy, yes.
Really? Really? So are you a PCA guy? Because I'm a P Crow all the way.
Yes. So is my son. Corbin Carroll and PCA are his two guys, and I'm just a Cubs fan. I mean, obviously I like PCA, but I was an '80s kid. Ryan Sandberg, Andre Dawson. I can even go back to Fergie Jenkins. So yeah, it's been in my blood for a long, long time.
Did I ever tell you a story about Ryan Sandberg, like when I was first playing in the Midwest League?
No, but you tell yours and I'll tell mine.
Oh, he's coaching. It was when he was managing, right? It was probably like my second start. I just signed, whatever. A play happens at first base. He goes to argue it. He ran directly over the mound, right? Like, you don't do that. He's a Hall of Famer. I'm from Jersey. I'm a Yankees guy. Like, I could care less who this guy is. He goes back, and I popped off a little bit. Obviously, he pops off. Rhino, like that's what he was, and that's why you loved him. But it was like a welcome to professional baseball type moment, and like a shout out from an 80s, 90s baseball player. Like, that's how they played. Like, yeah, screw you. I'm gonna kick dirt. Ran directly over the mound.
Well, that's okay. I like that story. You just prompted me to tell two stories just by your. So I am a junior at Illinois, and we travel. It was a year after Augie Greta left, right? So Augie was at Fullerton, Illinois, back to Fullerton. Then obviously we know he went to Texas. But so we traveled out there my junior year. We're playing at Fullerton. I'm pitching. Phil Nevin pops it up to the second baseman. So he pops up, he jogs down to first base, and he does the U-turn and comes back in front of the mound on his way back to the third base dugout. And I popped off. I said, weak sauce. He just stared my shit. And he went 1-1 over all that year. So I had no business saying that. But it was a pretty big rivalry seeing, that the coach from Illinois the previous 4 or 5 years was, now back in the Fullerton dugout. So that's my popping off story on the mound. So,
hey, you got to own the mound, Coach.
I tried to own it. I certainly did. I probably fired them up more than I should have, but my mistake there. But so then my Ryan Sandberg story, right? Huge Sandberg fan, grew up just in awe of him all the time. Phillies organizational meetings, right? I think it's 2010, 2011. And I'm usually pretty good with I don't get starstruck. I can pretty much meet anybody for the most part. So we're going in there. We sit down in the organizational meetings, and I'm just sitting there. Ryan Sandberg sits next to me, right? He doesn't know me from anybody else, right? I think I was still an area scout at that point, and sits next to me, and I obviously know who he is, and I can't say a word to him. I'm sitting there, he totally. But after a while, at least we actually had a regular conversation. But he brought out a side of me that usually doesn't happen. So anyway, back to the draft, Shooter.
Well, you know what? I think we may have Scythe back on track after those last few picks, because a Scythe favorite is now headed to Cubbyland. And you know what? I kind of anticipated this might happen, but Cade Townsend and his super shapes are going to Wrigleyville.
4-pitch guy. They're all weapons. I know the fastball, the shape of it. It's a rider, but it's not a super rider, but he pairs it so well with his other 3 weapons. I mean, I just think, maybe, again, in this case, I like the smaller guy. I think he's listed at 6'1", but he's probably more 5'11", 6 foot, but whatever. I just like the arm. I like the stuff, I like the control. I like the play. I like the pitcher. So great pick by my Cubbies.
I anticipate this being a string of college guys. I like Coons here to the Mariners.
Yeah. Dietz could go pretty quick too. Yeah, I'm with
Dietz,
you.
I'm like this feels like college central as Fluky comes off, followed by Townsend. This is always like, and Syfe, we will come back. And if for those of you that haven't read, usually right around Christmas time, after Thanksgiving, Syfe puts together like draft reports from years ago with like the WAR that each team has accumulated, what they picked out of that. And it's outstanding stuff for those of you that are interested in the draft, but also how your teams did. He does it kind of by division, which is really cool. So be sure to check those out. This is one of those times where it's like Fluky gets taken and then Townsend goes, right? In retrospect, there's a chance like, oh, if Fluky's way better than Townsend, the Cubs might have been like, they picked our pocket. Or if Townsend's better than Fluky, the Cubs are thinking like, those idiots didn't know what they're doing. That's why in the immediacy, like what kind of they got an A draft, they got a B draft tomorrow, Monday, whatever you say, like, yeah, we can talk about it a little bit, but nothing's going to happen for another 4 or 5 years. You can't really assess what they did.
And that's what those draft reviews are, right? We're not saying right away, oh, you're like, I'm not going to say in December your 2026 draft was an A, B, C, or D or whatever, right? These reviews are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old. And it's a cumulative thing, and it's not finger pointing. It's more of like, hey, these guys figured it out. And sometimes you can get lucky too, right? Let's not be ignorant to this whole situation. Sometimes luck is just as much factor as great scouting, right? Mm-hmm. Luck as in a guy popped like Jeremy Pena's power, right? The Astros were lucky in the sense that they didn't even see it. Pena just produced it, right? So they got lucky in that sense. But there's also luck like, oh, our guys didn't get injured, right? Like there was luck in our guys stayed healthy and they performed to, healthy body can do. Because if you're hurt, you can't do anything. So there's so much involved. But it's called the MLB Draft Review, and it's just an overall look using WAR. There's no perfect way to evaluate draft classes because some guys produce WAR and some guys you trade before those shortcomings are really apparent to other clubs, and you trade them, you get major league value of major league players back. So, but it does provide a quick overview. It might be a little bit raw in a sense, but it does provide.
You talked about the value. You talked about the value a little bit there, and when teams like they already have a catcher, it's the asset. That's what you're trying to get.
You're accumulating assets. You're exactly right. You're accumulating assets. You're 100%
accumulate assets, shine it up, get a different piece. Scott Hunter kind of talked about that with the Mariners, who now make a pick. Syfe, the Mariners are taking
your boy. Yeah. Yes. Anytime we dip down into the Bulldogs shooter's a happy guy. So I like
it. And I think going to the year, right? We mocked at one point the Royals at 6. Yeah. Left-handed bat. They've done a great job getting those Colt Emerson, whatever it may be, some really good bats into the system that is just churning out arms right now. I wonder if Ace Reese can throw sliders, because if he can, they'll put him on the mound and let him rip some off. But I think he had 20-plus doubles, 20-plus home runs in the SEC. It was just huge stuff, right? What really sold it to me, and we talked about the last couple of days, right? I was like, I think Ace Reese is going to go. I just really think he's going to go in the first round. And he goes to Georgia. Did you watch the end of that series? I know they lost in the Super Regional.
I did not.
He kind of had some Superman type moments that make you feel good. Like, what could this guy become? What do you like about Ace Reese? What are the Mariners hoping he becomes?
Oh, the power. They're thinking he's going to be a 30 home run guy. I think they're thinking that they can turn him into a third baseman. If you're picking a college first baseman this high who strikes out a little too much, you're thinking he can be at third base, right? I mean, there's no way they picked him here thinking, oh, he's going to play first base for us. I just don't think. I think they can turn him into a third baseman, and they can get 30, 35, even 40 home runs out of him, and just deal with the strikeout rate. I just do not see, from what I saw opening weekend in Globe Life, I thought there was promise that he could stick there. But I think as the season went along, I think everything in the past was re-exposed, and it's going to be tough for him to live there. Now, could he go to right field? Sure. Or could he move over first base? Definitely. But they just bought it back.
Power back. I'm loving this draft right now because it's such a balance of like incredible or analytic driven, right? Like full on, this is analytics versus like we can fix some of these things, right? You talked about LeBron like having all these issues, like, well, we're going to go after and get this. Ace Reese, you talked a little bit about the whip percentage, kind of going up a little bit this year. There's tons to like. And if things don't go well, every data guy is going to be like, this, where you should have known here. Just be sure when things do go right that you acknowledge that the scouts know what they're looking at or do a good job getting out there. And there are some things to like. It's an imperfect science. And I just root for players, man.
Yeah, and we line up our board a little differently, right? Like when we do our draft board, case in point, Reese just went 24th overall. LeBron went 18th. Right above them, we have Sawyer Stroh-Snyder. Those three guys are strikeout guys. But on our board, they're 32, 33, 34. So they're supplemental round guys for us. And again, two of them just went full first round with Stroh-Snyder, probably not far behind here. Just because he does have tools, he is athletic, things like that. But we line up our board a little bit differently. I know we have Daniel Jackson a little bit higher at 18, but now his strikeout rate was only 19%, and he's a catcher, right? So he's treated a little bit differently. But yeah, we are I guess. I'm just so opposed to guys who strike out 20% or more of the time. They're still draftable, but they definitely need to fall. Certain number of picks depending on where they play and their other tools and their defensive value and things like that. But yeah, strikeout rate, get along.
And Stroh's also a draft soft, right? So
correct.
Like signability, a little bit more signability. And no, I'm not drinking a hard Arnold Palmer yet. It's Spindrift. I'll be drinking like 10 of these during the show to keep talking. Because I'm looking at the top, I'm still looking at Bowman. Like, unless there's probably a deal, right? And maybe looking at the Royals' next pick, like they love lefties with that second pick.
Maybe that was the Boston deal, right? They saved a few million.
Dude's still going to get paid, and he's going to be an absolute stud. Aiden Ruiz still on the board, Sife, so it's good to know that you'll be back with us next year.
and
I told Sife, if Aiden Ruiz went in the top 10 picks, he wasn't allowed on the show next year.
Well, and there's another high school shortstop that just went above him, so there we go.
Oh my God. This was a slam dunk. Like I kept looking, where is Trey Ebel? Where are the Brewers picking? Because Trey Ebel, and I think early on in the year, I'll kind of pull up what I said. I just love Trey Ebel. He's one of my favorites. I just love the way the bat worked, and kind of similar to like Gavin Feen, the way the Rangers went after him last year early on. Like, this is an impact right-handed bat, kick and really swing it. His ability to play shortstop throughout this year really made it a jump for him. I love the makeup. Obviously, his dad Dino's with the Dodgers. He joins his brother Brady with the Brewers now, which will be interesting to follow. Two brothers going off in the same org year after year. But Trey Ebel was like a sleeper first rounder. And going to our board where we had mocked James Tronstein, who would think the world of Player of the Year in California. And he and Ebel are back-to-back on our board. And people are asking, like, do you think Tronny's I think Tronny may get to Vanderbilt. I would just plug Trey Ebel into wherever you kind of think he can go. You look at last year, I thought what happened with Saldazine, the Braves took him early. He's done great. He's off performing really well in the Braves org. I do think Trey Ebel can really hit. I thought he was one of the real professional hitters in the class, the way the ball exploded off the bat, the demeanor. And then the Brewers connection, like having his brother Brady last year, prep baseball All-American, going in there. This is another one of those times where it's really difficult to make the prep baseball All-American team, right? There's one team, it's 25 guys. You got about 14 position players hitting on those. There's certain times, Sife, where I'm like, I stay up and how do we not invite this guy's awesome. He's like incredible. And that'll be another one. I'll look at Trey Ebel and be like, I love Trey Ebel. Love everything he's about. How do we not have him at the prep baseball All-American game? So instead, he'll be at the future big league All-American game saying, I don't need those invites. And Sife must know when a pick just came in because
what are we doing?
Sife, who's Carter Beck?
Center fielder from Indiana State.
Okay.
He has power. He has bat to ball. He has all the metrics. He's a Canadian prep. But again, like the player, but you can get him a round or two later. Like he's a metric he's a metric darling. So
Okay.
again, hey, I've been wrong before. We'll be wrong again, but so many better players maybe unless they're trying to set up something with their next pick. That's the only thing I can think of. But this is not in my mind truly the next most talented player on the board.
Well, they might what if they just really hate the Blue Jays and they don't want them to get the 39 and stay home in Canada? No. Aside, your reactions are like why I come to this yearly. It's like literally my favorite thing going on.
Thanks,
so
sir. Not the draft, just my reactions. I appreciate that.
Just your reactions, because they're so honest, and that's what I love about what we do here. Honest reactions. Obviously, we love that the kids are signing, going in their positions. This is just a reaction to the industry, to what we've seen and the evaluations.
No disrespect meant at all.
Yes.
They're all very good players. It's just that if you can get a more tooled player or just a higher achieved, bigger resume player, that's anyway. So.
I'm gonna shift back real quick before you dive in full on to your picks there with a little more prep positional breakdown, just because I think it's so important to have this shortstop class was not the same as last year's. Last year's epic. I think next year's is even better than 25. So get ready for that. This year was a little more subdued, more similar to 24, where you got the Connor Griffin, Bryce Rayner, and then we're gonna try to grab some quality via quantity later on in the draft. Lombard off the board, Emerson off the board. Spangler's an interesting case. I think a lot of teams are clearing money. I think the Pirates might be in play for Spangler. We'll see what they do with that next pick. Aiden Ruiz still on the board, another one where somebody's going to be coming in quick. What did the Cardinals do with their pick? Archer Horn's actually playing out here in Corvallis, so that may be good for you Stanford fans, where he would head off and instantly go on a path of being one of the top guys on campus, unless somebody drafts him. I don't want to speak. Taj Marchand, still waiting. Ole Miss fans, they got some good news today. What's the lefty's name? Ole Miss. He's been there.
Hunter Elliott.
Hunter Elliott. I had no idea he had another year. He's Van Wilder. It's incredible. This guy had no clue he had another year. I love it. This is great. Hunter Elliott. I'm gonna get to watch him. Awesome for me. Shout out to the Knights Nation with Hunter Elliott there. Cole Kinniger, who two-way dynamic. We'll see what happens there. I'd anticipate he's going, but more so on a deal as a right-handed pitcher later on. Troney, talked about in the past, James Tronstein. What happens there? Vanderbilt fans looking at Tronstein from that. Elliot LaSalle, Canadian. So anyway, shortstops, a little bit less from that standpoint in the high school side of things this year. So we'll be seeing what happens there as we shift to, what is this? This is the first supplemental A.
Yeah, it's a performance incentive or whatever.
Oh, and another Wisconsin guy.
26, 27, 28 are the incentive picks.
Well, let's give a shout out to Drake Baldwin, another Wisconsin guy, GRB catcher, Missouri State. He was Rookie of the Year, right? That's why the Braves get this pick.
Yes.
I'm on a Wisconsin pick today, Saif.
You are. You're a cheesehead today. So
you know what?
You want to become a Packer fan today too? I could probably get you in the club.
No, I'm a sad Jets fan. That's an unfortunate aspect of my life. Let me
check Aaron Rodgers, so that's good. Okay.
Oh my God. The Dodgers situation, the Yankees, the skip around of the draft tracker is a really difficult aspect as the Astros are coming to give their paired picks, as the Braves were heavy at probably analytics and swing decisions. Oh man, Saif. The Mets just took Carson Wiggins. He's not starting Fridays for Arkansas. Oh,
okay. No. I like it. And Matt Hobbs is not happy right now, but Carson Wiggins and the Mets are. And congrats to Chris Gross and that whole scouting department. Good pick.
Oh, you know what? I'm talking about.
Huge upside.
And if you're looking at, and we talked about it early on some earlier shows, bonus pools, the Mets have $6.7 million. That's less than a third of the White Sox. Okay? They're not going to get many guys. It's going to be difficult. The same as last year. They only had, I think they had 4 picks in the top 200 last year. They get Mitch Voigt at like 40. I thought Picasso, who went down with an injury but was a really good pick. The type of upside you can get with Wiggins, that was something that you were adamant about. If this hits, and they've done it with their last few first-round picks, and those are guys who have exploded up, you don't get a type of upside like this guy.
No, he's a top 12, 15 overall pick in next. He's a sophomore eligible, but if he were healthy and he just goes out and does his thing, gets normal development with his control, he's a top 12, 15 overall pick in 27. But good for him. Like it.
Got some questions here, Shooter. The Marlins go high school with their first few picks. Who do you think they go after the next couple rounds with their next few picks? I mean, they want super upside with Lombard there. I would anticipate with what they did, Brandon Compton's off to such a great start, getting him further down. I could see them going after more of a college impact bat there, but we'll see what's still on the board. Who do you think they target because they went all college last year? I'd probably go right back to the college. Cantarella's doing great, Scythe. I don't know if you've checked in on him recently. He's doing outstanding. Brandon Compton's doing great. So those are a couple bats that the Marlins went after. Hopefully that helps.
I like Compton. I thought he was the James Tibbs of James Tibbs, right, last year. But he just scuffled most of his junior year. So
Scythe,
he could always.
You are so back, Scythe. The yin and yang of like Carter Beck and you being what into the Astros going Jack Radell, who was one of my favorites. The Astros took Jack Radell.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for me, it's not so much. Again, I like the player. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
He's a prospect. He has tools. There's things like. But when you have guys like Hunter Dietz, Tegan Coons, Cole Carlone, Mason Edwards still on the board, even if those guys don't hit their about, they turn out to be the same type of overall big leaguer as far as adding value to your major league club, right? Like Mason Edwards is going to be a big leaguer. Cole Carlone, if he stays healthy, will be a big leaguer. Dietz as well, right? Coons as well. So it's the same type of upside I just see, and like take the guy who's done it more at a higher level for a longer time. So,
do you anticipate? I'm looking at Hughes, Radell. Does this feel pretty high for him, or higher than anticipated?
Well, we had him gaining helium going in. He's one of those guys, and we pumped him up pretty good, and we talked about him on the show yesterday, I believe. But yeah, 28 might be a hair high, but I'm certainly not surprised. Not surprised like some of the other picks that we already talked about. But no, big strong dude that throws up there up to 97, might have touched a 98. Has a really good slider. Has always posted. Healthy as a horse. A lot to like. And I know you liked him as a prep, and you're pretty much pushing him at this point last year. Hey, when you go to the Keep, hey, make sure you see this guy. So you've been all over him for a number of years.
I tuned into a lot of Jack Radell starts because he was one. I forgot what happened in high school, the Super 60, because he's a South Dakota kid. Really wanted to come, and he ended up going to the Midwest Pro Case. There was some sort of hiccup, like he couldn't make the Super 60, right? And there's certain years. This is a year like Jack Slidham had shut down. Like he was the one where like nobody was on him. Jack Slidham, he's going to be great. Like this is going to be the guy. Radell was one of those. South Dakota, nobody really knows who he is. Really want him at the Super 60.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Braves at 26, right? They got the pick for Drake Baldwin. Here, the Astros get the pick for Hunter Brown, right? Finished in the top 3 in the Cy Young. So not only do they get Hunter Brown, but now they get Jack Radell, right?
Scythe, Carson Bowman off the board here to the Giants with their second pick. How much did I talk to you about the Giants 2 picks, 4 and 29, and how much I was eyeing those?
Hey, you gotta like what the Giants just pulled off there, don't you? They got the number 5 and number 6 guys on our draft board. So.
If you are a Giants fan, you should be very excited about the pitchers that they just added into the farm system. That is a chance to really help boost things around a nice nucleus of young guys, as Buster Posey's going to do a great job there. Trust in Buster, trust in Tony V and the rest of the boys. Really nice to get those types of talent, and a guy who I think could pitch in Double-A probably today. I think he could go up there today and do just fine. They will continue to elevate his stuff there. But I'm looking at 3.27. Probably getting up closer to 4.
Any thoughts on the Royals here? Royals here now, Shooter? I mean, with Zion Rose, 6th overall, there was probably, there's probably some savings there. So we're probably thinking of a high ceiling prep.
Well, I think they may have gotten their pocket pick.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I wasn't leading you there, but I was kind of,
Dunlap, I would think Dunlap's maybe in play. You get a dynamic athlete, high school side, although they already kind of maybe Ruiz, Blake Bowen. Blake Bryant would be a nice pick. Blake Bryant is outstanding. And it's, I think, our number 2 right-hander in the class. I'd expect more of a prep arm. But the Zion Rose throws everything into a loop. Like, who are we not going to get in the next pick? Because we're going to be able to push some stuff down. So this might be, I'm moving this up the board. This is a very intriguing pick coming here. Syfe, you might have to start talking for me. I'm just waiting for this Royals pick. But Carson Bowman, the same way I just talked about Borthwick, like that guy's absolute nails. And he is some big time stuff.
Does Brody Bumilla, does he come into play anywhere? I know he's injured. I get all that. But what are your thoughts there? What do you think his best outcome is?
Here's the bigger. Actually, I'm going to wait for this Royals pick to happen before they take Bamilla and I give a full diatribe.
They did not. They're staying conservative here, like really conservative. They go
Taylor
Rabe
and pitching, right? Like the shapes. Like I understand he was the hot name going in. We talked about almost like a Cade Horton type. Helium grab, throws strikes, has shapes, going to throw multiple pitches. Completely get it. That's 2 Ole Miss guys off the board here. Glad that they kept Hunter Elliott on campus there to come back and anchor that staff next year. But going back to Bamilla, huge stuff, right? We've talked ad nauseum, like how impressed I was. Like very rarely do things live up to the hype, and he did. The one issue with the injury is you start looking at the development curve, right? He had some trouble spinning the baseball. Well, now we go into injury. Now he's not coming back for this long. Is it more difficult for us to create that real strong second and third pitch? And are we only paying for the arm talent and the uniqueness of the aspect? He's still going to go, right? But those are questions you have to start asking yourself. Do we think we can create a breaking ball? It wasn't anemic, but it needs work. So
that's hard to do.
I'm running out of spindrift here, Syfe. Let's see. Where are we heading next? To the D-backs. Another great paired pick. Who did they take the first round? D-backs.
Helfrich.
Okay.
And we got the D-backs 31, Cardinals 32. Cardinals are gonna give us more scoop on what they have.
Daniel Jackson's still on the board, so I'd anticipate them not taking Daniel Jackson here, right?
I'd say it's a fair.
Dietz is still out there.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good pick. I do like that pick. I mean, non-prep side, Jackson's our highest. Dietz is next. Tegan Kuhns and Stroh-Snyder. Man. I'm gonna go in with since it can't be Jackson. I might go in with Stroh-Snyder here. They do a good job with hitter. They do a good job with everything, but go get yourself a hitter, D-backs.
I forgot Stroh was on the board, honestly, but I like that pick. D-backs, Stroh. What else are we watching for here? We still got the Cardinals just itching to get those picks going. The Pirates are a really fascinating set that I'm curious to see what they will do. Lots to be uncovered here, to say the least. I have 10 browsers open here, Syfe, seeing what each team's doing, what they might be doing next. Cardinals at 32, Rays at 33, and then the Sox with that newfound pick at 34.
Do you think the Cardinals go back to the well for another high schooler here, or do you think they shift gears? I mean, they have 5 picks. This will just be their second of those 5. Do you think they stay the course with another high school, another prep guy, or do you think they?
I mean, Syfe, if we're gonna do it and really pair them, let's just get Ruiz. we'll just stay undersized.
Okay. They just gave a 5'9", 5'10" guy $120 million. So maybe that is the route they're going.
Yeah, you could see that guy just take a shortstop. This is where the draft gets fun, though. This is why we did this. We started doing this originally, like, yeah, first round, but like now you get into the nuances of what's coming here, some information to pass along as Blake Bryant coming off the board to the Diamondbacks. Syfe, Blake Bryant is obviously one of my favorites, mainly because he plays hoops. And when I sit down to interview guys and they say, I'm a bucket, you just show up and I'll put up numbers, it's something I don't forget. And he said that. And then not only that, kind of similar to Cam Appenzeller goes on that state tournament run in Illinois. Velo is a little bit down. Blake Bryant went on this huge run and he rolled out and kept getting better all spring. This was a guy who sophomore year identified, great mover, multiple pitches for strikes. It's going to continue to tick up. And all it did was continue to tick up and route to a prep baseball All-American game where he was outstanding. Then into the spring, became everybody's favorite. So kind of our top two right-handers off the board here with Borthwick and Blake Bryant. So really awesome stuff. Again, coming out of Georgia, which obviously those Georgia prepsters always know what they're doing. Been a huge year so far for Georgia prospects, right? Probably Daniel Jackson going to come off the board here in a little bit. But Blake Bryant, I think another one where best days are way ahead of him. This is kind of, not that it's untapped, but multi-sport kid, just growing in his frame, 6'6", 180, so super lean. But it's 4 pitches for strikes, can really spin the baseball, can really separate those shapes from that standpoint. And he's going to be throwing to Ryder Helfrich, so that'll help him out as well. So really awesome pick by the D-backs there. Excellent job down in South Georgia, getting all those miles on the road as the Cardinals are coming up here. Syfe, will you be booing the Cardinals as a Cubs fan here?
I do not. No, there's no. Cubs are definitely my favorite. The only time I ever boo the Cardinal fans is when I know there's been Cubs and Cardinals have went back and forth here on the standings for most of the year. So there's always that that banter back and forth that happened. It doesn't really matter who it is. It's just that if it's the other rec coach I'm John with or the elderly down the lane here, it doesn't really matter. It's just all friendly fire.
Syfe,
okay.
Shapes and upside. Here we go. The Cardinals select Tegan Kuhns from Tennessee. What do you have on Tegan Kuhns as I run to go get another spin drift?
Athletic, projectable, draft eligible sophomore, fastball. He'll pitch 3 to 6. He'll probably touch a 7. He's shown a good slider at times, but it doesn't really have the metrics to be evaluated as a good plus pitch. But he's a strike thrower. Again, there's ceiling. He's one of the more rare college arms that have ceiling remaining. With his long slender build. So really good pick here at 32. He's another guy early in the season. Guys were talking about him about, somewhere 10 to 15, 20 at the worst. So the Cardinals have a plan and another really strong selection by them. So Shooter, you just left me all alone here talking to myself. But our next pick, Tampa Bay Rays. And they got this pick from the Orioles when they traded Shane Baz. Let's see here.
Syfe, I love Tegan Kuhns. I think he's got a shot to really explode.
I'm trying to figure out my next pick here for the Rays here. They always do such a good job.
High school, take the lefty. Go take Bamilla.
Oh, you're going there already, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Because the Sox might do it, right? Like these guys start coming into play. Who else you could go Daniel Jackson again, right? He's still out there.
And they got Emerson first pick. This is their second pick in the entire draft. Yeah, I might go Mason Edwards, Cole Carlone, something that.
Mason Edwards would be a nice pick.
Yeah.
And Carlone, I could see those guys going the next 2 picks.
I'm just trying to balance Dietz, yeah. Right? I'm just trying to balance out their class a little bit. So college lefty, those guys are sure bets to college lefties up high, they're usually sure bets to, become a major leaguer to, in some role. So
Taj Marchand, I think we mocked him to the Rays. The amount of, sorry that I gave a fist bump there.
They're going for it. They are not shy in this draft.
Super 60. Taj Marchand was a huge helium guy. The amount of times that people rolled their eyes at what we were saying about Taj Marchand, the bat to ball that he showed last summer, and then throughout the spring had a monster spring in South Carolina. Ole Miss recruit, started guys over there. I felt bad all spring with how much we were pumping up Taj Marchand because just really believed in it. And he was a super 60 type. I left with the same feeling as JoJo Parker the year before. Like a super 60, right? You come and you do your pro style workout, you go through the thing, but there was a relaxed confidence in the way he handled himself at shortstop. Look, the right part there, the power continues to come in. He's just turned 18, or maybe he didn't even turn 18 yet. I'm just looking at stuff here.
In a couple
also
weeks.
Pitched. What's that?
In a couple weeks he will.
Yeah, also pitched. So the Rays just going after those high upside young bucks as the couple of those college arms continue to slide down. Seif is going to leave us here for a second as I'm just going to full on Twitch stream with each of you on here, give the full on reactions, which will inevitably Seif probably be a bunch of college guys who come off the board here. So you're probably not going to, if you're leaving us right now for a little bit, not going to talk about Mason Edwards. I'll get to talk about him. So
I'll jump back on a little bit and we'll be ready to go. So
awesome stuff.
See you in a bit.
Seif, we'll see you in a little bit here. But Taj Marchand, can't say enough about South Carolina shortstop. The two-way aspect of what he brought the last summer is just important. The winning aspect, like the competitive nature of that type of athleticism. The power is what really probably picked him up and got him into this zone where he was banging balls 400 plus. It is a bigger stretch. I kind of tend to look at him like a Jacob Wilson type, where it's a little unorthodox in the box, but then the bat gets the ball. He makes excellent swing decisions and plays shortstop. So excellent. As Seif honestly just left, as the pick that we called in the pre-show, cut it there, Steph. Landon Tomei stays in the Chicagoland as one of the more professional bats in this high school class. Awesome stuff. Prep baseball All-American. Just really exploded as one of the real dominant bats that guys thought this guy's going to get to the big leagues. He is a real hitter. What's interesting about Tomei and in speaking with him at our Prep Baseball All-American game down in Miami and understanding that his dad, obviously Jim Tomei, Hall of Famer, Hall of Fame person, better person than baseball player, mom, outstanding family. His dad's like the smallest one in the family, which is incredible to think of because he's a huge human being, but was also a late bloomer. And you look at Landon, who's 6 foot 177 right now, chance to be to develop even more so from that standpoint physically, because the bat to ball is clearly there, really tracks well. And that was something that's so important, like just sees pitches really well. And as much as I'm watching the Prep Baseball All-American game, him putting on a show in BP, but not coming out of his shoes. And he didn't have to come out of his shoes because the game revealed what his bat to ball instincts and the power upside would be. And what was so great about Landon Tomei is I could remember seeing him at the end of the summer, his freshman year. And Drew Locascio and our guys in Illinois were huge fans, right? Like, he's going to be good. He's going to be good. And he shows up and I see him the first time and he stunk. Like, he was just not very good at the event I was at. Moving around, I could hear some of the scouts like, oh, this guy's only here because of this. He's only here because of his dad. And I'm thinking in my head, I turn around like, no, this kid's going to be good. He's going to be fine. He's going to add some strength. And he comes back the next year getting better. And then the next year getting better. And now he turns into a first rounder here for the White Sox. It's just a really impressive story of some, not just perseverance, but just sticking on and not hearing what's going on. And he just continue to get better, and really excited for the White Sox to have him and Chalowski up top. Talk about makeup guys. Excellent stuff. there to come in, get this pick this morning, and then make it the Tomei pick as we were kind of anticipating. Feel free to throw in any questions that you might have as we're going through here one-on-one from the prep baseball side of things. As we head to commercial, we are moving towards this is where we start splitting up the rounds. We're going back to round one, essentially, as the Yankees on the pick for their first pick. This will be an interesting one. Again, feel free to send over any questions. I think Mason Edwards is in play. I like Logan Redeman. I just like the California pitchers who come equipped with shapes. The Yankees have done such a great job with their pitching development, what they could do there. From the prep side, we're still looking at the board as I pull it up. Spangler's still on the board, which huge upside. We're trying to get into the does he get the school? Bamilla obviously hurt. Cole Kinniger probably coming in the mix pretty soon. Some teams pairing those picks with their second pick. Sean Dunlap the same way. Aiden Ruiz, where does he come into play? He's a New York area kid, switch hitter, put on a show throughout the spring. Everybody's favorite guy the last 2 years. Does Aiden Ruiz come into play? Blake Bowen still on the board. Huge power. Cole Prozac was the big winner of the entire spring. Huge helium aspect. But have a lot of college guys. Hunter Dietz is still out there. Hard to find those big left-handed starters. Daniel Jackson's still on the board. So some good picks. Sawyer Stroh-Snyder, you get a dynamic upside guy. So lots to work with. Cole Carlone. So a lot of good, talented value here with the Yankees, where you almost maybe didn't expect this type of value to get down to the Yankees, as we're inching closer to the Dodgers as well, having some value on the board. So we shall see as the pick comes in here for the New York Yankees. It is Carson Wiggin. We're clapping. A lot of Yankee fans in the house down in Philly today. Hunter Dietz, that top tier Ruse team back in 22, I guess the summer of 22, with Aiden Miller, Liam Peterson already off the board. Hunter Dietz was a guy we had ranked really high going off to college, but 6'5", 215, had an awesome year for Arkansas after having some injuries throughout, battled back, had a breakout year this year. The slider's real. I kind of likened him a lot of the times kind of as the frame, just the demeanor. Jordan Montgomery, who the Yankees took a few years ago out of, or I guess many years ago now, out of South Carolina. But the slider plays, collected tons of whiffs with that. I know Sipe would talk about him and what his growth throughout, not just college, but especially this year, week to week, and then really making his way at the end of the year to being that frontline type guy coming out of the SEC, to be able to get that this late, again, with what the Yankees have been able to do from the pitching development standpoint, those types of shapes, and having a guy who can come in with that pronator type or supinator type action. I think they'll create even more shapes from that standpoint and have that type of, number 2, number 3 starter in the end. As we were shifting over to, first round, now we got to bounce back to current round. Where are we at? The Phillies. Like Redeman again. Phillies are on the board. They're going to be going crazy. Excuse me, what a great job by Major League Baseball. There's so many people at this thing. It has continued to grow. It's on with Greg Amsinger and MLB. He said the first year they kind of really did this was 2009, to what it's grown to, and the importance of the amateur baseball player and how good they've gotten and kind of jumped up and are streamlining to the big leagues. It's important to continue to grow the sport. Why I love college baseball. So continue to keep that stuff going. Phillies here. I mean, Mason Edwards on the board. That's a really fun pick. Depends what they want to do from this standpoint. Do they want to go huge upside prep guy, or do they want to kind of go for the college? I mean, potentially Daniel Jackson, college bat. Do you get a Real Muto type replacement in the long run? Cole Prozac still on the board again. Dietz off. Sawyer Stroh-Snyder would be a really good pick here. but you have two lefties, Cole Carlone out of Arizona State, triple digits. It's a 100-mile-an-hour lefty whose best pitch is a slider. So that's a huge potential pick here. Mason Edwards, who may end up being the steal of this draft with the fact that he's gone down to this point. Or do they head over back to the prep right-hander? They've done well in the past with those prep right-handers. Jack Slidham, a huge winner of the spring, coming out of the preseason from the state of Illinois. It's big-time stuff, 94 to 98 from the right side. He's another one, huge upside. Gavin Grohovac, probably the sleeper of this draft for me. I think that bat has a chance to be an impact piece for somebody. And in the long run, you're looking at, is Gavin Grohovac, a Pat Burrell type guy? So anyway, thank you to all you guys who are on here right now for joining us. We'll be here throughout day one. It's going to, as many spin drifts as I can get through throughout the day before eventually leading over to those John Dailies later on. But awesome stuff so far. We're going to see a lot of these high school guys eventually get paired. But the Phillies, this is that first pick, and there's still a ton of big time names. Like Cole Prozac still being on the board, although I should stop talking too much about the Ole Miss guys in case Cole Prozac wants to go to school. Sorry to laugh at the guys at Ole Miss, but a lot of different directions that we could go through here with the Phillies as they're drawing out the Phillies pick as long as possible. Manfred's going to get cheered probably for the first time here. He's done a nice job so far. And there you go. Tyler Spangler to the Phillies with their first pick at 36. Hey, straight up, I thought Tyler Spangler had a chance to be the 1-1 pick. Like he had a chance going into the spring. His profile, it's a bigger, stronger Corey Seager type. He had a chance to be the 1-1 pick. And the spring presented some difficulties. Started off February with some preseason stuff, looked the part. This is a big physical bat. This guy can really swing it. Check out the video here from that Jay Serra MLK tournament where he was just going off. And then some injuries, some hiccups throughout the spring. But ultimately, the Phillies said, we are willing to take this risk because this could have been the first pick. And this guy going off the school instantly becomes a monster, almost slam dunk type top 10 pick. Coming out of De La Salle, I left a year ago, or I guess 18 months ago, saying like, this guy is really good. He's sick at shortstop. He's from NorCal. They produce those type of guys. But the bat really is what you're betting on at 6'3", 195. It's an impact type guy. And somebody you kind of want to step right in for Trey Turner when he's all set there. So any Phillies fans out there, you got some crazy value. It's upside. There's some risk there. Dealt with some injuries with Aiden Miller. He's going to be in the big leagues very soon. Tyler Spangler had a chance to be the number 1 pick, and you just got him at 36. So tip of the cap to the Phillies right there. Tyler Spangler should fit right in, get the Philly stuff on, head out to Clearwater. But came back, he was at the combine, so he's healthy there. You'll be able to work with everything from that standpoint. Stanford, this was the first year I thought Stanford in quite some time has to sweat out the draft. Usually, historically, Stanford does not. Guys head off to school, right? The great degree of Stanford, you don't worry too much about that. This is where I think they kind of had to sweat a little bit as we shift to, I gotta go, too many screens. Current round, we are going to round 2 here. No, we're going back to Comp A. Sorry, Rockies on the board. The Rockies come out and take Daniel Jackson from Georgia. Had a monster year. I don't know if I'm allowed to reveal this. Yes, I voted for him for the Golden Spikes. Outstanding year. Can do it behind the dish. Huge power. There's moxie to what he does. And I was talking about it on that MLB Network show when we had, I think, Helfrich going to them at 10 potentially. And this is those instances where they already have Hunter Goodman, right? Like, oh, we already have this guy. Well, you're getting assets. Like, we'll shine it up and ship it out. We'll get our guy. Other teams are going to come in and want these guys. For the Rockies, who are, let's see where the Rockies are at right now. standings wise, they're in last place in the West. Hunter Goodman is awesome. Like it's 20, I think he's got 28 home runs. There's tons of value. He's ARB eligible this year, but he's got those 2 years. That's a huge trade piece. So it was something that I took into consideration when we're looking at what the Rockies could do. Hunter Goodman at some point probably has to get traded. And there's going to be some big teams that may need a guy like Hunter Goodman in the future. And then you have a guy like Daniel Jackson within your system to continue to replace him. It really is a good pick. And I think those guys, we already have Hunter Goodman. It doesn't matter. Daniel Jackson's really good. Seif would be on here right now saying this guy was a first rounder and you just got him with your first comp pick at 37. So awesome stuff for the Rockies as they continue to build on what's a really fun number of picks they have so far. As I'm shifting over to see what they're piecing together with Tyler Bell, Daniel Jackson. Be curious if they go with a high school guy here. Nope, they're going to stick to the college aspect and kind of get some really good pieces. Logan Redeman from UCLA, right-hander. And actually, it's funny. He's a switch hitter because he did hit at USD before heading up to UCLA. Had a little bit of injuries down the stretch. Still seems like he's come back healthy. He's going to be fine. Again, how many times are we going to say shapes is the new word? Any pitcher, you just say, what are his shapes like? Logan Redeman just looks like that UCLA type arm, can really move well down the mound, competes well in the zone, going to be a starter long term. You need to have some arms that can pitch, of course. They're at the high elevation. I'm excited for what they did with these first 3 picks. You go upside with Tyler Bell, absolute dog. Daniel Jackson, dog. Logan Redeman, obviously a dog on the mound. So putting together a really nice class here of college guys. Chance to go get some high school guys later on, which they've done well in the past, right? The Rockies have gone after a lot of prep bats, done a great job with that. Ethan Holiday last year. Now you get a bunch of college guys to come into the system with a chance to move quickly for a team that's trying to like lay a great foundation of rebuilding in honestly a division that is really rough to compete in right now. So anyway, shout out to another Jets fan in the chat right there. So Rockies going more, excuse me, from the college route this year, which is fun. As shoot, we're going right back to the first round again. We got to do something with that. As the Blue Jays are coming up here, and then the Dodgers will wrap things up with the luxury tax. I'll be curious to see. We kind of said, Elliot Lassell is a Canadian shortstop, another Super 60 guy. Bat to ball is clearly there. The Blue Jays love to go to high upside athletes, whether it's Arjun Namala, JoJo Parker, off to an awesome start after last year. We'll see what they do here. You also got Mason Edwards, Cole Carlone on the board. If you look at what's happened with Trey Savage, I still think Cole Carlone could be an explosive, great pick. It's a tough slot. He comes equipped with the slider. Do we make some shape shifts to the fastball and have huge advancements from that standpoint? Everybody's just eyeing the Dodgers, just like, what are they going to do to pick our pocket this year? What can they do? They really don't have too much money, which you don't say that very often about the Dodgers, but they have the lowest pool at $3.9 million, which we'll see what they do. Do they go all in with this pick, or they try to split it up into some more signable high school guys? Cole Prozac still be on the board. A little more surprising. Blake Bowen, huge upside. Oregon State fans probably crossing their fingers. Aiden Ruiz, he would make a ton of sense to the Blue Jays here. You know what? I may go on the board and say Aiden Ruiz, Blue Jays right now. So once we get back from commercial, Aiden Ruiz puts on that Blue Jay uniform. We'll see if that works out. Sean Dunlap, another chance. We'll see what happens there. Anyway, as we approach the second round, again, going back to last year, from the prep side with bonus pools, with second rounders, just the amount of money, and you look at it like as the picks go on, and we're looking at right now, the Rockies 2.6 million was the last pick. The Blue Jays 2.5, and the descending aspect of it, we are going to continue to be above $1 million in slot until pick 83 with the Athletics. So keep that in mind. So after the Dodgers, we will take a quick break. Not too long, probably a 2-minute break. And then we will go on from there because I'm just gearing up for the second round. Can't wait to see what the White Sox are going to do at 41. So we will definitely be back for that, but also especially the Cardinals and Pirates as the Dodgers come to the clock. Blue Jays, Cole Carlone. And I just talked about that again with what Yasevich was able to do and the slot, the uniqueness of it. It's amazing. Like a triple-digit left-hander got to this spot. He was another really good athlete. I actually watched. He and Rock Chalowski were on the same field in Arizona. One of the windiest days I've ever been a part of in the college. I stood between, watch Carlone, watch Rock walk off Hoover with like 3 home runs and just be Superman. But Cole Carlone, the slider, he comes equipped with it, right? He's going to throw a ton of sliders. He's going to get those swings and misses. That fastball is going to be triple digits. He's got a chance to fly up the system because it's huge stuff. The uniqueness of being a 6'5", 230-pound lefty who's durable. He went in 16 starts, 133 strikeouts, and just 31 walks. That's in 83 innings. With what Yasevich was able to do, what the Blue Jays have been able to do in general and getting their guys moving from college ranks as college arms and just move them up the system, I'm really bullish on what Cole Carlone could be. I think Mason Edwards has a chance here to the Dodgers. Local guy, USC. But the high school guys still be on the board. We're starting to get past the signability of a lot of these guys. Shoot, Aiden Ruiz might be on the board as well. There's some, you could start getting a little more excited. Not too excited because there's a lot of teams with money, with the Rays and Pirates. If you're a college baseball fan, you don't want to be messing with those guys. Sawyer Strode-Snyder's still on the board here. Gavin Grahovac's still on the board. What happens with that? Texas A&M, Wes Mendez, Chris Rembert, an Auburn guy, drafts off. What happens the further down we get? So some interesting things to watch throughout the draft. Again, we're going to take a quick break right after this. I'll be back quickly for that White Sox pick. So keep that in mind. Please send in any of your questions onto the ticker here in the comments. As the board, the Dodgers, what are the Dodgers going to do? I think the industry just waits to see what are the Dodgers ahead of the curve on. Is it speed? Is it power? What will it be? As we say, Tony V will be the next Arkansas coach in a couple of years. Not if these arms that they just took are exploding up. He's going to be the next Bruce Bochy if these guys turn into what I think they can be. So keep that in mind as well. I think we're getting beyond Archer Horn territory, which is good for Stanford fans. Bo Peterson's still on the board. James Tronstein. We'll see what happens with this pick here. And Commissioner Manfred coming up to complete the first round here at pick 40. Bo Lowrance from South Carolina. Great year for South Carolina prep baseball. Big left-handed hitter, 6'5", 200. Power's going to continue to grow. Probably not a shortstop, probably more of a third baseman. But the Dodgers are betting on the bat, right? You're developing a bat. They've done a great job with that. Be curious, looking at the sign bonus looks at 2.5 here at pick 40. So curious to see what they get him at, what kind of deal you're looking at from that standpoint. But the bat's what you're paying. Had a nice East Coast Pro, continued to gain steam throughout the fall, had a really good spring down there in South Carolina. And that's the third prep out of South Carolina. Outstanding year. Shout out to Sammy Esposito, our scouting director there. So awesome stuff. We will be back in just a few minutes for the White Sox pick. And we're back.
Hi, Shooter.
Sipe, I had to miss you for a while as I was talking to all the college guys. It was a lot of fun. Cole Carlone, love it. Did you happen to see the Phillies' first pick?
Phillies first pick. No, I'm
Tyler Spangler.
Wow, Aiden Miller all over again, huh?
Did you realize Naz Academy? The White Sox probably saved some scouting money because they last year take a kid from Naz Academy. Now they do the same thing this year with Tomei. You left literally right before Tomei got drafted to the White Sox. But what I want to get to as we start the second round here, Cole Prozac comes off the board to the White Sox here, just attacking those left-handed hitters. Another super pro at bat, huge spring, really like what he's all about. Another one kind of similar to Taj Marchand, the fact that he could also pitch. Does he catch? They announce him as a second baseman, which we kind of, when we do our positional stuff site from the prep side, it's kind of like athlete, like utility guy. It's hard to say, like it's hard to be a shortstop, right? Certain guys just aren't. Cole Prozac has good hands, but just the foot speed's not there. You're betting on that type of bat. Kind of similar to Tomei. Tomei's not really a shortstop. He's a bat. We're going after. It's really hard to hit. We're going to find guys who can hit. So if you look lost there, what's going on? You looking at the?
Yeah, I'm trying to find, like, on the Major League Baseball draft tracker, it just leaves off random picks because you have to be in the PPI or the supplement or it's all.
Well, why don't you talk to me a little bit about Chase Brunson, because Chase Brunson just went to the Nationals at pick 50 or at pick 42.
Pick 42. Yeah, I mean,
he early in the season he played right field in difference to Stroh-Snyder, and then by the end of the year Brunson was back in center, his natural position. So I think some of his struggles offensively were just in between his ears because he's playing right field and maybe just he understood but he didn't, right? So I think they moved once they shipped him back in the center, he regained a lot of his value, and I think going into the year this is where he's at. He's somewhere in between pick 40 and 50, and he rebounded. He's a more he'll strike out a little bit, but he's got a little bit of everything. He's got a balance tools. There's some swing and miss, but not enough to concern. There's good power, not great power. There's a strong throwing arm. He's a very well-rounded with a lot
of Brunson coming in here. Interesting to go two right-handed bats. Grabbed Gavin Fiend last year, so maybe some undervalued type action, as everybody's always looking for a left-handed arm or left-handed bats. As we get going here in the second round, really like what the White Sox are about. Seth's gonna get some better internet there as he's out of the house for a second here. But Cholowski, Tomei, Prozac just attacking those bats. And again, what's interesting about the White Sox going after those bats and the fact that there are a ton of prep right-handers and tier 1, tier 2, really big time arms. You can get them later on in the draft. And I think that's something that they probably look for. Who is the highest value that we can't get to again? Cholowski, obviously up top, foundational type guy, Tomei coming in, and then Prozac, another bat who can really get after it. So those are the kind of guys that they're looking for there. As the Pirates, and we talked about it up top, being really interested to see what the Pirates pair. And when you get Curry up top, probably not ideal as a Boris guy. We'll see what happens from that standpoint. But Aiden Ruiz, shortstop to the Pittsburgh Pirates, talented switch hitter, can really pick it. He was the guy who played shortstop for Team USA. That's with Lombard, with Grady Emerson, with the whole crew of these talented prospects. Aiden Ruiz was the guy who played shortstop. He's the guy you wanted a ball hit to at any time. The power continued to grow. He's just listed at 5'10". That's probably generous on here, 5'10", 160. But the power outputs throughout this spring were something that were really probably benefited him. Ruiz at pick 44. He comes after pick 43 as the Twins grab Carson Tinney, which gonna have to get Seif here in a second because the Twins getting Carson Tinney after taking Von Lackey is really interesting. Probably saves both their knees. So they're gonna be able to kind of shift those guys around and be some dynamic defenders and make sure those bats continue to develop in real time versus wearing them down. Before the Angels, Jared Advincula, another Super 60 guy, NorCal product, goes from Cal, transfers to Georgia Tech in that vaunted, I think this is their third pick in the top 45 here from that Georgia Tech offense, but makeup through the roof for the Angels there. Awesome stuff. Really big. I'm a big fan. The bat the ball aspect of Jared Advincula, really big time. As I go to find the Angels, Grinlinger pairing him with Advincula, that'll be fascinating to see how that type of stuff comes. Checking in on Seif. Internet, no, Seif, your internet's struggling from that standpoint. As the Orioles come to the clock, Blake Bowen and the Orioles has just felt like something that I've been eyeing for a bit. We'll see what happens here. Bo Peterson, another really good one for this positioning. Bamilla potentially high upside. We shall see what happens as they go after. No, and Seif's not on here. To one of my favorite guys, Ty Head comes off the board to the Orioles. So there's been some swing and miss for some Orioles guys. Ty Head is one where this guy is the Greek god of walks. It's just unbelievable what he's able to do. And I'm sure they're going to be able to put him in some positioning to better advance the bat, maybe get a little more aggressive in the zone, but can really track the baseball. Huge fan coming out of high school. We had him super high, way higher than anybody's board probably had him at the time, but ultimately becomes a second rounder here, pick 46 to the Orioles, who now go with Booth and Head. So 2 outfielders, again, just grabbing the athleticism, which is something great from that standpoint that they really value and are able to work with within the organization, trying to get the player development aspect. What can we shine up and make look really good? Get this asset and get this asset better. So Ty Head at pick 46, another Florida Windermere product. And then the A's, who are dying for pitching, right? New ballpark. They're heading to Vegas. They got one of the more exciting lineups, a bunch of big-time names, Nick Kurtz, Jacob Wilson, all these guys flying up. California product, Mason Edwards to the A's. Really like that pick. And honestly, something that they probably were eyeing the further down, hoping he got to them at that point, because they take Burris up top. They get the arm that they desperately need. I think they'll probably attack a prep righty with that 73rd pick that they have coming up in the Comp B, unless there's a big college arm who continues to remain there. DeCaro may be in play. Seif would definitely like something like that to happen. So great pick from the A's, who are building a nice class here, getting Burris where they got him. And I'm sure they're very happy in that their particular war room. As we are here on Prep Baseball's The War Room. Oh, wow. The real question is, what is your MLB draft cold brew of choice? I mean, I'm presently working local here in Portland with Push and Pull. It is as good as it gets. The Nitro's powering me through this morning as we get in the afternoon here. Hopefully, I will continue to hang on with my voice. But this has been outstanding so far, and especially Ruiz. Just curious, with the Pirates love to go after those high upside high school guys. They are fine to go out there and do it. So Curiel kind of getting, like, again, that safer, that high floor type guy early sets the foundation. I would be very concerned if I'm a recruiting coordinator, as I'm looking at pick 51, 80, even 108 for the Pirates. They have not taken an arm yet, which is, be on alert for the arms from that standpoint. As the Braves are coming up, which Seif would have a lot to say about the Braves so far, because Gracia into Carter Beck, and then they take Caden McCarthy, a righty out of Vermont, probably the highest drafted Vermont product. Had a great combine. I thought the combine was a great thing for him to do. Right, you come from Vermont. He was at the Future Games, Prep Baseball Future Games a year ago. He reclasses from 27 to 26. Instantly becomes one of the better right-handed arms. And interesting to see that they went with McCarthy here over a couple of the other ones. Great feel for the changeup. Breaking ball still coming along, but again, it's a Vermont product. He's 6 foot, 185 pounder. Gracie up top. I'd be curious to see how the bonus structure breaks down, and if they're trying to get a 2-for-1 package in the sense of Caden McCarthy, but also pairing him with another prep right-hander. I think that's something that we may see with their 3rd round pick. We're going rapid fire here. This is great. Ben Blair, one of the better collegiate right-handers, had some helium throughout the spring. He's from Liberty, 6'3", 200-pounder, to the Rays, who are just continuing to complete their class of what will be 5 picks on the day. So Grady Emerson, Taj Marchand, you pair up those prep position players up the middle. You go out there and get a college arm who can move pretty quickly. And again, I'm going to say this ad nauseum, with great shapes, moves well. They'll also pick at 85 and 113 today. But I think at the top, the Rays are pretty excited. Grady Emerson, Taj Marchand, they made the trade, got some young guys last year with the Orioles. So a really nice young nucleus that they'll be bringing up. If you don't have your Bowling Green season tickets yet, I would go and get them for next year, because they'll probably have a lot of exciting young guys there. Let's see. What catcher do you think could surprise and be called earlier than their ranking? I would go... Let's see. Let me find my board. Catchers. I'd go Mickey Gilligan. Mickey Gilligan will probably go today. New Jersey product. Awesome spring. Super 60. Great. Huge arm. left-handed bat. I think he's got a shot to go today. He'll probably go earlier than expected. And we might have to bring Sipe back soon at some point, because Rocco Maniscalco, another prep baseball All-American, another reclass, Mississippi State recruit, so he likely not going to Starkville. But Rocco Maniscalco, switch hitter, some swing and miss, which was probably the issue with him not being a top 20 pick this year. But you're looking at a guy who is, I think, more than 2 years younger than Ada Ruiz. What can he become? And that's the most important thing when scouting. It was almost like you were scouting an international player, a Latin American type player, because, hey, where does this guy get to 2 years from now when he could still be in high school, as some of these guys were? Can really defend. The hands are as soft and pure as you get. Huge arm strength. Has caught in the past, but it's a shortstop. He can stick there. Switch hitter, getting him more at bats will be hugely vital, and get him right in the box and having to get more at bats from both sides. You could have a huge impact pick as the Pirates head over to Chris Rembert, Auburn product. List him as a shortstop, more a second baseman at Auburn this past year. Draft eligible sophomore from the Panhandle, Florida. Another really nice piece who was hurt early on. Excuse me. Hurt early on in the season, which probably slowed down his draft stock a little bit, as I'm watching Maniscalco take BP in Miami at our prep baseball All-American game. Put on a show there. It was very upsetting. I thought he'd win the home run derby, just missed out on that. But again, the St. Louis Cardinals, tons of money to spend. Condon up top, they go to Kuhns, huge upside arm. Maniscalco, they're pretty much building my favorite class, so I will likely be writing about them tonight right now as they head into the next two picks. And as I'm looking at the chat in here, England, Norway, had completely forgot there was soccer on right now. I'm so locked in to this draft because we're moving fast and furious over here. Be sure to check out Draft HQ over at prepbaseball.com. If you want to get any gear too, shop.prepbaseball.com. Good place to go. I may switch into a hat at some point here. As we're switching over, there's what pick did we? Chris Rembert at 51. And Ethan Klein. You know what? Back to, again, we're saving money in the scouting department because Ivar Arquette goes from Oregon State last year to the Marlins. They come right back. Ethan Kleinschmidt, left-hander who, small town in Oregon. I'm out here in Portland, had no idea about him because it was such small baseball. But this guy threw like 5 no-hitters in insane video game numbers throughout high school. Goes off to junior college, gets to Oregon State, turns into the monster that he is. Outstanding stuff. Really elevated himself throughout. 6'3", 206. He's a lefty that's obviously going to start. It's impressive stuff to see him going this way. Looking towards what the Marlins have done so far, getting Lombard up front, Kleinschmidt, you get a nice high floor lefty that you get to work with. They've done such great things recently. Obviously, Thomas White going to all these left-handed starters. So to those of you asking about the Marlins, what they would do, I thought they would go college here. And I've just been eyeing the left-handed arms aspect. And to get Kleinschmidt down here seems like a nice, almost safer pick as you can attack 71 with a little bit more, if you want to entertain a little bit more risk. So we'll see what happens with that next pick from them as Carson Kersey comes off the board from Georgia Tech. Another right-handed hitter. Georgia Tech just flying off the boards. Rhett, bring Sife in. Let's see if we can talk about Carson Kersey before we shift away too quick. Sife, what do you got in Carson Kersey?
I really like Kersey.
Right, let's take him off. We can't hear him. Sorry. Sife, huge fan of Kersey, obviously. The whole Georgia Tech team, it feels like it's going to get drafted. Haven't heard Alex Hernandez just yet, but I'm sure he'll go at some point today. As Connor Como comes out to the Rangers, that felt like where he would land. I thought Bolo ran to the Rangers, maybe Connor Como, similar profile, 6'4", 180. He had a big fall, continued to climb, Austin area kid, some swing and miss earlier on in the spring, but he kind of fits the let me check the Rangers second round 2020. Evan Carter, the Evan Carter mold. So like like grabbing an Evan Carter type bat right there, he's got a chance if he can continue to add that strength. It's a sweet stroke. Probably doesn't stick at shortstop. You might send him off there, but again, it's the bat, Evan Carter type frame. Had some swing and miss throughout the year. Dr. Sipes getting shouted out. I'm just sending you a note, Sipe. But Connor Como, got a chance to see him. His teammate next year will kind of be looking in the same spot, I would almost guarantee. So keep an eye on that at Anderson High School there in Austin. So a nice pick from the Rangers, who it really felt like they've done a good job with identifying those bats and the ability for those athletes to make those jumps. So they get Gio Rojas, one of the premier left-handers in the class, and then they pair it with Connor Como, high upside. I think he's still 17. He won't turn 18 till August. So they'll be able to work with that as we continue to go rapid fire here in the second round. And Caden Wechter, you know what? I said it too soon. I thought the Cardinals were going to be my pick to write about. Sipe, you can just book it right now. Give me the Giants. Caden Wechter, pairing he with Bowman. He's a prep baseball All-American, one of the premier right-handers in the class. The fastball is the explosive pitch, and even more so, ultra-competitive kid. This is that bulldog type. As the slider continues to polish up, and it's a plus pitch when it's on. It has the makings of that type of stuff. The more consistent that gets, and it will within the organization. He was a two-way, could play shortstop, really good athlete at Jesuit High School, which is an absolute powerhouse, just churning out prospects. They'll have more next year as well. Might not be the last one from today that we'll hear. Wilson Anderson, his teammate. But it's big time stuff. And Caden Wechter, I love the fastball shape and what he's able to get out of that and the competitive nature. And they followed up. We kind of talked about what the Royals might do. And I thought they would go after that high upside prep arm, and they go for Jack Slidham, which now even more so, you start to see what the draft as a whole means to these clubs, where you have to look at it from a far lens where, like, it's not just that singular pick, it's what we're bringing in the whole deal. So it's not the $7 million that we're giving this guy, it's the 12 we're giving to these 4. And Jack Slidham, huge helium this spring, as an Illinois prepster. Every year you can just book it, right? There's going to be a right-hander coming out of Illinois every year that is going to explode. It is year in, year out. Just book it. Death taxes, that righty coming out of Illinois. It's going to happen. Jack Slidham was that guy this year, 93, 97, big time stuff. Cincinnati recruits. Sorry, Cincinnati. You guys are identifying talent at another level right now. Keep it up. But you look at what's taking Zion at 6. You get that guy who you may have gotten at 30, but you thought probably would have gone 20 to 30. You wouldn't get him again. Take him. Go haircut there, 7.75. Maybe you get him down to 6.5. Maybe you get him down even lower, and we're going to see another big-time arm come off with their third-round pick. But you get Taylor Rabe, high floor, tons of great shapes, and then you get Slidham at 56, who probably definitely taken closer to $3 million. I'm looking at 172 with the slot value at 56. He's going to get more than that. I would almost guarantee that. And we are just, I mean, that's 3 top-tier kids in a row: Wechter, Slidham, and Wes Mendez. Wes Mendez, again, he was on that team with Liam Peterson, Aiden Miller, Dietz, Landon. There were so many mega draft picks on that top-tier Roos team back in 23. But Wes Mendez was a two-way, goes to Ole Miss, chance to play outfield, probably more of an arm, ends up transferring over to Florida State. He's one of Sipes' favorite. To get a left-hander like that in the second round, kind of where we had him at 57, was a nice job by the Astros, who, let's take a peek at what they've been doing. Logan Hughes, Jack Rydell, you paired up with another arm. Wes Mendez should move quickly, super athletic. Get a question quickly on the best preps, and be sure to go check out Draft HQ with the best available page, which we'll be updating, especially throughout tonight. You're looking at Brody Bamilla, who obviously had the injury situation come up with the Tommy John. We'll see what happens. I'd still anticipate him to go. Colt Kinniger, who I wouldn't be surprised to see him go off pretty soon with a situational deal. Shortstop, there were some swing and miss questions. I kind of push those aside, similar to what some teams did with LeBron, where this is such an exciting athlete. There's power outputs. Let's see what happens. He's a Tennessee recruit, also a premier right-handed arm. The curveball, slider, big-time fastball, upper 90s. Also feel for the changeup. Probably doesn't do much work there, so I anticipate he's got a chance to go. Sean Dunlap still on the board, another Tennessee recruit, so you're looking at that. And then Blake Bowen, Oregon State. Beeves, like, we're starting to sift into, like, is this guy getting to campus? And we're talking about him as a top 10 pick in 3 years. We'll see what happens there. As the Reds head to Virginia to pick up Eric Becker here at pick 58, kind of where we expected him to go. There was some talk. I think I went into the season last year thinking he might have a chance to be a first rounder. There were some swing and miss issues. What's the impact? More of a third baseman, not a shortstop, but heading off to a good organization to move quickly within. Cincinnati Reds now with LeBron and Becker. Seif, let's bookmark that. Seif will definitely have something to say about that class so far. But wow, that's very fun. Wechter, Slidum, Mendez. And I think we may have mocked this at some point. The Guardians come in and take Logan Schmidt, who kind of called one of the more polarizing prospects in the draft. Like, it's huge talent. Logan Schmidt gets to LSU from Ganesha High School in Southern California. Coming out of last summer, that was a slam dunk top 20 pick. The breaking ball has some stuff to work on. He was another reclass, so the growing trend, get used to this in the next few years. He was 27, up classes of 26, turns 18 next week. But upper 90s fastball when he wants it, easy delivery. Feel for the changeup. The breaking ball was kind of the issue with some scouts had. I didn't think it was anemic. I think there was something to work with. Like, you could definitely get in the lab and get in on some of those things. But 6'4", 210. This is a guy who you're going to SEC, like, it's a level above Dietz. Where we would have had Dietz in high school, we had him pretty high. I think he's got a shot to be where he is. Logan Schmidt was ahead of that. So this is, if the Guardians can get it done, like, that's grabbing a guy whose value would have shot up in a hurry. And obviously, we talked about this earlier, what the Guardians have been able to do. Now having Peterson and Schmidt, they're going the opposite direction, it feels like. Last year was all position guys. Now we're going back to the pitching side of things. And then the Padres come in and get the Canadian Super 60 attendee again. Shortstop. He and Taj Marchand were picking it together at the Super 60. Great place to come. Chicago. We'll see you there in February. But from Canada, had an awesome time with Team Canada. The bat to ball is insane. He was really good at the Super 60. You don't get the full LaSalle experience unless you see him in game. It's the more you see this guy, the more you understand, like, this is a chance to be real. Bat the ball, really smart kid, was committed to Yale. Back-to-back years for Yale, losing recruits. Sorry, guys. Although I will say pitching coach is heading over to Tulane, so roll wave. Good luck there. Coach Suppley headed to Yale as the new pitching coach. Great one, so enjoy that. But LaSalle into the second round, key bat-to-ball guy. We had mocked, I think I mocked him to the Blue Jays, or we mocked him to the Blue Jays at one point. Can really pick it, slows everything down. Really big fan of the kid. Just interviewing, just outstanding stuff. And the Pods continue to get some really talented players. Love it. Borthwick, LaSalle, really nice couple of high school picks, because I think that they're just addicted to high school prospects. That's what the Padres do. Bring them in, get some good prospects. I love about the Padres is they love to win. AJ Preller, you're out there trying to win. You're competing with the Dodgers, Giants, D-backs, whoever it may be. The Rockies going to go out here and try to win. So that's the key. That's what it's all about. Oh man, now the Tigers are trying to pull my heartstrings. Excellent pick. Tyson LeBlanc from the state of Louisiana. I give a shout out to one of my best friends, Seth Henry, back years ago, told me about this kid in Louisiana when he was in high school, that he was an absolute dog. Unbelievable stuff. He ends up going to JUCO, heads to Kansas with Coach Fitz. Awesome stuff. Has a monster year. And now, of course, the Tigers are just saying, like, we just picked everybody's pocket. This kid's going to be unbelievable. Shout out to Alex Armand down in Louisiana. Some good stuff. So preparing Fluky with LeBlanc down with Kansas. Another 2 really nice college picks for the Tigers. Excellent stuff as the Cubbies are coming to the board, and the Cubs are going to take one of my favorites, Caden Sorrell from Texas A&M, left-handed hitter. Some swing and miss. I thought he had a chance to be a top 10 pick. The impact, the way he swings the bat, there's some swing and miss stuff that I'm sure the analytics and Seif would kind of dive into a bit more. But that's stuff that I think the Cubs are going to be able to work with, and they've done a really nice job organizationally wide. With that, they had after 2 SEC guys, so Cade Townsend up front, get Caden Sorrell, a dynamic athlete. Sawyer Strohsnyder still on the board here, so that's interesting. Another Super 60 alum. Thanks, Rhett the Jet, for getting the video set there. Always supporting your Aggies. Good job, Rhett. But I love the pick. If you hit on that type of guy, that's like the Compton pick, except more athletic from the Marlins last year. That's the type of guy who should have gone higher. The same way teams up front were ignoring the strikeout rates and the swing and miss stuff. Because Caden Sorrell easily could have been higher. I probably would have gone higher. We were higher on him. Siphon had a lot of talks about him where we met in the middle from where we were trying to have those guys, but awesome stuff. And still seeing Grahovac on the board is very interesting at this point. As the Yankees getting Sean Duncan here is just such an awesome pick. Another Canadian. That's 2 of the last 4 picks are Canadians. British Columbia kid. Sean Duncan was a first rounder. Like, he had made him turn himself into a first rounder. It was huge upside. Left-hander, was establishing himself as, he's slam dunking this in the early spring. Ends up getting hurt. Tommy John, unfortunate stuff. But the makeup's through the roof. He has that type of moxie to walk in, almost like a Mackenzie Gore type look. So if those of you have seen none of it, don't kill me. I'm trying to make somewhat of a comp here to what he looks like. But smooth mover, young for the class, just kind of turned 18 a couple months ago. Obviously going to be injured for a bit, but again, he's going to have a chance when we're looking back in the long run that the Yankees, who didn't have a pick until 35, and then they didn't pick again until 63, and they went up and got, essentially 2 first rounders and did a great job with that. So, you know what? Maybe I dished out my draft of the day way too soon. Phillies continuing to snag these monster output. Caden Bogenpool, if you are a Philadelphia Philly fan, so all you South Jersey, Philly area, Lower Bucks, the entire Philly area, Bogenpool is a monster. He's 6'6", 245. He was a 2-way from Missouri. He was heading off to school. Huge upside. Dude absolutely smashes balls. If they end up in the long run, this works out and he hits the ground running, you're going to be talking about a guy who is a favorite of all little Philly fans just rolling around. He is going to be a player that kids have posters of on the wall. They're rooting for him because it's a huge power profile. There is some swing and miss, obviously, with a lot of guys. If you're going this far down at 6'6", 245, there's something that guys aren't sure about. But the Phillies, they have a plan. Excuse me. And going out there and getting a guy like Tyler Spangler with their first pick that gets all the way to 35 could have been 1-1. Caden Bogenpool, who has the upside that very few have ahead of him. Who can hit 40 jacks in the big leagues? Caden Bogenpool can. So that's something to get excited about if it all works out for him. The Mariners turn to another one of my favorites, Louisiana kid from LSU, Jake Brown, who I thought there was a case about midway through before he got hurt where Jake Brown was better than Derek Curiel. And I don't think that's out of hand to say because he was playing that good. The power was there, and I think LSU fans would probably agree to a standpoint. Now, when it felt like the entire team got hurt, Derek Curiel was putting them on his back and really trying to make things work, and they did well down the stretch with the lineup. But Jake Brown is exciting. He's makeup. I always envision him, if you've heard Ben McDonald, it's like this is what Ben McDonald what it sound like 40 years from now. He's a two-way, just from Louisiana, walks around, expects that success. I think he can go play center field. I would send him out if I'm sure the Mariners are going to. He's athletic enough to do it. Just happens to be that Currill's a plus defender. So he was out there throughout this, but the power is going to continue to come, like that pick a lot by Seattle. As I'm sifting around to see the entire deal, Ace Reese, Jake Brown, we're just chilling in the SEC right now with some left-handed bats. Really like those additions right there for the Mariners, who had, kind of spread out picks. What catcher do you? I think Mickey Gilligan's the one. Like, Mickey Gilligan is going to be a guy who wants to sign. He can move fast. He can really catch. Loves to throw a lot. Huge year in Jersey High School. That would be my pick. Super 60 guy. Keep an eye on that. And there you go. Sawyer Stroh-Snyder off the board. I think we may have mocked him in the first round to the Brewers. So that's interesting that he ends up going there. The outputs and what they're bringing to the table there, especially with, look at what Andrew Fisher's doing for the Brew Crew right now. They're just grabbing those bats. They'll grab the high school arms 11 through 20 and kind of figure it out, is what I'd anticipate. But awesome out of TCU. He kind of sifted down a little bit here. Huge upside as it drafts off, and a guy who can really make some jumps and has dynamic talent. Shoot, watching him take BP at USD as a rising senior, I think he broke a couple windows in that right field apartment complex. To any of you who have been to USD in San Diego, it was impressive stuff. But getting Ebel at the top from the Brew Crew, third round, 102, you're starting to sift into third and fourth. Yeah, those prep righties might be on the board. Some lefties out there still who we might hear as we head over to the comp B round. Owen Hull, who was a big name, kind of a buzzy sleeper name that kept rising throughout the spring. Outfielder from UNC. They were fun to watch. Professional at bats. I had some issues watching UNC because they were so good 1 through 9. They all blended into each other for the most part. And again, to watch even more in the College World Series and just really being glued in, became more of an Owen Hull fan throughout. Remind me, Rhett the Jet, we got to talk to Seif about the Red Sox. Let me see what the Red Sox have done. So they get both Carolina guys. Another scouting organization. We're saving money. Just go scout the one team. So Owen Hull, they pair it with Jake Schaffner. I need to write that down to ask Seif about, because he's going to have a fun time talking about the Red Sox. Once again, I got to tee him up to all you David Seifert fans who like to hear his instant reaction, see his facial expressions. We will be queuing him up for the Boston Red Sox here in the near future. Keep an eye on that as Andrew Williamson comes off the board to the Cardinals. And the Cardinals, just when I think I'm jumping to a new team, Andrew Williamson was a name throughout the spring, talking with opposing coaches. They kept coming back being like, UCF, this Andrew Williamson kid just killed us. That guy can flat out hit. Another guy was like kind of in the same case as, Logan Hughes. Andrew Williamson, Logan Hughes, not the famous guys in that class of, 23 coming out of Florida. But guys are like, these are really good players. Keep an eye on these guys. So awesome stuff. Andrew Williamson. The Cardinals now are starting to continue to build a really nice day, which was very important for their foundation moving forward. I think Williamson has a chance to move really quick. They have Condon and Maniscalco. They can take some time on, let them go. Kuhns with a huge high upside who could explode into a big-time arm, which I think he will do. I really do believe in what Tegan Kuhns is about as a draft soft. And then you get Williamson, who's just a professional hitter who's going to step in as a 4-year junior as a left-handed hitter and play right away. So awesome stuff by those guys. You know what? The Tigers, two-way. They announced him as a pitcher. Evan Dempsey from FGCU there in Fort Myers was a huge name. Give him a comp B pick at pick 69. I'll be curious. I'm looking at him because he's another junior, how they're going to piece together the this class. So Fluky up top, LeBlanc, maybe probably not shaving anything on Fluky. They just didn't have as much money to spend. So getting those picks are really nice to like put together from that standpoint. As we are rolling here to the Reds, which is another team I got to talk to Seif about. I think the Reds are due for an arm. There's some good right hand. I mean, Bamilla's on the board. It feels like that. We're getting past the Bamilla time to see who has the type of money to bring a guy like that in. The injury being announced so late is kind of interesting. Okay, Lavu, who was one of my favorite. I just really like what he was about. You watch so much Rock Chalowski. Gasparino is still on the board. That whole UCLA team read him in. And Lavu just looked like a pro bat. He's announced as a first baseman. Like the bat, the ball, the way he tracked, especially the swing decisions against some really good arms. So Justin LeBron, Eric Becker, Lavu, again, 3 college bats that the Rays go after, or the Reds go after. And we're going to hope carry you through pick 70. What are we going? Pick 74, take a quick break, get Seif back online so I can really tee him up to talk about the Red Sox and what they're doing right now. Honestly, with what they've done so far, the Red Sox might be pushing Bamilla down. And he's a Boston guy. He's injured. Maybe they think they can get him a little bit later. That's something I'll be curious to see. As I'm curious if the Marlins, they could go either way right now. I think the high school side might stand out a bit more. Ryan Peterson, righty out of Sam Houston State, another buzzy name late, just really came on strong late in the process. Sam Houston State, we had a great event there in the fall. Outstanding stuff. Excuse me. Oh, that's a tough look. And the Cardinals are back. This is the big pick. Can the Cardinals? I'm feeling high school here. High school, college, high school, college. Let's just keep it up. High school. Some of the best available. Again, Bamilla's still on the board. Cole Kinniger, he would make some sense here. Sean Dunlap. Blake Bowen still being on the board. Those are all huge, high upside type guys, high risk, high reward types. Archer Horn probably going to Stanford at this point. Bo Peterson. Will Brick still on the board, another reclass guy. Ethan Bass would be a nice pick. Joseph Contreras. We got a lot of the righties in play here as well. Ethan Waxman. But they opt to get a pitcher from the collegiate ranks. Big winner of the spring for West Virginia, Dawson Montesa. Really nice pick there as they're continuing to build what's going to be a really big class. The difference between John Mora and Trevor Condon. Condon's more impactful right now. When you look at Mora, it's more speed, bat to ball. It obviously has the bat to ball stuff. Condon has that, but you get more impact of the barrel and the exit below. But similar frames, I guess. Condon a bit stronger, but Mora, we'll see what happens here as we continue to make our way through pick 72. We will take a quick break at 74 to re-up, get Seif back on, as Seif's going to want to talk about Gabe Gackel, NorCal product going to the A's. NorCal kid going home, or I guess not going home. Shoot, sorry, going to Vegas. But again, the A's need arms. They're going to attack a guy like that. Huge shapes. Thought he had a chance to be a first rounder. Is he a bullpen arm? Is he a starter? They'll send him out like a starter. I thought he was like a similar version to like Jack Leiter. But he's got big time breaking stuff, can get those swings and misses. He'll move fast throughout that organization, have a chance to be probably start him as a starter. If he goes to the bullpen, it'll happen quick. He'll be in the big leagues in a hurry. So Twins going to wrap us up here before we shift over to round 2C. We might do pick 75 too. Rhett. But 74, the Twins on the clock here. Let's check the Twins have been doing. Minnesota. I mean, maybe they'll take another catcher. Will Brick's still out there. Von Lackey, Carson Tinney, throw Will Brick into the mix. That would be fun. No, they're going after a pitcher. Starter Brett Renfroe. Brett, you can roll the Super 60 action from him. He was a 2A in high school, comes to the Super 60. It was heavy stuff. Looked like he was breaking thumbs the whole time. Sipe will talk about this class as well. We're just going to talk about all the Fort Myers spring training homes. Excuse me. But big time stuff, or big stuff, chance for big stuff, chance to be a starter, Bulldog on the mound. We'll talk some more about that from the Twins side. Rhett, let's just get, or if they're going to pick 75, I want to listen to this pick 75, and then we'll take a break, okay? Will Brick still on the board, but I gotta say, Mississippi State has several guys on here. The pull of Duty Noble and Mississippi State right now, the talk of the NIL, I don't know what it is, but like there's a chance these guys get to campus. Excuse me. As the Cubs are going to wrap us up, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be right back to talk the rest of round 3, 4, and 4 to wrap us up as they're moving. I swear time flies during the draft. The amount that we talk about these teams, and honestly, I'm looking at Bass would fire you up, Tino. Bass to the Cubbies here. Dylan Bowen's in the mix to the Cubbies here. Bo Peterson's still on the board. Texas fans, does he get to UT? Let's see what happens as the picks continue to roll on. And Miles Bailey off the board. Florida State, oh no, they thought maybe he could get back. We'll see what they come to from that standpoint. Huge power. Miles Bailey was going to be a first rounder, I thought, until he broke his ankle. I don't want to say midway, maybe a little further beyond midway. And Canes fans going off, just going to enjoy the fact that Miles Bailey will not be anchoring that Florida State team next year. But huge power input. Loved what he was about. Lincoln High School. Awesome stuff. Like huge power on the ball. Cade Townsend, Caden Sorrell, Miles Bailey. Cubs doing a great job. Excellent stuff right there. And I will be right back with Seif. We're setting him up so I can tee him up to see what he wants to say about the Red Sox. But some awesome picks coming out. We will head to round 3 in just a minute with the Rockies on the board. Rockies and Sox building a case for me to do a full-on write-up and talk. I'll be talking some more recruiting class stuff because round 3 is going to be your hit or miss. This is the round you want to watch. Are we going to build a foundation of these awesome freshmen, or are we going to have to reboot in 27? So I'll be right back. Thank you guys so much. Is that the great Dr. David Seifert?
Ooh, yes, I am back. Sorry about everything.
No, Seif. I mean, the people just wanted your reaction to some stuff. So I've got some questions for you. Were you following along?
All for like the last half of the second round. Other than that, yes. Last half of the second round. We literally drove back to the house and sat and waited until they left. They literally left 5 minutes ago. So
Seif, you're good. Seif, you're good. Everybody's good with that. They just want to know the Red Sox took Schaffner with their first pick and then Owen Hull with their second pick. They wanted your instant reaction to that.
Wow, they must have watched a lot of postseason play. I mean, those guys are really good in postseason. Don't get me wrong, but okay. There's got to be Tar Heel, right? Doesn't have to be Tar Heel alum in the Red Sox front office.
So the other one they wanted to hear was across town, Fort Myers spring training. The Twins went Lackey and Carson Tinney. Yeah. I thought they might have gone Will Brick with their third pick just to like get a third catcher. How do you like the pairing of two catchers? Like, obviously, you can kind of spell each other to allow the bats to grow. What do you think about those picks?
You know, it's about, like we said, it's about acquiring assets, right? Mm-hmm. Like it's not so much it's acquiring assets, but if he was the next guy on their board, take him. He's a catcher and it's an asset, and you can spin that asset into whatever it might be. So I don't mind the doubling up on college catchers or college outfielders, maybe a little different category, but no, I don't mind the double up on picks at all, because it's you're just getting talent. And as long as you're, for the most part, picking the best player available, as we always talk about, that's obviously signable. I don't have any problem with that at all.
Well, you're gone. I really thought the Cardinals have been doing a really nice job of balancing what they've done. Condon up top. They go Tegan Kuhns, right? The big upside arm. Rocco Maniscalco. We got multi-year. We can allow this kid to really grow. Huge upside. We may be stealing a first rounder from a couple years from now. Andrew Williamson from UCF, more of a professional bat to get out of the college ranks. And then they got Dawson Montesa from West Virginia to kind of finish up those 5 picks before they have 2 more. What do you have on Montesa?
A big arm. It's a big fastball up to 98. It's a little straight. I'm not, I hate to say shape, but just my eyeball shape by just watching him, right? Watching the shape with my own eyes, not getting into the analytics. It's straight. It plays straight. So it might have 60, 65 velo, but it plays more 40, 45. It definitely plays over grade, 2 grades below the velocity. The slider is makings of an above average slider, but basically it's a loose arm. It's a big fastball. It's a big body. Maybe a little higher than I would have been comfortable with. There's guys with maybe more now stuff that doesn't need to be developed, but it is a fresh arm. It is a good arm. And that's when you get to a certain point in the draft, right? All the pitching is kind of like, okay, you'll take a little bit off here to get a little bit more there. So it's all kind of like, buyer's preference.
Seif, if there's anybody out there that is currently playing a drinking game, every time we say the word shape, if you're a friend of theirs, can you please reach out and make sure they're okay? That's just one of the keys. I've said shape about 1,000 times today.
What 2 years ago the overused term was a launch angle, right? Now it's pitch shape. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I've said it way more. I might have to go to ChatGPT and get some synonyms for shape. I love what the Giants have done so far. Flora, Bowman, and Wechter, you pair the high school guys together. Bowman and Wechter, both prep baseball Americans, USA guys. Flora up top, you can move them quickly while those other guys are kind of growing into those assets. From that side of things, love what the Giants are about right now from that standpoint. Borthwick and Lascelles, the Padres, who had kind of the later picks, is interesting. Your Padres, not your Padres, the Phillies, Seif, your old club, Spangler up top, that I said chance to be the 1-1 guy, and then Caden Bogenpole, where if you hit at 64 on Caden Bogenpole and he becomes a 35-40 homer guy, well, then you feel pretty happy with what you got.
Oh, for sure. But they definitely are rolling the dice on upside. That is for sure. And Bogenpole may have came with a slight price cut too. But yeah, those are 2 very high upside guys, and they're in a spot now too where they can they have a good major league team, and they have a strong farm system, and they can roll the dice a little bit with some risky picks to go for the upside play.
Hey, Sife, scared money don't make money. Okay, so they're rolling into Philly. They're at home. They're getting big bodies, filling it out.
You've used that before too. That's not like shape or launch angle, but you've definitely used that.
The Guardians too, Peterson, they go Logan Schmidt, big upside lefty. We've talked about one of the more polarizing prospects from the high school ranks. So what can they do with that? They may be thinking we walk away from this with 2 steals. The Rockies have done a nice job balancing all the college guys, right? Tyler Bell at the top. Then they get Daniel Jackson and Logan Redeman. So the college guys, I think, probably looking at 3 guys who can move really quickly.
Yes. I'm liking the Yankees draft. Sometimes I scratch my head on the
Rockies.
Yankees draft. Excuse me.
That was
Rockies too, for that matter. But no, they've done a very nice job.
The Yankees too, though, getting the lefties, they go Hunter Dietz up top, Arkansas, and then Sean Duncan. 2 guys who really, you could have built a case. Those were first rounders at May 1 or whenever before Sean Duncan got hurt. And you're leaving with 2 lefties who could have been first rounders. And you only had 2 picks at 35 and 63.
Yeah, they've got to certainly have to be happy for sure.
Yeah, excellent stuff so far. Trying to get to the current round as we're going to be getting underway because Sife, I keep itching for the Rockies now and the White Sox, who last year, like Jaden Fowlsky was like my favorite hitter in the class. Thought he saw it really well. And then they go after Prozac here, I really like. Obviously, Tomei, we can't say enough good things about. And then Chalowski up top. What more can they do? Do you think they'd probably go pitching here moving forward? You got the frontliner of Chalowski, obviously. Then you get Tomei and Prozac. The high school left-handed hitting bats, more not fermented position, so more back guys. Maybe it's time to go after some arms.
Yeah, I don't think they've saved a ton, right? I mean, they've kind of just picked, and Chalowski's probably not 11.35 million, but maybe they saved some there. They pick at 77,105. At some one of those 2 you'd think would be the best college player available, and then whatever, and then a prep just kind of, me, it's about your portfolio, diversify, things like that. So at some point you got to diversify, but they're staying up in the middle pretty good. I like where they've done a good job.
And England just tied it against Norway 1-1. So we got a lot of action rolling right now.
Something. Until I understand offsides, I don't watch that.
Who is a trainer in college always used to say it's un-American to like a sport where it's advantageous to retreat. That was his big thing that he would say about soccer.
I mean, I think soccer is very popular, but I think it explodes if you could actually score goals. I'm not saying you can cherry pick on offense, but really like if you have to draw a line from a fingertip to a foot, like I'm out. Like, let him play.
And I am starting the pot. Sife is setting in. He's ready to go. He's hot and heavy. Your Cubbies, Caden Sorrell, A&M, and then they go Miles Bailey, Florida State. After taking
that you want to talk about risky. The Phillies are rolling the dice in one way, and the Cubbies are too. I mean, Sorrell and Bailey, those are just 2 huge potential home run guys, but huge swing and miss. So I can see picking one of them. I'm not sure I would ever pick them back, not back for their back-to-back pitch, at 62 and 75.
They're trying to cut that wind. Any wind blowing in, they are not worried about with those 2.
No, but you gotta hit the ball once in a while to use the wind.
This was the other team I was ready to tee you up on. So the Reds go LeBron up top, Eric Becker at 58, and then Lavu from UCLA at 70.
Yeah, Lavu, like him a lot. He's risen as much as any hitter. Coming into the year, it was that first baseman. So automatically a good hitting third baseman or first baseman. Let's start talking about him in the 3rd round, right? Mm-hmm. But he is a superlative hitter. I think he got his max EV up to in the 60 to 65 range, which was an improvement 2 or 3 miles per hour. So I think some people think he actually could probably go over to third base and give that a shot. He might give it a shot, but I think ultimately he's back at first. But so we're not talking about this stand in place first base, but he certainly has some agility and some soft hands and enough arm. But I think at the end of the day, as a first baseman, still, I don't really care. I think he's going to hit for a high average. I think he'll hit around 25 home runs and, during his average season. So I really like that pick at 70 overall.
That's a big leaguer right there. And then the Astros, Logan Hughes, and then Jack Raydell and Wes Mendez.
Yeah, we talked about Hughes before, and Andre Williamson. You mentioned him a few minutes ago. Like Andre Williamson's kind of like a poor man's Logan Hughes. Hughes, there's not a ton of upside there. You get what you get. There's not a lot of defense or speed or arm strength, but you get a bat. You get bat with good exit velocity. So hopefully, you're getting an everyday guy that can really hit in left field, because that's what he is, a left fielder. Maybe he moved to first base where he probably profiles a little bit better if the bat does come along. And then you know how much I love Raydell. We talked about him earlier as well. Big arm, big strong dude. I don't think he's ever missed a start. And then I absolutely love Wes Mendez. Like he was right there. I think he was in our top 40. He goes 57 here, so a little bit under where we valued him. But I really think the sky's the limit for him. He's just a loose arm lefty, throws strikes, he has two good pitches in the third. That's going to be a good pitch. He's just still developing, still progressing. There's ceiling there. So Wes Mendez, really, really good pick at 57 for Houston. I like what they're doing.
I'm eyeing guys right now, right? So we're going to the third round. Rockies, like DeCaro's still on the board, right? So do you think DeCaro comes out? I'm looking Grahovec still on the board. Aiden Robbins still on the board. Do you think these guys start to come off quick, or are we going to go after some high upside high school guys still?
I need to catch up here on my board. I was like at pick where was I here? I have about 4 or 5 more picks to record, so then my best available board will be up to date. So if you want to give me a few more minutes, I will give you a good opinion. But to back up a second, simul draft wise, we picked at 47 with the A's. And my decision actually came down to Mason Edwards. Before the pick was made, I was like, all right, Mason Edwards, Mendez, next pick. And then the A's went with Edwards. So that's who we're going with. We went with Mason Edwards in the second round at pick 47 overall.
Good pick, Saif.
Thank you, sir.
When do we pick again?
We're picking with the A's. So our next pick with the A's will be at 73. I'm kind of eyeballing a prep, and I was going to jump in with you. This is where you come in strong for us. A signable prep at 73. We can afford a little risk here because we got Bell and Edwards, 2 for sure big leaguers. Maybe not 50 WAR guys when it's all said and done, but those guys are big leaguers. So give me a good prep that's signable at 73 and consider it a done deal shooter.
Well, we will get there soon because we are at pick 76 right now, and the Rockies just took Jack Natili, your guy from Cincinnati, catcher.
Like him. Good pick. Like I thought he – you know what? I'd say if – I almost Natili Tinney, and Tinney went obviously many picks ago. He went 43 of the Twins, but I consider them very close picks. Natili, he reminds me how he folds up. He reminds me of that tall right state catcher that the A's turned into an all-star. Then he went to the Braves. Sorry, forgot his name, but he's out of right state. I just compare. What's that?
I'm just laughing at you.
Yeah, it's been 5 drafts ago, but Natili, just how he folds up in the cape reminds me of the right state guy. But I'm really big fan of Natili. 65, maybe a 70 arm, maybe has a little extra in the transfer that he's going to cut out of there, and then it'll play as a 65 arm, but he's got power. He's plus power, a little quirky swing, but I think he strikes out around 19-20%. But he's a catcher, 3rd round. Awesome pick. Really,
we're going to move into quick action here, Saif, because we're grabbing some stuff plus with Joey Volchko heading to the south side.
Okay. Volchko, it's obvious he wasn't that type of pick going into the College World Series, and he was actually my Ty Floyd pick to click, and he clicked, and then now here he is, right? So he kind of went from a 5th round, more afterthought, to a 3rd round, and I'd say it was just based on one start, but he flashed what he's capable of doing. And that's capable of, upper 90s fastball, a cutter, another, change up. That was really good when the first time I saw him in the Cape. So a 3-pitch guy, he showed the control at the World Series, and look what he did to his draft value.
Awesome stuff. When are we picking again? I'm eyeing these guys to push down the board.
You know what? We missed Yeah, you gotta. Okay.
And there we go. Now we get to prep the high ups. I got another Super 60 guy. So shout out to Super 60. Luke Williams, dynamic athlete from Pennsylvania. Announces a shortstop, just going to play all over the diamond. But it's impact stuff. I thought he did a great job at the Super 60. I was a big fan of what he did there back in February when we were measuring a lot of that stuff. See what the Nationals are putting together, because it seems like they're grabbing a lot of right-handed hitters. Hakopian, Chase Brunson, Luke Williams, getting those athletic right-handed bats. That's an interesting strategy. Do you think that's a trend, or they're seeing a market inefficiency in attacking a right-handed hitter profile?
No, I think hopefully they're just going with the best hitter available, right? With what their eyes tell them, what their scouts tell them, what their metrics tell them. I just think they're taking the smart approach and just trying to get the best guy they possibly can.
Find athletes. Will Brick still on the board here for the Twins if they want another catcher. I'll just keep bringing that up. Dunlap as well. But Twins on the board. I'm eyeing some pitching here. DeCaro feels like a potential guy. He's still on the board. Grahovec's still on the board, which is interesting.
And it's not such. It is Jason DeCaro, because obviously I'm a huge fan. That's well known. But it's some of the guys that are being picked now before him. Like, to me, like, I'm not going to go around naming names, but there's certainly guys being picked right now, or 10 picks ago or 5 picks ago, that DeCaro's, he's just better than. That's the point. When like Dawson Montesa, like him, big arm. We talked about, 6'2", athletic. Had a decent season, but his fastball straight, and that's the complaint about DeCaro. But DeCaro's a winner, just ACC, all ACC every year. I know he wasn't the best in the College World Series in the final game 1 of the final series there, but man, the kid's just the absolute winner, and he's young. He's one of the youngest eligible juniors in this year's draft.
And the Twins go with a prep right-hander up to 100. Ethan Waxman, a former prep baseball future gamer. It's big time stuff. We talked a bunch about him in the past. 6'5", 225, moves super easy. Carl Bavano type frame. Everything comes easy. I think his best days are ahead. I don't even think guys got to see just how good this stuff can be. So it's a lot more coming from his side. So the Twins can work with that. And they've identified some guys in this area in the past to go with. I'd expect that the Pirates kind of do the same thing. Sipe, the A's are 83. Do we pick 84? What's our simul draft?
We're picking 83. So get ready for 83.
Get Grayson Willoughby in the holder.
Unless the
Pirates pick our pocket here. DeCaro to the Pirates. There you go. We were eyeing the DeCaro pick.
So we're going Willoughby at 83.
Yeah.
Come on, no, you got that. You got to pound the table for him.
No, the issue now, Sipe, the issue now is we're running the signability stuff. What's the signability?
That's
I would love to take Ethan Bass right now, but I'm not positive. Actually put Ethan Bass on the board just in case.
Put him up there instead of Willoughby?
Yeah. Ahead of Willoughby.
Ahead of Willoughby, okay.
Yeah.
So we might go Bass.
We're going to go Bass. But who knows? Grahovec off the board to the Angels. This is interesting with their third pick for the Angels. Hometown kid from Southern California. I want to say Villa Park kid, but Angels go with, let's see, their full Grinlinger. They're just grabbing all California guys. It's not a bad policy. Good players, a lot of big leaguers. If you just get all the California kids, that's a good move. So Grinlinger, Advincula, and then Gavin Grahovec in the third round here. You know what? I think there's tons of value in having Grahovec there in the third round. I'm a huge fan of his. So count me in.
Yeah, that's a good pick. In this round, that's a great pick. I mean, a fabulous pick. I like Caden Bogenpool as much as the next guy, but Grahovec over Bogenpool every day. So to get Bogenpool or to get Grahovec after him, hey, well done.
And then the Orioles go to Dominic Vegley, who's an Illinois kid, went to Kansas. Big arm, 6'2", 200. Gives them a potential starter there in the third round. What do you got in Vegley?
Yeah, like him a lot. Strike thrower, competitor, good breaking ball, fastball in the mid-90s. The control maybe isn't as tight as you'd like it, but we had him more fourth, fifth round. But I can see the third round because third through fifth. It's kind of beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right? So yeah.
A's on the board. So give us Bass.
All right, we got him. Good work.
You're putting a lot on our back of like the signability aspect is becoming crazier. I was mentioning was like maybe the Red Sox would go after Bamilla, local kid, injured, Boston. Haven't heard his name yet. We're in the 3rd round. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. So
it was going to be DeCaro there. That's who we had penciled in to start, but and then we had Lavu in the 4th, our next pick, but he's obviously way gone. So
yeah.
But yeah, if we don't sign, our 4th pick, 3rd rounder, if we don't sign that guy, I guess it's more tolerable than you're not signing a 1st or 2nd rounder.
So many comments just went. Seif would take DeCaro 1-1.
No, Seif would not take DeCaro 1-1, but Seif would have started talking about him the end of 2 in that area. Again, I like him, yes, but like go look at some of the other names of college right-handed pitchers that were being taken in that area of the draft. It's like, to me, it's cut and dry. DeCaro is better, but
hey, I'll tell you, we got a clear runway for what the A's are currently doing because they get injured Jacob Dudan from right-handed pitcher from NC State, and that's 3 straight college guys because you missed Gabe Gackel, local kid or former local kid, went to the A's as well.
Yeah, and for us, Dudan, he would have been higher. We had him at one point, I think we had him around the 30th best college pitcher. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a plus slider. It's a fastball up to 98, 99. It's just a big arm. Then he had Tommy John. Obviously, he fell to where he did. But yeah, at one point, we had him a strong 2nd rounder, maybe even sneaking into the top of the 2nd round. But I like what the A's are doing as well.
Now, the Blaze break.
Yeah, and for me, that's a better pick than the guy who's picked before him. He's just a bigger arm, a double plus slider, more fastball velocity. Obviously, one guy just had Tommy John, the other guy did not, and has, hopefully will never have it. But that's just another example of if you're not going to like DeCaro, we'll go examine some other guys that were just taking 30, 40 picks ahead of him.
So Braves went Gracie obviously up top. Your Carter Beck 2nd, then Caden McCarthy, a 6-foot righty from Vermont. With their 2nd rounder. Curious to see what they do here with their 3rd round pick. And looks like they're going with Jensen Hirschkorn, big right-hander, LSU recruit, who I got a chance to see, Fresno area, incredible town. What a wonderful Kingsburg. So if you ever get a chance to go to Kingsburg, awesome place. But big righty, super easy out of the hand. LSU recruit. Thought maybe there might be a chance here Logan Schmidt would get there. Probably not now, although historically speaking, these last 2 years, 2nd, 3rd rounders, we've had one go back to school. So we'll see what happens here. I'd anticipate he goes and signs, but he's in a great organization to develop there with the Braves at 6'7", 205. The spin one I saw was not peak, which is probably why he's a little further down here, just the teeth of what the secondary stuff was. But big-time basketball player, 6'7", 205, tons of upside, former prep baseball future gamer as well, comes from an athletic family. So awesome stuff for Jensen Hirschhorn there. The Rays continue to move on. They go with Gavin Geese, another high. When talking with the full California crew led by Les Lukacs there, I said, it's going to happen. Who's going to be that California right-hander that we kind of have in like the 2-3-ish or the tier 2-ish that's going to get like 7-figure stuff? And Gavin Geese, Dana Hills was the one. He was in a group of like 3 guys where I was like, one of these guys is going to be that. Townsend, Geese, Guy. He ends up being the guy for the Rays here. So I'll be curious to see what he ends up with. But it was definitely something we were highlighting. Like, one of these guys is going to be the dude.
Now, he is the first prep not on our draft board, correct? We had a draft top 200. Mm-hmm. Tell me if I'm wrong, but Geese is the first one that's been selected that wasn't in that top 200 because Dawson Montesa, the right-hander from West Virginia, was the first college guy not on our draft board. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Okay. And then I wanted to take a quick pause, or not a pause, but just a quick shout out to Soroka, Andy Soroka. Dom Santorelli, I think, is going to go off any time here. So he's coming up soon. I just feel it. Are you not feeling that? You don't sound like you're feeling that.
I'm like on something else right now. Caden Ferraro, first baseman to the Cardinals.
Yeah, he's kind of limited positionally, similar to Logan Hughes in that regard. Probably both future first baseman, but both of those Texas Tech boys had just unbelievable metrics. Low swing and miss, high contact, power. Lubbock's a different atmosphere. So not sure, like how that plays into metrics. It probably shouldn't, but somehow you had two on the same team. Maybe it's what they recruit or whatever, but that's what he brings to the table. Just outstanding analytics.
And then former prep baseball future games MVP Cam Koziel from Arkansas goes off the board to the Marlins. That fits like a nice Marlins pick there.
Yeah, I like the pick. I mean, we've struggled, or I've struggled, not you. I'm not saying we as in you and I, but for Koziel, I liked him. So he was in our top. I think he was in our top 150 in the preseason, and then halfway through, he fell out of it, and then he was obviously back up there at 96 on our draft board overall in the final one. But kind of up and down with him a little bit. But he changed to short. He switched to shorts from second base to shortstop for Arkansas around midseason, and just put up numbers. So if you're looking for a middle infielder, and I'm not sure he's a pro shortstop, but there's been worse at this point that have turned into major league shortstops. But I mean, if you're looking for a middle infielder that can hit, here's one of them. 380, third round, 87th overall. That's a really good spot.
Braden Dowd goes to the D-backs from Florida State, outfielder.
Again, there's not a lot of ceiling there. He's very similar to Logan Hughes. He's very similar to who was the other Andrew Williamson.
Okay.
Very similar to he was selected after those guys because that's the talent he is, but it's a very high floor type guy, overachieves, can see several years in the big leagues, but just a very good baseball player with some good bat to ball. And that's the theme, right? I mean, we've had our Miles Bailey, we've had our Sorrells drafted, we've had those guys drafted, but I think the theme is it's Major League Baseball. It is bat to ball, and he's another one of those that do it really well.
So the Rangers have taken Rojas and Como, two high school guys, kind of anticipating them to take a college guy. However, they just took Brody Bamilla here.
Oh, yeah.
Austin. So now very fun draft that the Rangers are churning in right now. As he goes in the third round, you start looking, if we start doing some accounting, Saif.
Here's Harrison. It's a redo of Harrison from the Giants in 2020?
I don't know if they have that type of money though. If you're looking at the Rangers, let's see, they're at 5. That was the first round. Sorry. Rangers are looking at 10 million for the pool. Okay. They took Rojas at 5, which is 505 for slot. That's slot. Okay, so take 5 off the board. Connor Como, 1.8. They may be spent. We may have some cost cutters coming for the Rangers. So keep that in mind. I would think that Vermill is getting at least 2.5.
They're going to start taking college seniors here that you've never heard of in the 4th round, right? Is that kind of where we're at?
Yeah. No, not just quite there because they still have like $2 million to spend. So so Gio and Bamilla though, I bet. I just love when teams have a plan. Like there's thought went into this, and we're gonna attack this. If we hit on Bamilla and we got him in the 3rd round, this kid 6'8" lefty throws 100. It's not like he tore his labrum. He's getting to get Tommy John. Like he'll be back. It's amazing, medical marvels. But
do you see Koninger, Dunlap, or Bowen going anytime?
Well, Kinniger right now, like the Giants have just done such a nice job today getting all these pitchers. Tennessee fans right now, Tennessee's got to be pretty excited. I'll tell you that much. I'd say I know Miami coming in, there was some buzz, like Miami might be happy. I kind of anticipated Cuvée might be the guy, so we'll see if he goes back. Now the Giants, I mean, if you're going to do it with Trevor Cohen, why not just go back to Jersey and grab a guy right around here, Peyton Bonds, and how could the Giants pass up on a Bonds? Saif.
I don't think they can they?
They didn't. No, they didn't. They just took him.
Oh, okay. To my point. All right.
Awesome stuff going in, getting Peyton Bonds, who's injured for a little bit, but huge name, big stuff coming out of South Jersey, Rutgers guy. Royals had to take a lefty, right? It would just not be a normal year for the Royals not to have some sort of lefty. So Maxiell, a New York product, West Virginia had a big year. I think he was Big 12 pitcher of the year.
Yes, he was.
Former Super 60 guy. I think he was a big Sean Duncan guy. He was a big fan of that.
Yeah, and he was a little underexposed, right? Until they made the run in the postseason there. Everybody saw how good this guy really was. But, he got taken maybe, 40 spots ahead of where we had him. But I can definitely easy to justify the pick.
Fourth-year senior, you start looking at Zion for probably not getting 7.7, right? Probably closer to 5 for Zion at 6.
You'd think. Yeah, you would think.
And then you go Taylor Rabe, probably more slot. Jack Slayton over 1.7, probably closer to 3 at least. Maxiell, you bump up. No, he probably takes that. Royals are still going to have some coin to work with. So keep that in mind. With the Royals' next pick, they are going to have some things that they can do. As the Mets, the Mets have no picks, no wiggle room. And I think they've done an awesome job here. They got Carson Wiggins up top, and now they're going to get Aiden Robbins at pick 92.
Yeah, and they're going for upside as well. I literally sat next to the New York Mets scouting director at Vanderbilt later in the year when Texas came to Vandy, and Robbins maybe didn't have his best series then. But at that point, he was being largely discussed, you hear what you hear, but 25 to 30, somewhere in there. And he didn't play like that player. But for him to fall all the way to 92, that's one thing. But for the Mets to get him all the way to 92, that is absolutely outstanding, right? Like we on our draft board, we had him 63. And I think MajorLeagueBaseball.com had him a lot higher. I think they had him around 30. But to get Aiden Robbins at 92, that is a huge steal for the Mets.
The Mets have no money, no picks. Their big league team's struggling, and somehow they're going to walk out of this with some excitement. And that's got to be a great feeling of upside to get Wiggins and Robbins. Robbins at 3, come on. Forget about it. Come on.
I just saw the name flash up there. I was like, oh, he's still available. So, that's how surprising that was. But again, we did have him at 63 overall on our big board. So.
I bet they picked the Astros pocket right there too with Robbins. I would think that the Astros would have thought about Robbins. Let's see. Astros are Hughes, Radell, Mendez. And you know what? Sorry, Vandy fans. Keon Johnson off the board to the Astros. Shortstop out of Georgia. Another Georgia prepster off the board. Saif. Keon did not have the strongest last summer. He was a big-time prospect for his entire high school career. Came into high school as one of the top guys. I thought his summer last year, there was some swing adjustments, kind of a deep arm bar. There were some issues. It was one of those few guys where I still loved him. I was like, I still think this guy can really play. Premium defender, premium athlete. I just think that he's got a ton of upside, so I really like that pick from Houston. Thought a chance he was kind of toeing the line, maybe getting to school, maybe not. He'll probably be looking at at least 1.2 to 1.5 at that slot from the Astros. As the Reds come up and they take Ty Horn from Nebraska. What do you got in Ty Horn?
That's a very surprising pick. That needs to be definitely they're planning to do something or they need to save some money. But good arm, good body, good arm. But certainly not anyone I had the third round.
I think the Reds have had a pretty interesting draft going LeBron first, then you had Becker, Lavu, and now Horn. It's something to follow, right? We're going to see it's going to take 4 years to figure out and see what these guys do. But this is what makes the draft fun. The water cooler talk and our discussions.
Yeah. Ty Horn, athletic right-hander, 6'2". He struck at 87 to 82 innings. He's 92, 95. Solid curveball, solid changeup. So a 3-pitch strike thrower. But again, it took me till
round 3. I said the Texas thing earlier with the Astros and Rangers, but we also got the Reds and the Guards going back to back here in Ohio. So the Guardians, if they stick to what we've been saying, they're probably going to go after an arm here. And there's a lot of prep righties on the board. We talked about Willoughby earlier. Joseph Contreras is still out there, pitched in the World Baseball Classic, Vanderbilt recruit. He would step onto campus as, a premium arm in the class. Vanderbilt was like the number one recruiting class I was eyeing because these guys could go either way. And this could be a foundational piece where 3 years from now in Omaha, we're talking about on this day, this happened. And the Guardians go with Trey Broussard from Houston, outfielder.
He's more of a bat-to-ball guy. Actually, he's very much a bat-to-ball guy. There's not a ton of power. His doubles are mostly just speed doubles because he's a plus runner. He played more than half the season, but he battled injuries pretty much, I don't know, every 10, 15 games or so. But a good player. When he's healthy, can play center field, but it is a contact oriented bat. But I really love his swing. It's an opposite field. He's a left-handed hitter. It's geared to left center, and he knows what he is. He's a very fun player to watch. So I do like this pick as well.
And good pick. I don't know how much money they're going to have to spend because they are looking at. Ooh, should have this a little. Guardians are looking at 9.3. They already took Peterson, full slot 4 or 5. Schmidt's going to need 3, I would think, at least. So maybe one more pick, upside type guy. We just are rolling with the Super 60 Saif, and it's one of those things every year we go into the Super 60, and I love to bring guys, and our scouting directors identify guys super early. Hey, we want to pick on this. This is a really good player. Senior Future Games last year, new event for us. Uncommitted seniors, right? The recruiting slowed down. Jace Matazinski shows up from Wisconsin. Guess what position he plays, Saif?
You said it.
Shortstop.
Yes, sir.
And he's the MVP of the Senior Future Games, which is going to be incredible this year. Every college coach in the country is going to be there because there's so many more seniors available right now, and the talent level is so high. He puts on a show. Then he comes to the Super 60 in the middle of basketball season. Looks the athlete that he is, 6'4", 195. Comes out of basketball, had a solid show, like some throwing stuff going on at Super 60, and came out of basketball season and was just the absolute dude. Hitting home runs at the right time. And the Red Sox here, after what they did up top, getting this high upside impact athlete. I think it's something that they're really going to enjoy here in the third round. And as you start looking, the Red Sox seems to be stretching the dollar, and I think they're going to continue to get some more guys even beyond this round. But Jace Matazinski goes first ever Senior Future Games MVP, goes to the Super 60, and now third rounder to the Red Sox. So kudos to him. Another Wisconsin shortstop. We're just churning them out. Followed by Saif. Padres might be your team this year. Ryan Lynch goes to the Padres here in the third round. UNC, another South Jersey guy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's the injury towards the end of the season, when he came off the field. So, again, not a doctor, not a medical, but going into the draft or previous to that, he was probably more of a late 2, early 3. So we had him. What did we have? He just went 97th. Where did we have in shooter? We had him 91. So, yeah, right in the ballpark.
Very nice stuff, Saif. I'm liking what your Cubbies are doing right now. They're on the board right now, or on the clock after going Townsend, Sorrell, Bailey. Do we go after one of these prep righties?
Yeah, man, I think you need to go conservative here, but you know me, like if they want to break the bank and go upside, go upside. But for me, just to balance that class a little bit, I think you need to go college guy. Like, okay, who do we have left? Roman Martin's a nice pick here.
Gasparino's still on the board.
Probably too risky.
There's some
risk factor, right? Like, I mean, I like Henry Ford. Maybe not enough to take him. I like Roman Martin more.
What about Ruger Rios? I can't even say his name. The kid from Texas.
Yeah, I'd like to. I wish here's where we don't have where we have a huge disadvantage. We don't know medicals, right?
Yeah.
He was a different guy the first half of the year as he was the second half, but that is certainly a name. If healthy, if thumbs up on the medical, Yeah, but with that said, he would have been taken a while back.
I was going to say they could just keep doing what they're doing and go with Kate Lewis here, but they did not. They went with Carson Jassa, another arm out of
Yeah. Okay. So there's risk there though. I mean, it's 97, 98, really good slider. But the control, it's developing control. So I was actually about to say the name Ethan McIlvain would be a nice pick because I think you have a for sure big leaguer. I think he's a reliever, but at least you have a more of a lower risk there. But I do like the Yasa pick for sure.
Hey, I'm going to go back to Ty Horn with the Reds because I didn't know that's who I was watching when I think he threw against Ole Miss. I just like the way he moved. I thought it was super athletic. I like the way the arm worked. I don't even know what his velo was. I was just watching it probably on a flight in the background. I was like, this guy moves well. He's got a good changeup. I didn't know if it was him or Carson Jassa until just now, and it was Ty Horn. So I'm gonna give Ty Horn a shout out.
Yasa doesn't have much of a changeup, so yeah.
Well, there you go. The Yankees are just stacking picks for Seif to like with Brendan Brock going to the Yankees here at 99.
He's interesting just because he was like an 18th rounder last year, right? Out of junior college, bet on himself, went to Oklahoma. All of a sudden, he hits me in the face. And I knew I'm 2 hours from where we went to play junior college. So, I mean, knew the name, knew the player. Toolsy guy, put up big numbers in junior college, was an All-American. So he had the resume, had everything. He just goes to Oklahoma opening weekend, just puts on a show. And so to the rest of the nation, I think in large part, he just smacked people in the face. Like, man, here I am. And not too many knew about him going into that weekend. So, and he continued to do that for several weeks. Then he got the gear on because they started him in the outfield, and he could play. He's kind of like Lackey in the sense that he could play anywhere on the diamond. He is that athletic. And he put on a show opening weekend, continued to do it for a while, got the gears on, looked good behind the plate. Ultimately, Oklahoma went with LaChance just because it fit their thing, but their lineup better, right? And they won the national championship doing that way. But this is a 5'2", super athletic guy. However, there's too much swing and miss. He's 25% strikeout guy, so that's where the kind of the 5 tool ends with the hitability. Developing, athletic. Can he figure out? Sure, great pick at 99 overall.
What about Rios to the Phillies?
I do know they really liked him this year. I actually think at one point, early in the year when he was Ruger Electric, they had first second round grades on them. So to get him at the 100th pick overall in the third round, I think the Phillies are just tickled to get that guy in that spot.
I figured that the Mariners would want to go with a pitcher here after the first two college bats they went with. Nathan Taylor from Cincinnati.
Ooh, strong dude, fastball 90, 94, 96. It's straight. It plays like a 30. I mean, if he's pitching off his fast, he's more of a slider guy. He pitches off his slider, but it's a plus slider. And if you can maybe adjust a little bit with that fastball just to give it some more ride, maybe lower slot just the hair, just to give some more vert, I think you got a two dominant pitch guy. So I really like that pitch by the Mariners. If there's one organization we talked earlier about the Guardians being able to make small changes in pitchers, especially college guys, Seattle's right there with the Guardians and being able to do that. So really good pick, Nathan Taylor at 101.
Seif, we are entering our very close time to our next pick, and I am just getting more and more nervous about high school guys and then just going to school.
Yeah, this might be a good time to just take the college route, right, from here on out. So,
well, teams are going to regroup tomorrow, and there'll be like 2 or 3 big names that come off the board and like money clears up, right? We just don't know exactly who those are, which doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy inside about our simul draft and our number of players that we actually signed. As the Brewers come up here, I'm curious to see what they do. They've done a great job with the arms recently. So far, attack the bats, right? In Trey Ebel and Stroh-Snyder. And they get another outfielder. They're going for Kyle Jones, a center fielder from Florida. He had a nice year.
He did have a nice year. At one point, I hadn't seen him yet, and I was kind of sending out feelers like, hey, who are the SEC bats, really impact bats? And a feeler I got back was Kyle Jones. 2 weeks later, I went and saw Kyle Jones, who was in town. I think Ole Miss was at Florida, was down in Gainesville. Kyle Jones did not do really well for me. I had him. I mean, again, it's a third round. what's the difference between fourth round, fifth round? There's no whole heck of a lot. I had Jones more of a 6 to 8 guy, but to get him here, I totally understand. There's some tools there. Average defender in center field, below average power, but above average bat to ball guy.
Blue Jays only have $5 million to spend. 2.57 was Carlone slot. So could go just attack. Maybe they just spend it all here, go $2 million to somebody and hand it over. This might be a high school guy, but more than likely probably another college guy. So this will be an interesting pick, at least for me here, from the prep side of things. Kyle Jones. I'm going through. Looks like Archer Horn. Stanford, you're getting Archer Horn there based on what we're seeing here. Dunlap, Tennessee, Kinniger and Dunlap still being on the board is a good thing. Hey, Seif, Dan Jurek is just eyeing you up right now and saying, Ryan Cooney, 3rd rounder, Blue Jays. Oregon.
I think for you and him, yeah, I would not go there, but you guys being Pac Northwesterners, I can see the allegiance for sure.
Yeah, full on bias. A huge fan of Ryan Cooney, Jesuit High School, same school as Noble Meyer, same team that year. Just winner attributes. He had a great year. At Oregon, had an excellent year. I think he hit like 380. So I'm happy. I'm full on biased. So shout out to Ryan Cooney for that.
The weekend I saw Oregon was at Purdue, in week 4 or 5. Week 4 or 5, so it was early, but it was probably the best weather ever in the history of West Lafayette on whatever it was March 20th or whatever. It was week 4 or 5. On that look, Drew Smith by far was the best hitting prospect, but Cooney was solid. There's not a lot of power there. Maloney was not very good. There's definitely not power there, but he is a really good defender. And then who was the other bat that was impressive?
Get Drew Smith on our board for later on. That would be a nice little pick for us.
There's swing and miss there, but on that look, Drew Smith was okay, man, he's finally figured it out, right? Because he was 2 years ago, he was sophomore eligible, had a whatever year, and then as a junior, it was kind of another whatever year. So he's a senior now, but I really liked him. And then I was really impressed with Berkeley Mabius as well. I thought he was more of a 4th, 6th rounder, somewhere in there, but he took himself out of the draft. He's going to Mississippi State next year, correct?
Yeah, he makes more money there.
Exactly.
Rockies. Rockies, speaking of Mississippi State, Rockies to start the 4th round take Ben Davis from Mississippi State.
Oh, big arm. Senior, probably saving some money here to do some other stuff or to pay for whatever they've already taken. But he's up to 97, 98 as a breaking ball, competitive. I saw him actually, he was a closer, but he came in. I saw him throw 3 or 4 innings on one time, and he went through the lineup no problem. I'm not saying he's going to be a starter, but certainly a big body dude with a good arm, good pick by the Roxford. That might be the first senior, true senior, right? Well, I guess it's 5 for 5 now, so who knows? My mind cannot wrap around the whole 5 for 5 thing. So I don't even know who's a senior, junior, whatever. But yes. And then Segura from Oregon State, sinker baller, pick 105 by the White Sox. Good pick. Again, 94, 95, hard sinker. I've liked him for a long time. I didn't quite understand why he wasn't getting more love from the industry, but the Sox certainly like him, and I really like that pick to add to what they've already done.
Incredible value to get him in the 4th round here with what they've done up top to take, the high school chances, get Rock, lay the foundation, but then get a guy like that in the 4th round is outstanding. I'm looking at the Rockies. They won't pick till tomorrow, but they'll be first pick tomorrow. I think they've got room to go after a higher upside high school guy with a 1.6 to 2.2. Let's say that from the accounting. This is napkin math I'm doing here. So there is still a chance to start round 5 with a fairly significant guy, especially if you're talking about Ben Davis being a senior sign, probably under slot at 755. Although, shoot, they may have to do that with Mississippi State or I guess he's graduated, so they can go under that. So there's money.
You're gonna have to give me a timeout here pretty soon. I got to get ready for our pick 111. The best I think we need to go the college route. The best pick on the board college-wise is a JUCO lefty, Carson Bailey from McLennan. Big arm, transfer from Baylor, is up to 97, 98 early in the year, blew out his knee. So I don't know if I need to go, not being a doctor, not having his medical notes. I don't think I need to go down that rabbit hole. So our next college guy available, we got to go a ways. Cuvée, you already mentioned
Yeah,
possibility
I'm gonna
about
stay
him.
away from Bouvet.
Yeah, we got to stay away from that. Man, I got to keep.
Santorelli's still on the board. Giles might be a sneaky one for us in the high school. That would be the one that I would go after, but we'll see. Anthony Murphy probably. Oh, see, I can't do the high school guys. Although I will say, in the meantime, while you're searching through that, the Nationals come in and take Cooper Harris, one of my favorite arms, right-hander out of Texas. He's a UT commit. I'm looking at what they're doing here. He's super young for the class. Huge upside. I think his best days are ahead. He would have been one I anticipated. Max Wiener just absolutely turning into a first rounder. So this is the Nationals coming in saying we're getting a first rounder here in the fourth. The Nats are looking at $12.2 million. They took a Copian up top for 6, sliced that to 6. Chase Brunson at slot. We're going down to 4. Luke Williams probably getting 2.25. You're probably looking at Cooper Harris anywhere from 1.8 to 2.5, I would say. So another big pick by the Nationals. We'll never know what he would have turned into in college, assuming he signs, right? But keep that in mind. Really nice arm there in the fourth. And then the Twins come in and get Tommy Laporte from TCU, who had a chance to be a lot of first round buzz going into the fall before he got hurt.
We certainly never have him there. He doesn't have that type of breaking ball or control to be a first rounder for us. We always had him more just a big arm dude that touches 100. So we always had him more late 2, early 3 somewhere, and here he goes in the fourth. Did they just take my guy?
The Pirates picked our pocket with Andrew Giles.
Well, it's because you said something. But I've been hiding our pick at 111 right now. I haven't said this. I got it. I haven't picked. I respected the Giles, but I've got our guy at 111. I'm not going to breathe a word of his name because I want him.
Good. Don't give away our stuff there. But Giles, I think he's got a chance to be a real bat, and he's one of those where Les Harold, we have him super high, right? He's at number 40. He's really high on the outfield list. The guy's going to be a professional hitter, and he was committed to Oregon. I don't know if that was the change Martyr going to Texas was something that affected anything there. I thought he had a shot to go off to Oregon and be like the next. You would have been talking about him like Laya and Jaxa as a freshman. This guy just impacts the game. Absolute winner, dog, powers there, bat the ball. Same high school as the Saldazines. Huge fan of his. I think this is a great pick here. Curiel, now they go, right? Ruiz was the second pick for the Pirates, Saif. So you get the switching. Then you go to Rembert from Auburn. Jason DeCaro, you get the nice arm from UNC. And then you get kind of the real bat, maybe a steal of the draft in the fourth that we were going to try to steal, Saif. That would have been ours.
Could have been, should have been.
What could have been. And the Angels step up and they grab another outfielder, Rylan Lujo, yeah, emerged.
He was having a great year the entire year, and people finally started noticing about the halfway point, and then they kind of noticed like, oh, he's sophomore eligible, right? I'm sure the area guys knew well ahead of, but as from a national level, it was kind of like, okay, this is a guy. He performed on a big stage. He put the bat on the ball. He plays solid defense. He's a 5-tool guy. I think he's also like the grandnephew or grandson of, was it Rennie Stennett? The old Pittsburgh Pirate. So he's got some, Major League Baseball bloodlines in there, but a really good player. I think he hit 4-hole for Georgia, hit behind Jackson, put up some good numbers. Again, there's no plus thing, nothing that stands out, but overall very, very solid player.
And just looking at the Angels, because the Angels are from the financial side. So you got 11.7 to work with. You take Grinlinger up top, right? You'd assume there was a deal, probably likely a deal there, right? Something's in place to get this done, because if he starts asking for over slot, like 6.5-7 million, Admakula is at 2.2 his slot. Grahovec at 1 million feels like he should be getting more than that, right? Like for him to go back to A&M, they probably kind of make it worth it for him to go back into that lineup, but we'll see. And then Lujo coming in, he's a soft. So like he's a draft soft. So he has some leverage there. So that'll be interesting to follow with what these guys end up signing for. Obviously, Grinlinger going up top there as a reclass. We'll see what that has to do. The Orioles step in. And what's funny, I actually asked Tyler the other day when I was on his podcast, I was like, I haven't heard much about Kevin Roberts Jr. It was like such a big athlete, super young for the class. I was very hesitant about the bat. Tons of swing and miss. It was just like not really there. I'm not sure about the injury. And they announced him as an outfielder. I thought he had a shot to be one of the best arms in this class. But Syfe, he's 6'5", 220.
Yes. Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're good. And this next picture makes sense. But it really does fit the Orioles model, right? Huge athlete, upside, swing and miss. What can we work with this? Because if it hits, it's a superstar. Kevin Roberts Jr., the A's. Did we just snake Roman Martin from them?
We're picked the A's. I love the A's, right? Like we picked Mason Edwards with them. That was our pick. That's who they picked. We are picking with them. So by the rules of simul draft, we can pick who the team that we're picking with. We can make the same pick. Obviously, we can't pick anybody, that went before, things like that. But yeah, Roman Martin's our guy. He was literally outside of Cuvée and the Carson Bailey, the big juke arm. Roman Martin was the next man up on our draft board. We're going with Roman Martin in the 4th round at 111 overall, as did the A's. So another win for both clubs.
You know what? The Braves have a plan too, and that's 3 prep righties in a row as they get Cole Dennis, who a right-hander out of Bishop Snyder, soft spot. As a former catcher pitcher myself, this guy was one as well and was mostly catcher. Hopped on the mound. He's 6'4", 225 Syfe. Outstanding mover. Caden Hatcher, our scouting director down in Florida, did an excellent job getting out and identifying him. Hey, this is a real guy. He has a shot. And it was an arm that we really pushed in on. The shapes were all there. There you go. Take a sip. And the fact that the upside still remains because of what his catching background brought. Now they announced him as a pitcher. 3 really interesting right-handed arms. And this is one of those times where we talk about grabbing quality via quantity. Now they just did that with 3 big-time arms: Cade McCarthy, Jensen Hirschhorn, Cole Dennis. McCarthy's a reclass. Hirschhorn had a chance to be a sneaky first rounder, right? Maybe more so like a sneaky top 40 pick. You get him in the 3rd round. And then Cole Dennis, who he has a chance to really explode and be like, wow, this guy came out of nowhere. But really awesome job by Caden Hatcher down in the state of Florida as the Braves grabbed their 3rd straight prep righty after taking Gracia and back up top. And the Super 60 keeps rolling. Syfe, you know what's funny? Each time I saw Colin Bland, I thought of Xavier Isaac. I kept thinking of Xavier Isaac. If you can remember, the Rays took him in the 1st round a few years ago. Had a medical issue. He's doing great, back and doing well. Had a couple big years. We'll see what happens. He's in Double-A Montgomery right now. Very similar Colin Bland. First base. They list him as an outfielder. He actually moved well in the outfield. He was at the Super 60. Can really bang. I think there's some quick adjustments, kind of the same way I thought Miles Bailey in high school would make those adjustments quickly at Florida State, which he did. I thought Bland would have a shot to do the same thing. So this is a Vanderbilt recruit. Colin Bland, Super 60, was a standout at the NPI a year ago down at Lake Point. And he heads to the Rays as they continue to build a wonderful young farm system. And then the Cardinals continue with another one of my favorites, a former team select future gamer from way back Syfe. This was the COVID future games. But D. Kennedy from Kansas State, who had a great year at Kansas State.
Yeah, he had a sensational year. I saw him pretty good at Globe Life. I believe it was week 3. He was playing second base then. He went between second base and shortstop. Put together a great year. I mean, 20 home runs, batted .357. Striker rate was a little high, but not in the red zone at 18.4. But he also walks. He's got that going for him. He is probably a pro second baseman just due to lack of arm, lack of range, or lack of arm that gives him a fringy arm that gives him fringy range. So although he has the hands to play short, he's better suited to second base. But a good pick. 3rd to 5th round is where we had him, and that's where he went, right in the middle of that.
Syfe, the Cardinals are Goldman Sachs level portfolio right now, just really spreading things out, doing a nice job of grabbing great pieces. And I still think they have enough cash with this 5th round pick to go in and grab, based on what I'm looking at here, probably a high upside right-hander from the prep side of things. So I may have to identify our board for tomorrow to pick their pocket. So get ready for that one for tomorrow. As the Marlins step in and take Wesley Roberson from Georgia, a hard-hitting guy who big fans of down in the state of Georgia. Again, Hudson Graham, Ian Smith do an awesome job. He was a guy who showed out through even in the preseason. Darryl going to have a chance to be a nice piece for them as I take a look at what the Marlins are putting together here. Lombard, Kleinschmidt, Peterson, Cozio, Roberson. I especially like pairing Lombard and Roberson together and having them pair as to help elevate both of them. So nice piece there from the high school side of things with Roberson. Just checking where he.
Yeah, Martin's done a nice job of some pitching, some defense up the middle, high school outfielder here. They've done a nice job of kind of diversifying their picks.
Another guy who was kind of a buzzy name just because of the way he moves. A lot of guys sleeper like Josh McDevitt, a Missouri arm. Seif, do you remember Josh McDevitt in high school?
I do not, Shooter, no.
He was an Effingham kid from Illinois.
I do remember the Effingham kid from Illinois, yes. Okay.
So I'm just looking at him because, like, in our rankings, 498. So especially late, like the amount of time we put into like the 400 through 500 and the top 500 is like, it's a lot. It's probably more than the top 10, right? Top 10, you kind of put it together. What's some slam dunk action? But there are like certain guys where like, this guy moves really well. We really like him. Our state director, McDevitt's one of those. I'm looking at 498 in the class. That means like this guy needs to be featured. He should be on here because we think he's got some upside. We really like how he moves. He does some good stuff. And then he ends up turning into a fourth rounder out of Missouri. So good for Josh McDevitt there. D-backs, nice work. As the Rangers step in and take Hudson Calhoun, a right-hander from Ole Miss.
Oh, yeah. He's kind of a sleeper as well. We identified him probably 2 or 3 podcasts ago on the War Room. And I walked away after seeing him impressed and kind of put him in the 4th to 6th round. So he went the high end of that. But he's just kind of a 2-pitch. He's a reliever, fastball slider guy. He's an out-getter, strike thrower. And just like bat-to-ball guys go high, so do strike throwers that throw in the mid-90s, mid-upper 90s with sliders.
All right. I need the Giants to write my article for me right here with this last pick of day one. Although with them taking Bonds, that feels like an all-fit team. It feels like something that your D1 crew might want to highlight. So anyway, the Giants are on the board here at pick 118. Their first 4 picks, Flora, Bowman, Wechter. Those were 3 guys that were first-rounders. Peyton Bonds comes in, probably could have been higher without the injury, right, throughout the year. So you're getting 4 picks that you get them lower than where they should be, potentially. So that's a nice look back at that. And then they go after Carlos Martinez from Hofstra. I don't have much on Carlos Martinez.
I believe he's a draft league guy. I probably shouldn't, but I think he's a good arm. I can certainly find some information here on our database, but I think he's just a big arm guy.
And you know what that's telling us, Seif?
What do you got?
It's telling us that Bowman's not coming cheap. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much. And the same with Wechter. So good stuff. Attacking arms in the Bay. So good for those guys. Trying to get. Let's see. I should do better than this. Sorry, guys. Hofstra baseball.
Yeah, Martinez was a senior, so obviously they're trying to save some money here or make up for money already spent.
Flushing. Wow, good for him. Flushing High School. Nice. Sorry, this is bad radio. I'm just researching Carlos Martinez now. You know what? I would have put it. Dang it, Seif. I guess we got Rowan Martin, Dom Batista going, another Super 60 guy. He was the biggest winner of the Super 60 for me. And the Royals jump in and say, we're going to take Dom Batista. Little injury to start the spring, which probably slowed some stuff down, which I'm sure the Royals are ecstatic about because this guy's an absolute dude, can really swing it. I look at it like Brendan Tunick was a big winner from the Super 60 a couple of years ago. He was electric in spring training for the Dodgers. They just flat out stole him. And he's off to a nice start, but Don Batista the same way as the Royals continue to build another well-balanced portfolio here with Rose up top, rave, slight him, yell. They free up money to get Batista. We were talking about that with Zion Rose. And you know what, Saif? I don't think they're done. I think we got more cash tomorrow too.
Well, backing up to Carlos Martinez, 6'2" senior righty, fastball averaged 93 miles per hour this past season. Looks like an above-average curveball, above-average slider, and a good feel for his changeup too. So 4-pitch strike thrower, senior sign, pretty good pick for the 4th round to do what they're trying to do, get a prospect while saving money. Oh, Mets Sadeo. Mets continue to do the most with about the least. Big fan of Shane Sadeo, lefty from Texas A&M. Low 91, 94 guy. Changeup's his main off-speed weapon, but he had Tommy John, or he had surgery. He missed his entire sophomore year, but came back strong, and he may have maybe have walked a few more guys this season than they would have liked, and maybe not put together the best numbers, but he certainly has the stuff. Again, 91, 94, lefty, plus changeup. You still with me, Shooter?
Not if I don't hit the mute button.
I thought maybe something.
I still think the Astros. I have the Astros with some room to do some stuff as they go out to Cam Durnan here from Missouri. He was kind of a buzzy name late.
Missouri getting hot here in the draft with rolling a pair of 4th rounders.
They have another pick to end the day. I'm curious to see if they can stretch that. Do we have another pick today, Saif?
We do.
We do?
Hold on. Let me. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Roman Martin was our final pick of the day.
The Phillies are going to close things out. We got the Astros, Pods, and Phillies are going to close things out in 4C. I don't know what 4C is, but
I think it's a one pick round.
Everybody gets a comp. Here you go, buddy.
No, we're looking good. That Ethan Bass pick is worrying me a little bit.
Oh, it's very worrisome.
Yeah, but we can get around that. We don't sign one guy in our top 5. It's not the end of the room.
What we could have done is I could have given you like 3, like, hey, these 3, if one signs.
Yeah, but that's the risk. We're at a huge disadvantage medically. We're at a huge disadvantage signability wise. Those are 2 real disadvantages we have by doing the silent draft. But nevertheless, we've been successful doing it. It's a lot of fun. You get to compare, right? So the upside's still there for us. It's a good time. So we're looking good. Our Tyler Bell, Mason Edwards, Gavin Grahovic, Ethan Bass, Roman Martin.
We got Grahovic?
Yeah, in the 3rd round, or our 3rd pick.
Won.
In the 3rd.
Won. We're good.
Yeah. It was our 3rd pick. It was the comp 2-round pick, overall pick 73. So yeah,
it's like we can take anybody else. We're set to go. The Reds take Ethan Norby from East Carolina, left-hander.
Okay, good. Undersized, but 80 competitor, low 90s fastball, fills up the strike zone, couple off speeds that are at least average. But Norby, again, undersized, but I don't care what you are. Where I draw the line on undersized shooter, if you're a left-handed pitcher who throws strikes and you strike guys out, there is no line. You can be 5'2" for the most part. Maybe that's a little too short, but you get my point.
You got a soft spot for lefties, and I love it.
They win. I had a lot of success as an area guy, just signing senior lefties that, he may not have made the big leagues, but Joey DeNaro, he was a Southern Cal kid, went to Indiana when Tracy Smith was hauling all of those Cali kids to Hoosier land, and he made it to AAA, and he was a 5'11" lefty with a good hook, and so there's just a lot of success. So I'll die by that. If you're left-handed and get guys to swing and miss, I'm interested.
Well, just when we thought the Guardians were going to go back to a different than last year, they get pulled right back into 2025 and take Cade Lewis. Kind of had some top 50 pick buzz coming out of last summer, right?
He did, yeah. Coming out of the Cape, he had a strong Cape. I think he underperformed maybe with the exit velocity, right? He was a first baseman / third baseman / corner outfielder. Wake played him at third, and he didn't even look good at Wake on turf in third, so he moved back over to first base. But I guess the other weakness in him, he's posting average exit velocities, right? So if you're going to be a corner guy and you're not playing third now, you better really bang it. And just the lack of the plus exit velocity put K. Lewis in the fourth as opposed to the second round.
Hey, Saif, what's an average exit velocity?
Average for a metal bat in college, in a metal bat in Division I college baseball is 109 to 111.
Oh,
Now that average obviously changes when you're in wood at this level or that, average changes at the Super 60, right? Because they're using wood and they're 18 years old. But
yeah.
a Division I college baseball player with a metal bat, 109 to 111, 55 is 112, 113, 114 is a 60 grade, and then just go up from there.
The Padres select Robbie Levy from George Washington.
Surprised but not surprised. Catcher with good bat to ball. Defensively, very okay, but enough there to be developed. But from what I saw, I did not see him in person, so a lot of video on him, but that is what I saw. Just really good bat to ball guy.
42 walks, 35 strikeouts on the year. So
I did not know those stats, but again, I just saw what I saw, and he just controls the strike zone and puts it in play.
And he can catch all those arms. Saif, what?
Ethan Bass?
No.
Oh.
The Tigers came in and stole a Tulane recruit, Dominic Pellegrin, from the parish, Holy Cross High School. Shout out Drew Elaine. Shortstop from Holy Cross High School. He had some buzz throughout the late spring as a guy who kind of wanted to sign, maybe a chance that they save some money here. And he's in the draft league doing some good things as well. Good job, Rhett the Jet, getting that up. Shout out to Cam Black for all the cuts. But nice shortstop pick. Like,
here comes my Cubs. What we got, Shooter?
I don't know, Green Wave. I'm still bumming. Green Wave, we lost a fourth rounder right now.
I was trying to get your mind changed. That's why I was trying to snap you out of that. But I'm going upside. So let's look on the big board. Who has the most upside? Man, they're just going for it right here. I can see a little Ethan McIlvain. There's upside as a dominant left-handed reliever right there.
Yasa Townsend, Sorrel Bailey. Yeah,
LJ Mercurius, big College World Series star, right?
Curious? Yeah.
I
kind of like that.
I wouldn't mind that pick. That'd be a good pick. Either one of those two would probably you could definitely say, hey, there's
no. They went Dylan Marino from Northwestern State. What do you got, Dylan Marino, righty? Junior righty from Northwestern State.
Give me a second. I will tell you what we have on Mr. Dillon.
He's from Zachary, which is an excellent program, high school program in the state of Louisiana. 84 innings, 74 hits, 81 strikeouts, 18 walks. So a definite strike thrower here at 6'3", 165.
Slender feller. Let's see here.
I feel like that velo ticked up throughout the spring.
Fastball average 92. Looks like changeup is his best secondary, and not a ton of field to spin the baseball. Really low whiff on both his cutter and his slider. So it looks like a 92 fastball guy. Looked like it played about average with again, best off-speed pitch was a changeup.
Hey, Saif, we're getting close to the end of this day. I got to say, and this could easily change, and some deals will be getting done today. Tennessee, huge winner right now. Vanderbilt, huge winner recruiting class-wise. Some names that a lot of us expected are not showing up right now, and that's really good for those programs. From the right-handed pitcher side of things, Kentucky, Willoughby's still floating out there, combine kid. Oklahoma, the fact that Savion Sims has not heard his name called. Oklahoma was featured in that article as well, and the fact that what Skip Johnson's able to do with arms, a guy like that, for him to mold, that's a potential 1-1 pick. Kentucky's got to be pretty pumped. Willoughby has not been called. Ponatowski has not been called. That's huge for them. Got to change some. Mississippi State still got all the mega arms sitting out there. So some huge stuff from them as the Yankees come up and take Paul Gutierrez Contreras from Cal State Fullerton, outfielder.
Yeah, above average power, controls the strike zone, more walks than strikeouts, 6'3", 225. We had him in the top for D1 baseball. We had him in their top 150 overall, just college guys, but strong pick, getting some good getting above average power with control of the strike zone.
Hey, Seth, we talked about some relievers that can move really quickly. Devin Sheeran goes to the Phillies here in the 4th round.
He definitely fits that quick moving reliever. It's a well, how would you say, it's a different look, right? It's a different look. He's got, power fastball up to 99, power breaker. I think you give him a little more sweep. I think there's some stuff you can tinker with there. But yeah, definitely a quick mover who could impact the back end of your bullpen if everything falls into place.
Curious if the Mariners go with a prepster here in the 4th round. They haven't yet. They've had some success here. Aiden Smith, some good ones in the past few years, a little bit later on in the draft. As we wait on what they do with Ace Reese and Jake Brown up top, future Bash brothers. He added Nathan Taylor, one of Sife's sleeper faves. And then the Mariners come in and take Trevor Lucas, a 3rd baseman from UNC Wilmington.
Shooter got me on this one. I will give you some scoop here pretty quick.
Trevor Lucas.
I did not see UNC Wilmington this spring.
Okay. Is it draft side? 312 in the year, 35 strikeouts, 38 walks, 12 pumps, 12 doubles, 985 OPS. So
6 foot right 3rd baseman. So that's area scout right there. I'm sure that was an area scout favorite. Pushed him, pounding the table for him in the draft room, and
awesome stuff. And it would not be right if we did not get an arm from the Brewers on day 1. It just would not be right.
Is that what you're predicting here?
We shall see.
Maybe a little more scoop here on Trevor Lucas, maybe, if I possibly can.
I should check in with Brandon Hall. He'd have it for me in a second here. I'm so tied to what the Brew Crew are going to do, along with the Blue Jays. I think this is only a second, or no? What did the Blue Jays do? Carlone and then Cooney. We shall see what direction they go in before the Dodgers step to the mic. The Dodgers haven't picked since pick 40. Bo Lowrance. What did they lose? 4 picks for?
Better wake some people up in there, right?
They lose every year. They take away 2 picks because Ohtani's still on the roster.
It's only fair.
And you know what? What do the Brewers do? Julian Garcia, right-hander from St. John Bosco. He was outstanding. Actually, got a chance to see him against Gringlier. Garcia threw against Gringlier. Neither of them were at their best on that day, but I love the way that he moved, probably for the last time today, the shapes and the upside of what he brings. But 6'3", 205, had an injury earlier in high school, so that's probably bumped him down a little bit to make it more signable. But he was a buzzy name throughout the spring. Love what he's about, and this very much fits what the Brew Crew do. Obviously, as I was saying, it would not be right for them not to do something like this here. But he was dominant. The CIF Southern section shut out Norco, which, a bunch of draft picks in that lineup in the next few years. And he was outstanding to close things out, and one of those outings that they'll talk about for a long time in California.
Yeah, pretty good. He was 119 on our board. He went 130 overall. A good placement shooter.
It's called a blind squirrel finding. And you know what? This is where things get interesting, Saif, because Will Brick now comes off the board at pick 131 to the Blue Jays. Now, Will Brick, Prep Baseball All-American, Mississippi State. Oh, all those fans were hoping he was getting there. Now we're going to see what happens because the Blue Jays only have 5.5. Let's start accounting for some Blue Jay action here because Cole Carlone up top at 2.5. You're probably paying full. Ryan Cooney, 762.
Not painful.
Yeah, maybe 5. Maybe you get him under 4. So what can you clear for Will Brick, and what does he want there in the 4th round? I'll be curious. But Prep Baseball American, the type of kid you want to date your daughter, like unreal makeup, off the charts, dynamic athlete, kind of tests off the charts throughout all the athletic measurements. So big time pick right there. We'll see how the finances break down, what they work through to get to Will Brick, or if Mississippi State can come in and say, no, that's our future backstop. As the Dodgers come in, Russell Sandifer, who's safe. That was
like him
late.
Yes.
And the Dodgers coming in, grabbing him out of the University of Florida. Tell us about Sandifer, because I think it was just a few days ago I said, who's Russell Sandifer to you?
You know, I really didn't know him. Honestly, I went to watch Ole Miss at Florida, go down to Gainesville, just watching the game. Sandifer makes a start, and I'm like, geez, I like this guy. And I actually put him ahead of Luke McNeely. And if you know me, I like Luke McNeely too. He hasn't been selected yet, but he could go here anytime. But Sandifer, I mean, mid-90s fastball, really good sweeper, was getting just repeated swing and miss on both pitches. And, you know, I was like, all right, put him in. I thought at that point, I thought he's more like a 3rd rounder. He's here in the 4th round, but there is a lot to like with Russell Sandifer. And the more I find out about him, the more I like. He was at Central Florida, I believe, the year before. But the one thing I did not know, the year before that, he was at Central Florida as a sophomore. But the year before that, he was at St. Leo, which is where a good friend of mine, Rick Odette, where he coaches. Well, he used to coach. Now he's at Florida Southern now. But anyway, Sandifer was a freshman for Odette. So you just trace it. Can't say enough. He can't say enough about great things about Sandifer's makeup. So all the pieces fit. But he's kind of somebody I just stumbled upon down in Gainesville, watching SEC series, and they're again, mid-90s fastball, good sweeper from kind of a low three-quarter slot.
Safe. And early on, when the Astros took Logan Hughes, I was anticipating some of their plans, and as things went on, I was looking at our board and at the evals on Bo Peterson, who's one of the more professional bats in this class, 2-time Prep Baseball American. He was the MVP. Oh, was he MVP? He was excellent at the All-American game last year. But the Astros take him here in the 4th comp round, and stretching that dollar throughout the day and seeing, hey, we're going to add, Logan Hughes up top, probably on a deal 3.5. Jack Riddell comes in, Wes Mendez, you get Keon Johnson, upside high school guy. Cam Durnan was a buzzy name late throughout the spring, and then Bo Peterson, the pair Bo Peterson, Keon Johnson, have a ton of upside of guys that you get later on in the draft who could have been potential 1st rounders at one time. Excellent stuff there before the Padres step in and take Alex Conover from Oklahoma State.
Another bat to ball guy. Oklahoma State, it kind of plays like Texas Tech, right? So you can't really believe just the raw power numbers like home runs, doubles, right? So you kind of take away the extra base hits there when you're playing at parks like that, but you can't take away the bat to ball. And Conover playing the middle of the field. He's a average defender, but really good bat to ball for the Cowboys.
Excellent.
We had him. He went 134. I believe we had him a little bit lower than that, but in that ballpark. Where'd he go here, shooter? But I was just going to remark, we had him at 184. So
okay.
I'm just going to make a remark. This year in the 4th round, I can't remember this many high school players going in the 4th round before. And I think Peterson was the 12th. And I know now we're in the 4 comp round or whatever, but so I looked it up. There were 10 last year, and now he's the 12th. So it wasn't that big a difference. But I just, as we were going through the 4th round, I was like, geez, another high school guy. My question to you, are they going to be able to sign Bo Peterson in the 4th round? Do they have that kind of money, Mr. Bean Counter?
I think if they're taking them, that some sort of deal happened a little bit earlier.
Right.
So I would anticipate it that he's going to be signed in there, but probably for definitely over what that is. It's also the trend of stretching the dollar, right? Like push the high school guys down. We talk about all the time, the groups. If you can't separate those and it turns into a group of 20, well, we don't need to push this early. We can get this later. And if we're stretching our dollar, this guy is not separated that much from number 9 and 10. We'll gladly take number 9. And I just think that to your point of like, hey, take the best available. Well, the best available might be 20 different guys, and they're all the same. So like we have time to get to that. So that's something that looks like they're doing here. And I think even where in the past, round 3, maybe early round 4 would have some guys go. I'd expect round 5 tomorrow to have it. And then obviously 11 and 12 will have their usual big spree as the Phillies close out day 1 of the Major League Baseball draft with Jackson Jelkin, a right-hand arm from Kentucky.
Yeah, the well-traveled Jackson Jelkin. I believe he started in Nebraska, went down to an Arizona junior college, pitched at Houston, and he's been the last 2 years at Kentucky. He's an older kid. Obviously, money's an issue here. But big arm, mid-90s fastball, has some weapons, has put up some good numbers. Again, well-traveled. He's older, though. I think he's 23. Actually, he turns 24 in December, so he's definitely older. But he should be a quick mover just with his stuff and his pitchability and everything else. So he may even start as not the Phillies player development, but he could start in Double-A and have some success just with his weapons and his experience.
So end of the day, we'll have some wrap-up stuff getting us going for tomorrow. Plenty of stuff to be pumping out from tomorrow as Syph and I will be following along from our social avenues, putting things out. But more so the post wrap-up is what to look for because, again, the draft as a whole is something that needs to be looked at as we were doing all throughout today with some accounting. You look at Bo Peterson going here super late, but like tons of value in that. There are some wonderful college baseball fans who are probably pretty excited right now about some of this stuff. I still anticipate in the past, right, day 1 ended at round 3, and then we'd start the next day and those high school guys would rip off. I think the same thing will happen tomorrow. We will be looking at guys who some money has been cleared up or they've reevaluated what their asking price is. We will definitely see some of that. Syph, who are some of the best available that you were surprised to see? And while you're looking for it, I'll give some of mine from the high school side of things as I just completely scan again back of the napkin situation. Cole Kinniger and Sean Dunlap, huge upside, right? You're almost envisioning like it's going to be hard for them not to get to school, but we'll see what happens throughout that if some money can clear up. But if not, those are 2 Tennessee recruits, and oh man, I'm excited about that if I'm Tennessee. Going through Blake Bowen, Oregon State, Beav's got to be really happy. It's hard to find tools like that, and I know that they have some good guys coming back. That is huge if you're an Oregon State fan, the fact that he is still on the board. Archer Horn, Stanford, you'd almost guarantee he's getting to campus. That becomes a Syph favorite next year. Peterson went, Will Briggs off the board. Ethan Bass, who we have on our board, still staying there. He's got a chance. Looks like he may have a chance to get to school. Grayson Willoughby, that would be a guy Syph we're going to be eyeing for tomorrow potentially early on. Dom Santarelli, LSU. You guys didn't hear Anthony Murphy. You didn't hear Dom Santarelli. That's a pretty good day if you're an LSU fan. I tell you, even though you lost the big arms, you'll be fine, especially on the weekend this year. Get those guys. That's some good stuff for you. Miami, John Mora was a guy thought we would hear today. Ethan Couture doesn't go, even though I think Ethan Couture probably goes tomorrow. But the fact that Daniel Cuvée, and we'll discuss your college guys in a second, Daniel Cuvée did not hear his name called, Syph?
He did not.
Injury. There's maybe a chance that Daniel Cuvée is back anchoring that lineup next year, which could be huge for those guys. Vanderbilt, I talked about James Tronstein, Noah Wilson making it to campus. People are going to be Commodores are back, baby. Like that could be some huge stuff for them. Rookie Shepard, obviously already a huge win for the U. Andrew Giles went. Brady Harris not hearing his name called at Florida. Kind of some Dylan Cruz parallels to what he's about. Savion Sims, Syph. We talked about Oklahoma. Like, right, that's 101. There's a certain point in this draft where that guy's going to school because he's too good to sign for that low of money. I'm just honestly going through the whole deal. Mississippi State, huge with the arms. They haven't hurt. I think they're going to go tomorrow. Money's going to clear out. But the fact that you got through today without 4 of those monster arms hearing their name call gives you a good night to sleep and hope for it. Dylan Bowen, probably chance to hear him tomorrow. Bo Holloway again with the Vanderbilt. Yeah, just a really nice day. I'll tell you, kind of tough for Auburn with Matazinski and Borthwick, where I guess Borthwick was a definite, almost definite, but some good stuff. Definitely Vanderbilt, Tennessee, kind of going to bed with hope for tomorrow. Seif, what did you think from the college side? Is there anybody still out there?
Well, we had spoken about the top JUCO prospect, and surprisingly, there wasn't a single JUCO pick today, which is, I don't have the research right in front of me, but we went 4 rounds, and usually there's at least 1, 2, 3 picks JUCO wise. So that was kind of surprising that no JUCO player was picked, but Carson Bailey is the most talented. He's number 1 on our college, on our combined list, but he's the number 1 college player at 71 overall. And then we spoke about Cuvée. He's at 102. And then from there, you got Henry Ford and Trey Phelps. They're 126, 127. I'm a big Trey Phelps fan. I don't understand why he hasn't went yet. Super aggressive at the plate, but I mean, he has some just gifts in his hands. He can play third. I know he's flashy. I know he may wear some area scouts the wrong way, but I'm a big Trey Phelps fan. And then from there, another guy who's undervalued. He was probably, when I saw him, he was moving his way up towards the 3rd round, was probably a 4th runner at that point, then hurt his hand, got hit by a pitch, and kind of scuffled after that, hitting really one-handed while also catching every day for North Carolina, was making Winslow. Maybe Boston will take him tomorrow just to get that Tar Heel flavor continuing to float up to the Northeast. But Alex Hernandez right behind Macon Winslow. Hernandez was a 2nd rounder for us in the preseason and just struck out way too much. He's sophomore eligible, so he'll probably return to Atlanta, Georgia Tech. Will Gasparino is somebody I'm surprised we didn't hear his name called. Just super talented. If he doesn't hit, you still have a plus defender in the big field. But I expect him to go early tomorrow. I think with that said, I think tomorrow our 5th round is going to be like our 11th round in the past, right? Where everybody regroups after the day, cuts these deals, cuts money, does this, makes these plans. And so the 11th round, 12th round were really fun rounds covering the day 3 of the draft the past few years. But I think round 5 and maybe even round 6 tomorrow are going to be the equivalent. So those will be a lot of fun. I definitely expect Gasparino to be one of the first college guys taken tomorrow, not for slot. And then really from there, Justin Bird's a guy I really liked. He's a pitcher from Georgia. We mentioned Ethan McIlvain earlier. We were talking about him to the Cubs. Another guy I really like is Joe Tiroli. I saw him on my trip to the Atlantic coast. He's a 2nd baseman for Virginia, has some power, big, strong hands, good bat to ball, solid defender, probably a fringe defender, but I don't care. Yeah. He's going to hit. So all in all, we talked about LJ Mercurius, blew up in the college, blew up in the postseason, really blew up when they moved into the bullpen, but really showed out well in the College World Series. Another guy is Contreras, 2nd baseman at Arizona State, was finally healthy this year. He's a 4th-year junior, but man, he has juice, he has speed, he has bat speed, solid, dependable 2nd baseman. So there's a lot of guys still I really like that are out there for tomorrow.
Yeah, I do think you hit the nail on the head there. That 5th round almost feels like more of a late 3, early 4, with the players still on the board and the amount of money that can be stretched a little bit. So we'll see what these teams do. As always, we're going to have to view the draft as a whole entity for each team, what they put together. Seif and I, along with some of the D1 crew, prep baseball crew, will have some thoughts from day 1, what we saw, what were some surprises, some drafts that we like, some teams that put things together well. Be sure to check that out on prepbaseball.com. And Seif, any last remarks from a wonderful first day of the Major League Baseball draft here at Prep Baseball before we break?
I would just like to apologize for my absence there. I had a little internet Wi-Fi issues on my end, but all will be good tomorrow.
Seif, that was fine. You know what? I want to thank you because you prepped me all year with knowledge of some of these college guys where I was able to roll right in. And shout out to the teams for the college guys you selected that I knew fairly intimately and could actually speak on those guys. It was a fun time. Always love rehashing with you. The comment people love your reactions at all times because you keep it real. You're not trying to sugarcoat anything. This is evaluations. We hope for the best. Love everything about the Major League Baseball draft. It's super, way more interesting than any of the others because of all the Tetris you have to play with the picks. And congrats to all the area guys who got players selected, all the teams, and especially to all the players and families who had some dreams come true and just started a new journey towards their big league careers. And until next time, this has been a production of Prep Baseball's The War Room at Draft HQ, and we will see each and every one of you at the ballpark.